The noise receded and I was able to pretend I was by myself. I sat there with my head on my hands and arms crossed on the table. My eyes were closed. I could have been alone. In fact, I should have been. If my stomach hadn't been growling, I would have just gone to the lounge for employees and closed my eyes for an hour before going back to work. Instead, I went down to the cafeteria on the first floor and quickly realised that I was too tired to wait in line. I hadn't had a day off in almost 2 weeks. The only upside was my growing bank account. I still owed my father for covering most of the costs of my move from California to Pueblo. He'd have been offended if I tried to give him the money back, of course, but I didn't feel right taking his charity. He's as rich as Midas, but he also just got married. Maybe 20 years ago when I was in college it would have been okay for him to pay my way, but not now. I heard someone drag out one of the chairs at my table and sent up a small prayer that they were going to take it somewhere else instead of sitting down with me. My prayer went unanswered. I would have thought that the whole employee resting with their head on their arms thing would have clued in the interloper, but not so much. Then I smelled it. Peanut butter and jelly on cinnamon raisin toast. There was just something about that bread. It was like popcorn. The aroma tickled your brain. Cracking open an eye, I saw Aaron Briscoe sitting at the table. He had left that sandwich next to me with a Coke Zero and dug into his gigantic salad. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and sat up. "Thanks," he smiled. "Like I was going to allow my favourite union delegate to starve to death?" I was a neonatal nurse and Aaron worked in paediatrics. We weren't in the same department, but we saw each other enough to build a friendship. I had met his wife and son, and he knew me well enough to know my favourite sandwich and soda. I considered him a friend, which is what I needed at that point. When the hospital is horribly understaffed, there hasn't been a raise in years, and there are rumblings about a strike, the nurses' union delegate becomes much more popular. Unfortunately, popular doesn't equate to well liked. I had to look attentive as I listened to every complaint and had to say the same thing over and over again. There was something inherent in human nature that wouldn't accept someone saying they had no new news. I rolled my eyes. "Not you too." He raised his hands in a mock surrender with a half smile. "I'm perfectly content to talk about the weather or music or anything else. Or not talk at all, Shelley. But when was the last time you got some serious sleep?" "Oh, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago." Before I had taken leave and worked with Doctors Without Borders, I had been a union delegate for one of the largest hospitals in Los Angeles. When my husband's cheating inspired me to change up my life and get away from LA, I moved to Pueblo and found a job at a much smaller hospital. They had been looking to replace a retiring nurse who had been their delegate, and to them I was a godsend. Aaron worked on his salad for a while and remained quiet. I enjoyed my sandwich, which was indeed my favourite and a callback to childhood. With a sigh, he put the lid back on his Tupperware, drank the last of his orange juice and looked at me. "I checked your staffing. Surprisingly, coverage is pretty strong. Want to go back and take a nap? I know people are freaking out and they want answers to questions that you just don't have. I'll talk to them. We'll cover for you. Just go upstairs and close your eyes for a while." I shook my head. "I appreciate it, but I'm fine. I've gone with less sleep in considerably worse situations. There is no shelling or mortars in Pueblo. This is light work." He stared at me for a moment with a frown. "How often were you with them?" I knew he was talking about Doctors Without Borders. 4 separate times over 20 years, 2 for 3 months and 2 for 6 months. "Okay, don't push yourself too hard. Everyone's nervous. They're worried about money if they have to go on strike and nobody likes uncertainty, but they're good people. Remind them that you're human once in a while and they'll have your back." The alarm on my watch went off. As I stood, I tried to give Aaron a 10 for the lunch, but he refused to take my money. "Thanks. It's good to sit down sometimes with a friend, not just a colleague." When I got off the elevator, I saw a man waiting for someone's attention at the desk. He had his phone attached to his ear. The same man was doing exactly that before I left. He was a big guy and appeared meticulous, but not in a metrosexual sort of way. There was some grey at the temples and his hair was in a precise buzz cut. He dressed well, clean and neat, more than fashionable. Missing his left arm, the sleeve on that side was patched up and pinned to the rest of the shirt. When I got close enough, I could hear what he was saying on the phone. "Gus, you need to calm down. The baby's going to be here when the baby's going to be here. Shannon can't just hold it in. I promise you, everyone is here, and we're going to be by her side until you arrive. It's going to be fine." There was a pause, and then he continued. "Fine. I'll ask. Hold on." He looked over at one of my colleagues who was staring at a computer screen. "Mum, I'm sorry to bother you. Could you just please confirm that everything is okay with Shannon Poplin? I'm sorry, Shannon Kirschbaum." I saw her put on the same plastic smile we all used when we were on the clock and speaking to a patient or family member for the 100th time. "Of course." She looked back to the screen and then to the man. "Everything seems to be the same, sir. We'll notify you as soon as we have some information." He raised his eyebrows as he gave her an apologetic smile. "Thank you. Sorry. My son, he has some difficulties accepting things if he's removed from the situation. I know, that doesn't make much sense. He's just, well, this is his first child and he's freaking out a bit." I interrupted. "Sir, if it will help your son, feel free to tell him we will make a concerted effort to let you know as soon as there are any changes. Until then, you may find the waiting room to be more comfortable than pacing the halls." "Yeah, sure, sorry." I walked behind the desk and checked our mini fridge. I had 2 more Coke Zeros to get me through the rest of my shift. I was about to go check on the babies in a NICU when the nurse he was initially talking to called out to me. "Shelley, have you been seeing anyone since you moved here?" I raised an eyebrow. "No." She dropped her voice. "Well, that guy's eyes were following your ass all the way to the fridge." When I rolled my eyes, she laughed. I wasn't sure if I had been trying to convince Aaron or myself about my time with Doctors Without Borders. Yeah, some of those days were rough, very rough. But having lived through that did absolutely nothing to make today any easier. So I threw on that fake smile and dealt with pervs who wanted to check me out while their grandchildren were waiting to be born, and multiple generations of men thought it was okay to continually pester my colleagues because their son couldn't bother to be at the hospital, but still insisted on constant updates. The guy had looked decidedly middle class, and yet he practically reeked of a sense of privilege. I usually work 4 days a week, 11 hours a day. That almost seemed like a fond memory. Guys like that just made every hour tick by slower. I saw him staring at me twice again before my shift was over. It happened. Guys are not known to be subtle. Under normal circumstances, he would do his staring. I would roll my eyes and had about it 5 minutes later. Instead, I added it to my list of grievances against the world and got annoyed. As I was finally leaving for the day, I was stopped as I got off the elevator by Henry Chow, the hospital's VP of something or another that's very important. For a mid-size hospital, they had a whole lot of management running around. "Shelley, I'm so glad I ran into you. Could we get you to sit in on a meeting?" Henry looked at his watch. "It starts in about 15 minutes. It's not even a real meeting, just some colleagues getting together to talk." I shook my head. "Let me guess. Half of those colleagues are in management and half will be nurses. Can't do it. I have an obligation tonight." He had that wounded puppy dog look as he began to plead. "Look, I'll even buy dinner, out of my own pocket. We just want to get together for a little while and bounce some ideas around so that we can avoid what everyone is seeing on the horizon. This isn't a big deal, just some people kicking around ideas. Can you give us 20 minutes? Half an hour? Tops?" I closed my eyes for a minute and sighed. "In half an hour I'm walking out the door." He brightened. "You're the best, absolute best." He had a conference room waiting and had sandwiches brought in. There were 3 people from management and 3 nurses. They dutifully listened to our complaints and then sent up a test balloon about increased vacation days and possible bonuses based on profitability. When we went back to our original sticking points of being understaffed and undercompensated, they brought out the infamous B word, Shelley, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. The nurses deserve better. Unfortunately, things aren't looking good financially. We are at the point where we were looking at possible bankruptcy. They were so full of shit. Mr. Cho, how many hospitals are there in the US? I'm sorry, I don't understand. How many hospitals? Yes, it's a simple question, just take a guess. 5,000? It's a good guess. Not bad. The number's actually around 6,100. Let's look at another number. Just after the peak of COVID, when all the bills came due and the federal government was slowing payments, how many hospitals do you think went bankrupt? I mean, the healthcare system had never seen a crisis like that. PPEs had been purchased, all hospital personnel were working almost round the clock, new equipment was acquired. That had to be the most stressful time for healthcare facilities infrastructure in, I don't know, maybe the last 50 years. Longer. So how many hospitals went bankrupt? He looked at me and shrugged. I have no idea. 3 dozen. 36 hospitals in a worst-case scenario went bankrupt. Yes, bankruptcies happen. But the reality is that the numbers are minuscule. You really want us to believe that management thinks they might have to close the doors? I don't think so. He stood and gave us a professional smile. Well, you may want to do some digging and looking at the numbers. I appreciate everyone's time. Can we set up a formal meeting? I'd be happy to go over the financials in general terms. I looked to the other nurses who nodded back. Sure, go ahead. I really do have to get out of here. It was good to see everyone and to sit down and talk. The rumblings were only getting louder, and if we were going to go on strike, we had to give management and the state 10 days warning. I'm sure they already had someone in charge of hiring and bringing in people from out of state. They'd have to pay them well and cover their transportation and lodging. It would be as expensive as hell for the hospital. I had hoped that they would just be reasonable, but this bankruptcy talk seemed like pure obstinance. When I got to my car, I sat there with my eyes closed for a few minutes. I had picked at one of the sandwiches during the meeting but was suddenly starving. Not wanting to cook, I went through my mental Rolodex trying to figure out what I should order for dinner. When I pulled into my driveway, there sat an answer to my culinary concerns. Dad was sitting in the old wooden chair on my patio. He had 2 plastic bags next to them, and it was safe to assume that they were filled with food. Hey Dad, I almost didn't recognize you. Those boat shoes are only one step away from being real, adult shoes. He usually wore incredibly expensive flip-flops, which seemed like an oxymoron to me. Otherwise, his wardrobe consisted of Hawaiian shirts that he purchased from specialty shops and khaki shorts that went down past his knee. Just me, your old man hauling over some dinner. You're home late. I hope you're hungry. We had a last-minute meeting. Where is Haliaka? He spoke as I unlocked and opened the door. Working. She's doing a full audit this week. Dad had gotten us sushi that we enjoyed while watching This Is Spinal Tap. When the movie was over, I wrote him a check. What's this for? Half of what I owe you from the move. Get out of here. You don't owe me a thing. Take the money, Dad. It'll make me feel better. Besides, if you don't, I'm going to use the money to buy you real clothes and pretend to be upset if you don't wear them. He sighed, folded the check and put it in his pocket. So, tell me what's new and exciting at the hospital. How many babies did you save today? I told him what was going on with management and how badly I needed to sleep for about a month straight. You going to go to this meeting? I don't have much of a choice. I'm the union delegate. He smiled. You know what would shock the hell out of them? Bring Haliaka. She should be a CFO for a Fortune 500 company, and would be if her old boss hadn't been a sleaze. Let's see what she'll do when they start bullshitting you with their numbers. That wasn't a bad idea. It wasn't bad at all. Steve, there are some things that you can't beat out of an old Marine. One of them was that once you're up, you're up. It was 4:30 in the morning, but once that phone rang, I answered immediately and was completely awake. Hello? Stephen, I'm sorry to call so early. This is Marianne. I was wondering... Is it time? Well, yes, and I was hoping... I'll be right there. As I hung up on her, I heard a bellowing from down the hall. "It's time!" As I grabbed my go bag, I saw Pop running past me and down the stairs. He was in boxers and a white t-shirt. The door slammed open, and he was running next door. Sighing, I quickly went to his room, grabbed a pair of pants and his sneakers, shoved them as best as I could into my bag and rushed outside. My daughter-in-law was nothing if not stubborn. She had been determined to live in the house my son was given when our elderly neighbour passed away. It frustrated her rich and prissy mother to no end, but since Shannon refused to bend and the days grew closer, Marianne moved into the small house. She no doubt felt it was beneath her. By the time I got to the driveway, Pop had his arm around Shannon as she walked towards our driveway and his caddy. He had forgotten his pants and his shoes, but he had his keys. Typical. The man had spent more than 30 years in the Marines, and you could hear every year as he barked orders at Marianne. With Shannon. With her, he was as sweet and cuddly as a teddy bear. "Honey, I could just pick you up and carry you over there. You're like a little bird. You don't weigh nothing." She shook her head and reached up to kiss him on the cheek. "I'll be fine, Pop." I put my bag on the ground next to the trunk. Pop tossed me the keys and I got in to start the car, while Marianne put 2 bags next to mine. He gently helped Shannon into the back seat of the car and was about to follow when Marianne found her backbone. "Get in the front." Pop looked at her but didn't move. She continued. "Get in the front passenger seat, Mr. Kirschbaum. I'll sit in the back with my daughter." Pop quickly threw the 3 bags into the trunk and got in next to me. "What the hell you waiting on? Let's get out of here." I put the big caddy in reverse as I spoke to Shannon. "You okay, Shan? We're not far away. It'll just be a few minutes." I'm good. They're just coming faster." She didn't sound good. "That's great, Shannon." I turned to my father. "You realise you're not wearing pants, right?" He looked down at himself. Shit. Red lights and stop signs were treated the same. I'd slow down, look both ways and keep going. Like speed limits, they were very much optional when my grandchild was on the way. I probably broke some records getting to the hospital. I definitely broke some laws. We pulled up in front of the emergency room doors, and as we piled out, I realised that I wasn't even sure if that was where I was supposed to be. Should I have gone to the main entrance? Whatever. If we had to put her in a wheelchair and run her through some more hallways, we'd do it. "Steve, toss me the keys," Pop called out. "You handle people better than I do. Get her in there and I'll park the car." I looked at him as if he was crazy, and then looked over at Marianne, who was already yelling for an orderly. "You think I'm going to get a word in edgewise while she's here?" That got him to smile. "If you grabbed pants and shoes, leave them." I took the go-bags from the trunk. There was mine and 2 for Shannon. Of course, Marianne didn't carry any of them. That's not who she was or what she did. My bag had some minor stuff from me, like a book and a phone charger, but mostly it had a change of clothes for Gus. As I walked past Marianne and the man she was talking to, Shannon doubled over in pain. I was immediately at her side. "What can I do?" "Everything is going to be okay." She managed to squeeze out some words. "Just need to breathe. It's okay, have to breathe. Who called Dad? Someone called him, right?" The man walked away from Marianne and was soon back with a wheelchair. We followed him in, got buzzed beyond the security doors, and were quickly led to an elevator. When we got out, he walked us through a boggling array of corridors and hallways. We finally got to her private room, and when a medical professional came in, the man that led us there escorted us out. Marianne was having none of it and refused to leave the doorway. "Marianne, maybe this gentleman could show you who you need to speak to about Shannon's insurance and about the heart specialist." She huffed and puffed, but finally walked away with the man. Looking over his shoulder, he mouthed, "Thank you." I gave him a thumbs up. Shannon's voice echoed from the room. "Where's Gus?" I stuck out like a sore thumb as I stood in the hallway outside of her room, 3 bags at my feet. I called back inside to her while trying to respect her privacy. "I don't know, Shannon. I'm sure Pop is reaching out to him right now. I didn't know if it was a nurse practitioner, or a doctor, but the medical person came out and told me I could go in. Shannon's expression was half fear and half determination. I thought it was a little weird that she showed up and they already had a room ready and waiting for her. Then I realised that her mother, her stepfather and her aunt all had more money than Midas. They probably paid for one of the wings of the hospital or something. Do you need anything? Some water or something from your bag? Can you call Aunt Liz? Tell her she needs to call Judge Salister. A judge? She shook her head. Not a judge, the judge. He's going to get Gus here. I raised an eyebrow, dubious at best. Sure, I'll call her right now. I didn't care how much pull a local judge has. He's not going to be able to get a Marine off base and on a plane at the snap of a finger. I dialed and she answered immediately. Steve, is everything all right? Is she in labour? Yes to both. She seems to be doing okay. We're at the hospital. She wants me to ask you to call the judge. You know what she's talking about. I do. Tell her he'll call the senator and the governor within 20 minutes. Okay, well, senators and governors may be able to get a Marine on a plane with the snap of a finger. Marianne was soon back and was surprisingly calm as we tried to distract Shannon. Medical people would pop in and out and Marianne didn't pester them. She only asked measured, reasonable questions. I eventually felt comfortable enough to step out and find a vending machine. I called Ethan, Shannon's father, and let him know what was going on. I could tell that he was pissed that we hadn't called earlier. When I hung up, I was going to get myself a coffee from the machine, but I saw that it had an option for hot chocolate. Shannon came first, and only having one arm limited how much I could carry. I made 3 trips, one for my daughter-in-law, one for tea from Marianne, and one for coffee for me. When I got back, Pop was waiting in the room. He could get his own coffee. 3 of us in the room with Shannon was already pushing it. When Liz showed up and was soon followed by Ethan, it was clearly too much. I kissed Shannon's cheek and told her that I would be in the waiting room. Stay on the phone with Gus, okay? Let him call as much as she wants. I have a spare battery and a battery charger for him in my bag. He's going to need to talk to someone. Smiling at her proudly, I kissed her again, this time on the forehead. I couldn't have hoped that my boy would find a better woman to stand by his side. I squeezed her hand. I will. It'll be fine. He was my son long before he was your husband, Shannon. I'll take care of it. Me, Pop, Ethan's wife and Liz all went out to the waiting room. Within an hour, I started getting a barrage of phone calls. Dad, they came and got me and put me on a plane. How is she? Can I talk to her? How is the baby? Is everything... I don't know. Is everything happening like it should? Everything looks good. She saw the specialist and there doesn't seem to be any problems. I'm in the waiting room, so I can't hand her the phone, but she is looking forward to seeing you. Where are you exactly? He wasn't sure how literal I was, so he first told me where he was on the plane, and then told me where the plane was. I helped him keep his mind busy and distracted him with questions. We repeated the process every so often. I encouraged him to call Shannon, but to limit the calls and the length. I didn't know much about giving birth. I knew there were some quick and easy births, and I knew there were some that would drag on for what seemed like forever. Although we were hoping for quick and easy, it seemed like the baby wasn't in any hurry. Visitors cycled in. Me, Pop, Ethan's wife and Shannon's stepfather were in there, with her the least. Liz, Marianne and Ethan were almost always in with Shannon. One of them would come out for a little while and one of us would replace them. I could tell that Gus was using his watch. He called every 15 minutes. It was probably torture for him to let those 15 minutes tick by before calling back. It made him feel better to hear me literally walking up to the nurse's station and verify that everything was okay. I knew I was a nuisance, but there were no obvious emergencies and it made things easier for my son, so I did it. I noticed one nurse who looked extremely familiar. She was also very attractive. It wasn't the best of times to be checked out a woman, but but it's second nature to guys. Hoping I hadn't been obvious, I went back and sat down. A little more than 3 hours after we had arrived, Gus and Pop came bursting through the door. I winced when I saw the gigantic stuffed bear in my son's hands. That thing had to cost him a week's pay. My father took the bear and hugged Gus before sitting down. Gus's eyes were darting everywhere. He hadn't even flinched when Pop hugged him, which was a big tell. I patted him on the shoulder and led him to Shannon's room. Ethan and Liz stepped out, but Marianne refused. "I'm staying." Liz returned to the room. "Get your ass out of that chair and give her some time with her husband." Marianne harumphed, but joined us in the waiting room. Once Gus was with us, he was glued to Shannon's side. The rest of us all took turns exchanging small talk. The only time we acknowledged the shadow in the room was when new medical professionals came to speak to us. The baby had a heart murmur. We'd known about that for a while, and the doctors were optimistic that it was inconsequential and that she would be fine. We all quickly got in line and mouthed our assurances. During the long dark nights, I would pray to a God who I wasn't sure was there and ask for his help. There were a few times I was truly happy that Shannon came from money. When I realised that they were able to afford the absolute best when it came to medical professionals, was one of those times. So, we sat in the waiting room, checked our watches way too often, and whiled away the hours with inane talk about baby-proofing homes and music that stimulated the intellect of infants. Kate, the woman Pop had been dating for years, showed up with Tupperwares full of baked goods. She was a sweet woman, and better than he deserved. She passed around some cookies and pulled a bunch of napkins out of her purse. There were children belonging to other families in the large waiting room and, with permission from their parents, she gave them some as well. Kate thought of Gus as a grandson and taught him how to dance before his prom with Shannon. Yeah, Pop was dating out of his league. I wasn't sure what I had been anticipating, but I asked Ethan if they had a special room they brought women into to give birth. He looked at me oddly. "Steve, she's been there for an hour. They have certain metrics, including diameter and contraction time, and when they thought it was time, they brought her back." "Oh, sure, of course." My father sat next to me, nudged me with his elbow and handed me a paper bag from the grocery. We're two old Marines and he's living off of his pension, so we recycle. A lot. We had to have at least 100 of those bags in the pantry. I thought it was food at first, but feeling the bottom of the bag, I realised I was wrong. Opening it up, I saw 2 boxes of expensive cigars. "For Gus," Pop grumbled. I nodded. "Thanks. How much did they set you back?" "None of your business. I bought 1 box we found out and then saved up for the other. Let him know they're here when he comes out. Some guys from the VA and the VFW are coming down." I couldn't remember a time when Gus didn't want to be a Marine. He didn't always get along well with kids his own age. Being on the spectrum will do that to you. I had always been worried that he spent too much time with old men who were rehashing their glory days. It seemed like years passed before Marianne came out and stood at the door to the waiting room. She looked at me and Ethan. "I think the grandpas might want to come back with me." The first thing I saw when I walked into the room was an exhausted Shannon looking to her right with a serene smile. Following her gaze, I saw my son in a chair holding his daughter in his hands with a look of wonderment. Someone was helping Ethan on with a surgical gown or whatever you call it. Marianne quickly and efficiently folded up the sleeve on another one, came up with a pin somewhere, fastened it to the gown and helped me into it. Smiling, she looked up at me. "Congratulations, Grandpa." She could be a pain in the ass, but she wasn't so bad. Standing by Gus's side, I stared down at perfection. When I glanced over at Shannon, she met my eyes. Dad's, Mum, Aunt Liz, Gus and I gave her the middle name of Beth after my 2 aunts. Her first name is Lucinda. I slowly began crying and didn't realise how strongly I was gripping Gus's shoulder until he looked up at me with a pained smile. Lucinda was his mother's name. Until Shannon, she was the person he felt truly understood him. Her loss had been the biggest blow in both of our lives. Leaving that room was one of the most difficult things I ever did. but I realised that other people would want to meet Lucinda. When I returned to the waiting room, I told everyone her name and received congratulations from the people I loved. Kate gave me a hug. Did they say how long she was and how much she weighed? I searched my brain but came up with nothing. I think they did, but I'm blanking. Everyone had a good-natured laugh, and I was sure that I had a look of befuddlement on my face. Pop slapped me on the back and asked if Gus was okay. Okay doesn't cover it. Ethan filled everyone in on the details: length, weight, and time of birth. I slowly slipped away and found directions to a chapel. They didn't have a synagogue, but that was fine. I sat down and had an awkward conversation with someone I wasn't sure was there. I prayed ineptly as I asked God to look over Shannon, to give Gus peace, and for any heart issues with my granddaughter to fall upon me instead. Gus wouldn't talk about it. It wasn't his way. But I knew that he was terrified that Lucinda might be on the spectrum. All I could do was to be there for him, but I wanted to figure out a way to let him know that he was on the spectrum and yet he was the joy of my life. As I walked back to the waiting room, I saw the familiar, attractive nurse again. Suddenly, everything clicked. I was already in a weird headspace and filled with gratitude to the universe. Ma'am? Hi. Sorry to bother you. I just realised your father owns the music studio, right? Her eyes darted to the left and to the right. She looked irritated, but nodded. I've been trying to figure out why you looked familiar. He has your picture on his desk. I'm Steve Kirschbaum. He probably won't remember me. Can I ask a big favour? Can you just tell him that I said thank you? My son's wife just gave birth. Your father was extremely kind when Gus was in college. He makes these elaborate flipbook things, and your father ordered a few and then had some bands buy some. It helped Gus get through college on more than ramen. I don't know. If you could just tell him I appreciate it, that'll be great. That sounds like Dad. I'll let him know. And congratulations. The look of irritation was gone, but she wasn't exactly friendly or open. I thanked her again and hustled over to the waiting room. I felt a drive to be useful, to do something. I was going to take a head count and then go for a drive to get some sandwiches for everyone when 3 people with balloons entered the waiting room. Ethan, Shannon's father, smiled and went to greet them. It was interesting watching the results of information flow. The first person to know anything was obviously Shannon. The next step was proximity. Her mother, who was living with her, and then me and Pop, who were next door. At that point, it was a question of priorities. Ethan and Gus were called around the same time as Liz. Now, hours later, friends were notified and were drifting in. They came singly and they came in small groups. Some stayed for a while and others dropped gifts off before leaving. In total, around a dozen of Shannon's friends had stopped by. It was sweet, it was touching, and it was infuriating. Pop made his way to Shannon's room and soon returned with Gus. He shook people's hands, handed out cigars, and endured hugs. No one was malicious and they all meant well, but everything was in proxy. He was accepting the affection on Shannon's behalf. They weren't there for Gus. I decided to order some pizzas and got enough for our needs and 3 extra pies for other families in the waiting room. While I was waiting, a young man approached me. Mr. Kirschbaum, can you give this to Gus? He handed me an envelope with Gus's name neatly printed on the outside. It took me a minute, but I finally recognized him. He shared the school bus with Gus from the time they were in elementary school. He had been over to the house a number of times and they played weird German board games. I couldn't remember his name but thought it might be Charlie. I wasn't about to let him leave before my son knew he had a friend who was there for him. Of course, he was just here a minute ago. Sit down, relax. I know he'll love seeing you. So, catch me up on what you've been doing. I haven't seen you since high school graduation. I'm a mechanic for the county. My dad's a mechanic. He's been teaching me since I was a kid. I was able to ace my classes and get all my certs. He gestured towards the envelope. It's nothing big. I just thought that they'd be busy with the baby and everything, so it's a gift certificate for Gerwig's fine food. I nodded. That's good thinking. Thank you. I know it will come in handy. Hey, there he is now. Gus. Gus excused himself from a small group of Shannon's friends and walked over to us, a smile in place. They immediately started talking as if they were back in high school and not a day had passed. I was hoping Gus would say something using the kid's name, but no such luck. Eventually, people started to drift off. I saw that nurse again twice more, and although I wasn't getting the stink eye, it was clear that she saw me as an irritant. I gave the nurses one of the untouched pies and tried to fade away into the recesses of the waiting room and not be a nuisance. It was insanely difficult not to get up every 5 minutes, walk down the hallway and stare at Lucinda through the glass. The pull was almost as strong to spend every moment possible with Gus. The sun had set, and I realised I wasn't doing anyone any good by sitting in that waiting room for 1 more minute. I went back down to check on my granddaughter and saw new nurses caring for the babies. My father had been a certified tough guy his entire life. There was a time when I would spit fire and chew through iron. Neither one of us had anything on the men and women who day in and day out give a piece of their heart to infants that weren't guaranteed to make it to the next day. The nurse that was holding a baby saw me, smiled and looked around the small room. I pointed to Lucinda and then back to myself. Her smile grew wider as she nodded. I kissed my fingers and placed them on the glass before heading to Shannon's room. Ethan and Gus were in there with her. I told them that I was going to head home, but that I would be back the next day. Shannon, can I bring you anything? I have the strangest urging for a cheeseburger with extra pickles. Could you stop on your way tomorrow? You got it. I thought that cravings ended once the baby was born, but what did I know? I was waiting for the elevator when I heard Gus. Dad, hold up. Pop had gotten a ride with Kate and had left me his caddy. Gus walked me down to the car. Gus spoke in the hallway but didn't really say anything. He did that sometimes when he needed to ask me something serious. It was his way of working himself into the real conversation. When I opened the door, he finally said what was on his mind. Dad, I don't know how to do this. I've read every book I could find, but I don't know how to be a father. I'm going to mess this up. Lucinda needs someone normal, someone who knows what to do. I'd had a lifetime of knowing his boundaries, of what made him uncomfortable, and of his expectations. In that moment, I pushed all of that to the side and put my arm around my son. I could feel him stiffen, and his entire body grew tense as I hugged him. Slowly, ever so slowly, Gus began to relax. He didn't hug me back, but I took what I could get. Gus, being terrified and not knowing how to be a dad, has nothing to do with being on the spectrum and has everything to do with being human. Holding you in my arms the first time, I was in awe. When that faded enough to let some emotions trickle in, I was more afraid than at any other time in my life, including anything I experienced while serving. Just put one foot in front of the other and make Lucinda your priority, and you'll do fine. I promise. That fear was never going to completely leave him, but I thought I made an impact. We chatted for a few more minutes before he went back inside. I had to be up early and at work, so I pulled a Ziploc of leftover stew from the freezer, put it in a big bowl, and threw it in the microwave. I ate dinner in front of the TV while watching the news, but couldn't concentrate on anything. Eventually, I went upstairs and to bed. 45 minutes later, I was back up, toolbox in hand, and walking over to Mrs. McClarty's house. I assumed that I would start to think of it as Gus and Shannon's house soon, but she had been our neighbour for decades before she passed and left the home to my son. I was bound and determined to make it. The most baby-proof home in Colorado. It was going to be quite a while before Lucinda was walking anywhere, but that didn't stop me from installing gateys and safety locks on drawers. I had no idea how much time had passed before I heard the front door open. Couldn't sleep. I figured you'd be over here. Pop lifted his hand that was holding the six-pack. We went out to the back porch and sat down. He popped open 2 beers and handed me one. He raised his. To Gus, my grandson. To Lucinda, my great-granddaughter, to Shannon, the smartest, prettiest girl we know, and who loves Gus as much as he loves her. I lifted my beer. To family, I love you, old man. You better. You've been living in my house forever. Shelley. Sometimes it felt like it was the people that work sanitation trucks, the people that make bagels and donuts, and me that populated the early hours of Pueblo. What little social life I had ground to a halt as our hours increased and increased and increased. I was craving sleep a lot more than a few drinks out with new friends. I stumbled to the kitchen, popped some cinnamon raisin bread into the toaster, and took my shower. I sat at the kitchen table while mindlessly eating my toast before heading out and almost breaking my ankle over a box just outside my door. It was from Amazon but addressed to my dad at the studio. Picking it up, I took it with me to the car. Once I was sitting down, I used my keys as an impromptu knife to open the box. Dad had gotten me some new orthopedic walking shoes and socks. I shook my head with a smile on my face. We had a strange relationship, my father and me. It had been this way for as long as I could remember. He wouldn't come see me when his addiction issues were at their worst. Years went by when I was a kid, where I would only be able to recognize him from old pictures Mum kept. After he got into rehab and cleaned himself up, he began making sporadic appearances in my life. Those increased as I grew older, but the random gifts appearing out of nowhere continued. What had started as a balm for his guilt became a mainstay of our relationship. It hadn't bothered me as a kid. I always had VIP and backstage tickets to sold-out events, and knew in some vague way that Dad was a very important man. As I grew older, my definitions of very important matured, and his buying me everything he thought I might want grew wearisome. Even though we didn't see each other often, by the time he was clean, it was still much, much more frequent than the once every couple of years it had been. What I never told him was that I didn't need the tickets. I didn't need the shiny new car. I didn't need the Sweet 16 populated by celebrities. I just needed more time with my father. So, I drove to the hospital unreasonably excited for my poor feet. I didn't mind the early hour. It was quiet, there was no traffic, and there were hours to go before visiting hours. They were doing some construction in the parking lot, so I wasn't able to park in one of my favourite spots, across the street from a used bookstore. I found a new spot, went inside, and started my day. By the time the first 2 hours of my shift had gone by, I had already been approached 4 times by colleagues asking about contract negotiations and if we were going to go on strike. I saw Aaron walking down the hallway, and I waved him over. Do me a favour. Just spread the word that there is no new news. I'll let people know as soon as I hear something. He shrugged. I'll get the word out, but you know it's not going to help, right? Everyone already knows that. They're asking out of emotion, not intellect. I sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm going to try to set up a meeting with management for tomorrow night. I won't know anything new until then. How's your son? His smile brightened my morning. Good, real good. He's competing this weekend in forms. Well, tell him I wish him luck. I assumed that forms had something to do with martial arts. They practiced as a family and seemed really into it. By the time my shift was half over, I really wanted to call Dad and thank him. New shoes for people that are always on their feet are either pure hell or a godsend. I don't know what he spent, but these felt like I was walking on a cloud. Instead of staying in the hospital, I decided to step out for lunch. There was a small bistro that had outdoor seating across the street from the new parking spot. I was tired of the sounds and smells of the hospital, and just wanted to get out of there for a bit. A salad and some people watching sounded like the perfect respite. As I walked across the parking lot in the direction of my car, I saw the annoying guy with one arm. He was on his phone near where I had parked. Some unwanted attention is tolerable. Some light flirting can be accepted. Finding out what sort of car I drive and then stalking me absolutely wasn't. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm not interested. At all. Do you have any idea how creepy this is? If I was smart, I would have just turned around, gone back to the hospital and gotten security to walk me to my car. Still, it was well lit, and there were people all around. The guy looked up from his phone with a shocked expression. "What?" "I don't know if you've got something for nurses or if you're just oblivious, but stay away from me and stay away from my car." He looked to his left and then to his right, clearly still confused. He jerked his thumb behind him. Lady, see that tree behind us on the sidewalk with the white ribbon? See the other ones on some of the trees surrounding the parking lot? I'm marking off where we're going to have root issues with the renovations. I work for the company renovating the property. It's my crew doing the construction. I don't know what car you drive. Hell, I don't even know what your name is. All I do know is that unless you approach me about my granddaughter, this is the last conversation we'll ever have." As he walked away, I noticed the ribbon around the tree and the roll slung over his shoulder. I was absolutely mortified. I should have apologized or tried to explain, but I was too embarrassed. Turning around, I went back inside and had a chicken salad sandwich in the cafeteria. I decided to do whatever I could to keep that man out of my mind. I prided myself on my professionalism, and both my work life and my personal life were pushing at those edges. After I ate, I found Henry Chow, management's favourite mouthpiece. "Henry, can we set up a meeting for tomorrow? Anytime after 6. "Certainly. Are we just having an open discussion, or did you have something specific you wanted to discuss in depth?" "The hospital budget. I'll likely have 4 people with me." "Perfect. We'll use the same meeting room." He was annoyingly chipper. I went back to work. It's not as if we had hundreds of women giving birth in the maternity ward at all times, so I had no choice but to run into the man's son and daughter-in-law. I wondered if he had said anything to them, but they seemed perfectly normal, so I assumed he hadn't made it inside yet and was still working. I thought back on our few interactions. From what I was told, he was checking out my arse when I walked to the refrigerator. Maybe he was a little too obvious about it, but it wasn't horrible, and it wasn't really over the line. I'd been irritated by his incessant questioning of my colleagues on behalf of his son, who was still en route. Now that I had met the young Marine, I realised that he was neurodiverse. I didn't know how that affected him, but it made his father's attempts to reassure him more reasonable. So what was I really upset about? I was exhausted, yes. That probably played some small role. I was afraid that a larger role was played by my betrayal by my cheating asshole of a husband. I couldn't go around assuming every guy that was interested in me was automatically a piece of crap. I had gotten back from my most recent stint with Doctors Without Borders to find that he was sleeping with at least 1 colleague, and maybe 2. He denied it at first, but when he was confronted with proof, he tried to blame it on the time I was away and our distance. That would have been a much stronger argument if Dad hadn't flown me home for 3 days in the middle of my deployment, and my husband hadn't cheated in the past. I saw the man again before the end of my shift, and he studiously ignored me. I couldn't blame him. It was a good call. His granddaughter had a shadow murmur that they had been monitoring during the pregnancy, and they kept her an extra day for observation. She'd be leaving the next day, which meant I wouldn't have to deal with this embarrassment much longer. Instead of heading home when I got off, I headed to Dad's. I thanked him for the shoes, told him how wonderful they were, and we had dinner while waiting for Haliaka to get home. They were oddly loose about things like that. Neither of them would be offended if the other had dinner alone. They kept such odd hours that I guess that was inevitable. When she did get home, she launched into a discussion about her day that convinced me I had come to the right person. She was talking numbers, interest rates, and tax benefits, and I was lost within 5 minutes. "Can I ask a big favour?" Haliaka smiled. "Of course." "I'm not sure if I could get the union to pay for your time, but if you're free tomorrow night, would you mind sitting in on a meeting with management from the hospital?" "Absolutely. And don't worry about money. I stand with Labour, you know that." I had gotten some good sleep the previous night, so I was feeling pretty energised. I stayed and watched a movie with them, and when I got home, I hopped online and went to the website for the bistro I had parked across from. Rumour had it they had amazing baked goods, so I ordered an array of cookies for the meeting. Management would probably provide sandwiches, but that wasn't a given. If Haliaka was donating her time, I could at least make sure she had something to snack on. When I parked the following morning, I carefully watched the parking lot. When I was sure that the man wasn't around, I quickly entered the hospital. Unfortunately, I couldn't avoid him later on when his daughter-in-law and granddaughter were being released. When he walked over to the waiter fountain, I sighed, steeled myself, and approached him. "Hi," I thought I'd introduce myself. "My name is Shelley Acton and I'm an Olympic-level conclusion jumper." I stuck my hand out. After a moment, he took it and we shook. "Hi, Shelley. I'm Steve. Maybe I jumped the gun. I would have freaked out as well if I thought somebody was stalking me." I shook my head. "No, that's on me. Things have been a little hectic lately, and I let it get to me. You have a beautiful granddaughter, Steve. I apologise if I made you feel uncomfortable. Not an issue. I have to get back to them, but please tell your dad I said thanks. I was serious about that. He'll appreciate it." I turned and walked towards the elevators. That wasn't anywhere near as bad as I thought it would be. The most memorable part of the rest of my workday was spent proselytising for the manufacturers of my new walking shoes. People were suitably impressed and quickly hopped on Amazon to see if they came in their size. When I was grabbing a Coke Zero from our fridge, I realised how pathetic that was. I dealt with life and death on a daily basis, and there I was, preaching the gospel of foot comfort. It came with the territory, but it still felt silly and a little trivial. When my shift was finally over, I headed across the street to pick up the cookies I'd ordered. I saw Steve, the construction guy, walking around with a bunch of suits. I was fairly sure that the suits worked for the hospital, but I didn't recognise any of them. It was clear that Steve was in some sort of managerial position. I couldn't picture him using a jackhammer or digging ditches. He wasn't dressed up, but he wasn't in a t-shirt and jeans either. His dockers and polo shirt screamed casual middle management. He saw me and gave a little wave. I waved back and kept walking. When I got to the front of the line, I almost gave the woman taking orders my married name. I hated that reflex. "Sorry, Shelley Acton. I'm here to pick up an order of cookies." She quickly glanced at my name tag. The woman was short and wiry and had steel grey hair that was a bit longer than a crew cut. Her voice sounded like she had waged a 20-year war with Camel cigarettes and had barely come out the victor. "Are you a nurse?" I nodded. "I am. First time here, though. Everything smells amazing. Nurses get 15% off. You hear anything about that strike?" I had to restrain myself and hold off on the eye roll. I couldn't escape rumours and people asking me questions about it. "Actually, that's what the cookies are for. We're meeting with management tonight." She grabbed the box from the stack behind the counter and didn't look up as she was tying it up with twine. "Look, don't mean to be nosy or anything. It's just that it's rough keeping a small business open at the best of times. With nurses not ordering, it's going to be close to the wire. Not that we're not with you. We are. 100%. If you want to put some signage on the window, feel free. If it would be possible to give me a heads up on what is going to happen, it would be appreciated." I hadn't thought about how what happens at the hospital impacted the community. "Sure." When I pulled out my credit card, she just lowered her eyes and shook her head. "It's on us. Hold the bastard's feet to the fire. Anyone who's been in the hospital or has visited someone in the hospital knows how hard you work." "That's very kind. Thank you." I checked my watch. "You know what? At least let me buy some dinner. I'll sit outside and have something to eat before the meeting." I ordered a chicken Caesar salad wrap, a bag of potato chips from a local company, and a Coke Zero. She gave me the 15% discount she claimed all nurses received. I headed outside and found an empty wrought iron chair and a small table. As I sat and ate, my eyes kept drifting back to Steve. I didn't know what it was, but there was something about him that drew my attention. He was the exact opposite of the men I'd been interested in most of my life. Maybe it was an effort to pass off my father, and maybe it was an effort to be closer to him. But my type had always been the stereotypical bad boy. Even my husband, the physician, kept his hair just a little too long, and if he was wearing a tie, you could see the top of the tattoo on his chest peeking out. I was old enough now to realise how stupid all of that was. None of them were quite the counterculture rebels that I thought they were when I was 18. I never dated any bikers, never had a relationship with true revolutionaries. I was happy with pretenders who were likely to run away if actual danger reared its head. Steve looked solid. He kept his hair short, was in good shape and dressed like he coached soccer on the weekends. Still, there was something about him, something that said that he wouldn't break and run when things got rough. It seemed so shallow to me that I was almost embarrassed how quickly I would forget that he only had one arm and how impressive that appeared. Good for you, Steve. You almost seemed normal. That seemed so pathetically patronising that I blushed whenever he came to mind. I took my time finishing my meal. It was awfully delicious. I mean, a chicken wrap was a chicken wrap. How good could it be? Well, it turned out that it could be pretty damn good. They had a teenager who cleaned up the tables outside. When he saw me finish my Coke Zero, he brought me ice water in a plastic cup. I left a 5 under the cup before finally heading back to the hospital with my box of cookies. Haliaka texted, letting me know that she had arrived. We were a little early to the meeting room, and one of the tech guys was there setting up a PowerPoint presentation. I offered him a cookie, and we chatted until he was finished. Other people started to slowly drift in, 3 representing Labour and 4 representing management. When Henry entered, he looked from me to Haliaka with a shocked expression. She smiled. "Mr. Chow, lovely to see you again." "Haliaka, are you with Ms. Acton?" "I am." He smiled nervously. "That presents a conflict of interest, doesn't it? You represented the hospital in the past." "The firm I was with at the time did. I'm a partner in a new firm now. I did my due diligence. Morally and legally, we're fine. Shall we get started?" He was absolutely unnerved as he sat down. "Of course, you're more than welcome. We are happy to have anyone join us who could help resolve this situation to the benefit of all parties involved." Haliaka just raised her eyebrow, somehow conveying that she'd prefer to get the bullshit out of the way and get down to the nuts and bolts. Sandwiches were brought in and we engaged in meaningless pleasantries for a few minutes before we started going over the financials, as I had requested. Henry had handouts as well as their PowerPoint presentation. It somehow almost felt anachronistic, like something you would expect from a meeting in 1995. It was all dumbed down to the point where I could easily follow along, which was oddly insulting. I knew my limitations. There should have been points where I was way out of my league and would have to take notes and do research after the fact. That wasn't the case. I noticed Henry looking over at Haliaka on occasion, his nerves evident. When he finished, I spoke up. "Is that everything?" "From what I've prepared, yes. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. As you can see, the hospital simply doesn't have the funds to meet your requests. If you were able to accept a 36-month moratorium on increases in base salaries and subsequent adjustments, we would be able to afford scheduled and incremental increases to the numbers you were looking for over a 4-year period." Haliaka put her hand on my arm before speaking. "So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking for 7 years before the nurses receive what they believe is reasonable. Is that accurate?" "Not exactly. It would be phased in starting in 3 years." "I see," she continued. "May I ask why your detailed overview of the financials didn't include endowments?" Henry had a weak smile in place and began to blink rapidly. "Well, as we mentioned, this was a general overview. We weren't delving into specifics." "Excuse me." Haliaka reached into her purse and pulled out some glasses. She quickly scanned through the document that management had prepared. "Maybe it's a bit of vanity, but I hate my glasses. So, you're saying that the revenue from endowments is included. It just isn't listed separately. Is that correct?" His blinking remained persistent, but his smile faltered. You know what? I think that may have been omitted. Clearly our mistake. I could have an updated document for you first thing tomorrow morning. Haliaka nodded, still looking at the paperwork instead of Henry. I see. And revenue from rentals seems to be missing. The gift shop, the soda machines, the cafeterias. Where is that data? Any vestige of his smile was now long gone. I have to apologise. My people clearly weren't on the ball and did a sloppy job. Why don't we postpone this meeting and I'll get you more comprehensive data? I wasn't amused. He was clearly trying to screw with us and was hiding revenue. Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and do that, and in the meantime I'm going to schedule a meeting with the nurses and our union. As I stood up, he tried to placate me. Shelley. Ms. Acton, I assure you we were acting in good faith. Some errors were made and they'll be corrected immediately. I nodded. I'll make sure that everyone at the meeting is informed. If we have any information you need to be aware of, I'll get in touch as soon as we're done. I was angry and frustrated. He had tried to play me, and if Haliaka hadn't been on our side, he would have probably been successful. When I took the cookies, I also grabbed the remainder of the sandwiches. It was petty, but that was the sort of mood I was in. Haliaka walked with me to the break room, where I left everything for my colleagues. I thanked her profusely as we headed out to the parking lot. As she got into her car, I thanked her again. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't there. You're the best. I really am, aren't I? She laughed. I'm joking. This was an informal meeting. If it had been an official negotiation or even an official discussion, the union would have sent a numbers guy with you, and he would have seen the same thing. It's really not a big deal. I shook my head. It is for me. If nothing else, it tells me that they're not honest brokers here. I'm going to set up a meeting for tomorrow and see if we want to vote. Want to use the 4 building across from the studio? When Haliaka first met that dad, she was doing a financial audit of the studio. At its conclusion, she recommended that they purchase the derelict property across the street that had once been a Ford car dealership. With tax incentives, it cost them almost nothing to turn it into a skate park and small concert hall. I thought that using it was a great idea and texted my father to see if it was going to be used. I need to have 2 meetings to make sure that everyone could attend, regardless of their shift. Registered nurses make up almost 1/3 of the employees at an average hospital. That meant I had to contact over 300 people to let them know about the meeting. That was an insane number. I reached out to Ginny, my contact at the union. I was panicking and almost begged her to recruit people from the union to help me make all the calls. She laughed softly. Shelley, you need to step out of the 1980s. We have software that can make all the calls for us, and we have the phone number for every member of the union in our database. I'll send you a number to call where you can record the message, and within 5 minutes of you hanging up, nurses' phones should be ringing. I let out a sigh of relief. You're the best. Will you make the meetings tomorrow? Absolutely. And I won't be alone. We will bring coffee and snacks. What do you have for infrastructure? It's a concert hall, right? So you have seats. Do you have audio equipment they will let you use? Do you know the owners? It was my turn to laugh. Yeah, we've met. Getting them to let me use whatever I need isn't a problem. Having one of the owners on site trying to run everything might be. He's my father, and saying that he likes to be involved would be an understatement. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. I'll be there about an hour early for the first meeting. I'll send you the email with the recording information in about 10 minutes. It turned out that I was wrong. We needed to have 3 meetings, not 2. I somehow thought that we could split the 3rd shift workers between an early meeting and a late meeting, but the numbers didn't work out. In spite of doing our best to stress the importance of showing up, I had to make a lot of phone calls and speak to people who wouldn't be there. I had taken a personal day so I could get everything done. I called others who had taken personal days, were sick or were on vacation. I spent a lot of the time at the hall before the first meeting fretting about whether I had done everything that I was supposed to do. I listened to my recording at least 4 times and castigated myself for not emphasizing this or underscoring that. Ginny showed up early, as she had promised, and she had a small crew with her. As they hauled in the coffee and donuts, they were surprised to see 4 large urns already percolating and an array of pastries on folding tables. She looked over at me with a raised eyebrow. I shrugged. "I warned you. Dads. What can you do?" She laughed. "Definitely not a problem. We could never have too many donuts and his look better than ours anyway." The two of us greeted people as they entered and soon got things underway. I wasn't fond of public speaking and there were hundreds of people there, but I referred to my notes when I had to and muddled my way through. So, that's the results of the informal meetings. We had 2 official meetings, which were even less informative. We're going to take a vote on whether or not to strike, but first we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Hopefully you all know Ginny from the union, and to my left is Haliaka, our hired gun for financials. Anyone have anything they'd like to ask? Dad had hired some of the kids who used the skate park part of the property to help out, because of course he did. As people stood, the kids ran over with a microphone. I chose one at random. "I think I missed something. Earlier, did you say that they wanted to wait 7 years before we got what we were asking for?" It seemed like a lot of people had the same question or concern or sense of outrage. There was grumbling throughout the hall, and other people who were waiting for their chance to talk started doing so without the microphone. Ginny managed to calm people down before I answered. "Look, I'm trying to be neutral here and just give you the facts. I don't want my opinion to come into this, but yeah, it's sort of hard to stay neutral. They wanted to phase things in over a total of 7 years, which seems insulting." Someone from the back shouted out. "Not as insulting as them lying about how much money they're taking in." I shrugged. "I can't say that I disagree with you." It took another hour for us to answer all of their questions and finally got down to voting. Ginny and her assistants ran things. It was smoother than most federal elections, which was sad in a way. They were pros and knew what they were doing. They even had someone there videotaping everything in case the hospital wanted to claim shenanigans of some sort. We repeated this twice more for the other shifts, and I became increasingly grateful for Dad's coffee. He had new food brought in for each meeting. I guess it was good to be rich. At the end of the day, I was absolutely exhausted. After getting some sleep, I went into work, and before my shift, I spoke to Henry. "I'd like to set up a meeting for this evening with management, an official meeting. Listen, you weren't here yesterday, but I have the revised financials available whenever you want them. I'm sure we don't need to make any meeting official. What if you just grab a couple people and I'll grab a couple people and we'll hash things out?" I shook my head. "No, I'm making a request on the record for an official meeting this evening. Some people from the union will be here as well." "Okay, I can see where this is going. I'm sorry we couldn't handle things ourselves. 7 o'clock work?" "Fine." When I took my lunch, I again went to the bistro across the street. I ordered the exact same thing as last time, thanked the woman for the cookies again, and gave her my cell number. It wouldn't be ethical for me to give you any information before management received it, but if you call me at 8:30, I can let you know what's happening. I appreciate it. She had a frown, and it hit me again that the strike wasn't just impacting us. The woman glanced outside and saw a couple of empty tables. "Why don't you grab a table and I'll bring out your food when it's ready?" I walked outside and sat down and immediately heard a voice. "Hey lady, are you following me?" I quickly turned around and noticed Steve sitting at a table behind me, eating a sandwich. Smiling, I rolled my eyes. "Okay, I guess I deserved that. Nope, just getting lunch." He pushed out a chair with his foot. "Me too. Sit down. We can discuss my beautiful granddaughter." I thought about it for a second before taking the offered seat. Why not? He seemed like a nice enough guy, and I could use the distraction. We enjoyed our lunch together, and Steve was exactly who he should have been, a doting grandfather. I smiled as I saw him pause after showing me the 5th picture of Lucinda. He held his finger over the screen and he was clearly ready to show me more photos before realizing I may not have the same obsession with the little girl that he did. Steve reluctantly put his phone down and asked me about my day. "Stressful. You'll know why tomorrow. I can't really say anything. Gotcha. I'd expected more. I thought he might push for an explanation or be slightly annoyed at how vague I was. Neither was on the table. He just accepted what I said and shifted the topic to the food. When we were done, I headed back to the hospital while he walked over to the parking lot. I looked behind me to see him walking to a work truck. He didn't check me out as I walked away. I wasn't sure if I was relieved or insulted. The people that I worked with were professionals. They had to be. Patients' lives were in our hands. So they did their job, and when appropriate, they did with a smile on their face. But there was also a grim determination. A feeling of solidarity filled every hall of the hospital. I wasn't getting questions anymore, which was a relief. Instead, I get a nod from Janice in maintenance or Charlie from food prep. Our announcement would be official at the meeting, but everyone knew what was coming. When I got off, I went out to my car, lowered the seat, and got an hour's worth of sleep. Haliaka had texted me, and I answered once I woke up. She wanted to know if I needed her at the meeting. Thank you, but I'll be fine. The union is sending in their big guns. I'm probably not even needed. She replied almost immediately. Okay, good luck. I turned on the radio and closed my eyes for another 45 minutes. Finally, I took a deep breath and headed back into the hospital. This time, the meeting wasn't just populated by management and union members. The hospital had members of the board of directors there, and all of our union bigwigs had shown up. Honestly, it was much ado about nothing. We were going to verbally announce our intent to strike, provide them with the letter that said the same thing almost verbatim and was signed by the appropriate people, and then leave. I took a chair at the end of the table and sat waiting for the brief meeting to be over. When Lyle Collins saw me, he smiled and headed my way. I wasn't sure, but I believed that he was legal counsel for the hospital. A good-looking man. He had silver hair and was approaching 60. His suit likely cost more than my wardrobe. He took a seat next to me and leaned in, smiling with blindingly white teeth. Ms. Acton, I wish we were seeing each other again under better circumstances. In all honesty, most of the people on our side haven't been through a strike like this. You have the benefit of the expertise of your union. I'm afraid you may have the upper hand on us. If you're trying to get something done and you can't reach someone on our side, please give me a call. He handed me his card. As you can imagine, we'd love to have any issues resolved as quickly as possible. If you wouldn't mind, please let your colleagues know that there is no rancor on our end. I hope you know how much I respect what the nurses do day in and day out. I would have liked to have hated him. He was one of those people that were just too perfect. He was handsome, he was successful, he was charming, but worst of all, he seemed like a genuinely nice guy. He probably really meant it. I'd seen him spending time talking to guys in maintenance about the Rockies, and I'd seen him walking the families of patients to where they needed to be, not giving them directions, but actually walking them. I took his card and reluctantly thanked him. I'd much prefer to have a villain to rant against. As I'd expected, the meeting was over in less than 10 minutes. Both sides had designated contact people, and promises were made to set up preliminary discussions in 48 hours. In the meantime, unofficial commitments were made for the nurses to do the best they could to update procedure manuals. Nurses from around the country would be hired on short-term contracts and brought in to replace us. That may have sounded bad to outsiders, but we knew the reality. The patients weren't going to leave the hospital with us. They were still going to need care, and we had a moral obligation to make sure that they got the best care possible. The minute that the meeting was over, the phone chain started. Pre-prepared emails were sent out to newspapers, radio stations and television stations, and any sister unions were informed. As I got to my car, I called over to the bistro. Hi, I was there earlier. I'm one of the nurses. I just wanted to let you know that we're going on strike in exactly 10 days. We have comprehensive policy manuals for our replacements. I'll keep your menu in there for them, and we'll also have people outside striking. So hopefully you guys won't be hit too hard. I was a point of contact for the nurses, and I was also listed as someone media could reach out to, but I was 5th or 6th down the line on that list. People might be contacting me, but it was going to be a lot better than it had been during the lead up to our vote. I felt oddly relaxed as I drove home. We weren't in limbo anymore. This was actually happening. Steve. I gave one of our new guys a 20 and sent him over to the bistro to pick up coffee for all of us. Schlepping a ton of coffee was a job for someone who was new and had 2 arms. He came back babbling about how the nurses were on strike. I assumed that was what Shelley had been talking about. Grabbing my coffee, I made sure that the guys were doing what they should be doing before I took a walk around the building. There was nobody out there on the picket line. I called my contact with hospital maintenance. "Hey Steve, what can I do for you?" "Are the nurses on strike?" "Not yet. By law they have to give 10 days notice. It lets the hospital bring in new people so there's no problems with patients. But yeah, they made the announcement last night, so it's in the works." "Okay, thanks." After hanging up, I cursed under my breath. I went back and told the guys what was going on. "I'll call the office and see what I can do about overtime. I want as much of this done as possible before the strike starts. I don't know what our policy is about crossing picket lines, but if anyone has strong feelings one way or the other, let me know. We'll talk about it. Let's get to work." Getting any serious work done before they started their strike was going to be impossible, but I didn't mention that. The hospital was old and the board of directors was cheap. They should have been having regular work done on their power grid, but they kept letting it slide until they had no choice but to call us. To think that we could make a serious dent in the problems in 10 days was a joke. I spent 50% of my days working, 50% finding things that needed to be done at Mrs. McClarty's house, and 50% of my time answering texts from Gus, who was asking for pictures of his daughter. My son would have been irked by my lack of literalism when describing how 150% of my day was filled, but it was what it felt like. I had an endless stream of photos of my granddaughter on my phone to keep Gus satisfied. I got some overtime approved, but not as much as I would have liked. I wasn't the only one who realised that no matter what we did, 10 days wasn't going to be enough. It would have been a hell of a lot easier if the people at the hospital realised that. As each day before the strike ticked off, the pressure increased for us to get the work done. 5 days of my guys busting their arse had gone by working 10 to 12 hours a day before one of the idiots from hospital management got into a screaming match with me. As soon as I saw Michael Crawford walking towards me, I rolled my eyes. He had a ridiculously elaborate title, something like Director of Physical Properties, but in reality he was the property manager for the hospital. I knew that he had been catching a lot of crap for allowing things to get into the shape they were in, but that certainly wasn't our fault. He wanted everything done yesterday, wouldn't move on the budget, and thought he could do everyone's job better than they could. His arrogance was astonishing. Crawford got right up in my face, ripped off his sunglasses with a snarl and started his diatribe. "How the hell did you get your job? You're out here screwing with trees when you should be working on the junction boxes. We need this wrapped up and over with ASAP. I know you're not going to have everything done by the start of the strike, but you could at least make enough progress that I could bring it to the board as a bit of good news." I took 2 steps back. The reason we're dealing with the trees is because their roots are destabilising the poles that feed the power to the hospital. That should have been handled years ago. There are 23 trees bordering the property and we're only dealing with 4 of them. He stepped forward, closing that gap I had created. Some spittle flew as he continued his rant. "Just do what I'm telling you. Forget the trees for now. If you wanted to do some thinking, you should have gone to college instead of swinging a shovel." He looked down at where my arm should be. "And I have no idea how you would even do that." Trying to control my anger, I leaned back. "I have an MS in Material Sciences and Engineering, a BS in Construction Management, and ASs in both Civil Engineering Technology and Architectural Technology. That enough college for you? And take 2 steps back. Don't let the one arm slow you down. If you want to swing, then swing. Otherwise, keep a civil tongue in your mouth when you're talking to me. My guys have been busting their ass. We're ahead of schedule. I don't need you on our backs. You have no idea what you're talking about and you're too stupid to realise that." He stood there, mouth agape, and stared at me. I could almost read his mind. He was the great man with the fancy title. How dare I talk back to him? I turned and walked away. "Where do you think you're going? We're not done here." I spoke over my shoulder as I continued to walk. "Feel free to continue without me." I was in a bad mood for the rest of the day, and things only turned around when I got home, showered and headed next door to Mrs. McClarty's place. I was going to have to stop thinking of it that way. Now that the baby had arrived, it seemed much more firmly to be Gus and Shannon's home. Still, a couple of decades of conditioning was hard to break. We didn't have much family, and Mrs. McClarty had been an adoptive grandmother for Gus. Marianne opened the door for me when I knocked. Stephen. Marianne. That woman always seemed to have a stick up her butt. I knew that something had gone on between her and Shannon years ago, but she seemed to be making a determined effort to be a better grandmother than she had been a mother. She stayed with Shannon 4 days a week and only went home to her husband when Liz came by. Shannon was closer to her Aunt Liz than she was to Marianne, and that had to rankle. Her aunt had her own difficulties, though. She was still recently married, had adopted a teenager from California, and was a senior partner in her own law firm. Spending 3 days a week with her niece couldn't have been convenient. "Here to see Lucinda." I didn't realise that I was smiling until I saw Marianne's eyes soften as she gave me a small smile in response. "Yeah, if it's okay. Am I interrupting anything?" She patted me on the shoulder, which was a lot more affection than I'd ever received from her before. I had always felt that she was quietly judging me in her supercilious way. "You're a good grandfather. Were you aware that I had purchased a house for Shannon and Gus a block away from my own? It was perfect for a new family. There's a nearby park, it's a gated community, security is excellent, and the local schools are the best in the area. Of course, Lucinda will be going to a private school, but still. Anyway, I bought the home. Why not? It was perfect in every way. What I forgot was how stubborn your son is. He's almost as stubborn as my daughter. Both of them loved this home. And it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not what it could be, if that makes sense. So I had to live with it. It was bad enough knowing that Gus would be gone. Then we were dealing with Lucinda's heart. Now my daughter would be living on the opposite end of town in a home that wasn't optimal. You know what made it bearable? You. And your eccentric father. I couldn't help but worry. It's what mothers do. But I knew if the two of you were next door, my Shannon would be safe. They are in the TV room. Go spend time with your granddaughter. I just nodded. That may have been the longest conversation I ever had with Marianne, and I practically said nothing. It was certainly the deepest conversation we'd ever had. I didn't know how to react or what to say, so I just smiled, patted her arm, and walked to the TV room. Shannon was holding her daughter as I walked into the room. The volume was low on the TV, and my daughter-in-law seemed tired but content. As I watched the two of them, every frustration, every residual bit of anger, every worry flew from my mind on gossamer wings. "You doing okay, Shan?" She smiled up at me. "Fine. Sit down and hold your granddaughter." I did, and all was right with the world. A few hours later, I was back at home, lying in bed and relaxing. My window was open, and the air was cool, but not brisk. Shannon was playing her violin, and I could hear the music floating through the air, gently rising on unseen currents. I thought of all the years of Gus playing his trumpet on our back porch, as Mrs. McClarty would sit in her backyard with a blanket and her cat as she listened. I had stepped into her role, and I was fine with it. I was the older generation struggling against the natural cycle of life. My son was a man now. He had his own family. I could see my life spread out before me like a brick-laden path leading to my end. I was at the midway point and still relevant, but I probably had as many days behind me as I did ahead. It was okay. The most important job I would ever have in my life was completed. Gus wasn't just an adult. He was truly a good man. I'd made mistakes, but I wasn't ignorant of my successes. Everything was fine until Shannon began playing Canon in D. That was the song playing when my Lucinda walked towards me at the end of the aisle. I had stood there, my heart beating out of my chest, and I couldn't understand what I had done to be worthy of having her as my bride. Pop and I were agnostic Jews, but she was a Christian who had always dreamed of getting married in a beautiful church. I was happy to give that to her. If I could have lassoed the stars, I would have given her them as well. The happiest days of my life were spent with Gus's mother. The worst days of my life were spent watching her fade away as cancer took the woman I loved. Getting up, I closed the window and lay back down again. It had taken me a long time to deal with her loss. It was my father that finally pulled me out of my surrender to despair. He told me I had to snap out of it, and that I had a son to raise. I railed against the fates that had left me alone to try to do right by a little boy I couldn't fully understand. I railed against Lucinda for leaving me, and then I dealt with the guilt for blaming her. I railed against my father for making me deal with reality. I broke his jaw that horrible night. I could still see his hurt, disappointed eyes. He just asked me if I felt better now and told me to go see my son. His face hadn't started to swell yet, but I was still full of shame. Gus was asleep, so I lay down on the floor next to his bed. There was no questioning the next morning. He wasn't surprised to see his father asleep on the carpet. As he woke me and told me he was hungry. As I poured him his cereal and cut up a banana, I promised myself and Lucinda to never fail him again. I broke that promise again and again, but in spite of my failings, he became one of the best men that I knew. I awoke in my own bed with faint echoes of Canon in D dancing through my mind. That was almost immediately ruined by my father getting into the shower and singing some 60s or 70s rock. He was exactly as good of a singer as you would imagine him to be. The sun wasn't fully up yet, and we had 2 crews running today. I was going to straddle both, so I didn't have to go into work for a while. I normally didn't need the alarm clock. I had the ability to wake up when I needed to get up. The problem was that once I was up, I couldn't go back to sleep, especially not with my father's impression of Rod Stewart wailing in the background. I figured I would get up and do some of the monthly maintenance we needed for the home. But first, I'd stay in bed for a few more minutes and try to hold on to the dreams I'd had of my wife. Something had shifted while I was asleep. While Canon in D would forever be a part of my heart and soul, it wasn't as painful anymore. The seasons were changing. It was time for me to reap instead of sow. I'd had my time in the sun with Lucinda. That was behind me now. I dated plenty over the years, but I had never truly loved again and knew that I wouldn't. Pop found me in front of the computer when he came downstairs. Want some eggs? I was constantly astonished by that man's health and constitution. He was as regular as a sunrise. Knowing what he was going to do, I almost shuddered. For him, making eggs for the 2 of us would include at least half a pound of bacon and 10 eggs fried in bacon fat. If he found anything that caught his eye in the fridge, he'd throw that in as well. Sausage, salsa, cheese of questionable age. It didn't matter. It all went in. I'm good, thanks. Just paying the bills. Yeah? How long you think it's going to take, Shannon, to realise we've been paying the utilities? I smiled. I don't know, 3-4 years. Is everything all right? You doing okay for money? He squinted as he nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. We just rolled the money over we were sending Gus for his college stuff, so it's not any better or worse than it's been for years now. Listen, I'm working the charter tomorrow. Keep an eye out for a package for me. Sure. What's going to be in the package? I could hear him grumbling about the fridge as he answered. I got a big box of Nonna. I rolled my eyes, knowing what was coming next. Still, it made him happy, so I fed him his straight line. Nonna? What's Nonna? Yeah, it's none of your business, so just let me know when it shows up. I knew what he was going to be in the box, and I also knew that he was embarrassed by how excited and emotional he was about his great-granddaughter. He had left the window open on the computer when he placed the order. It was a onesie in pink with the image of a fishing rod on the front with the text, "I'd rather be fishing with Pop." 3 or 4 days a week, he worked on charter fishing boats. It was informal, it was something he enjoyed, and it put a few dollars in his pocket to supplement his retirement. The crew liked having him there. Pop was surprisingly good with the public, and was excellent with drunks who got belligerent after a few too many beers while fishing. Even at his age, he was a big, intimidating guy who had that old man strength going for him. He'd bring home a cooler full of fish, and those coolers had helped us through a lot of lean times. Thankfully, my promotion came with a hefty raise, and we were living a lot more comfortably now. Did you hear that the hospital is messing with the nurses? My back was to him, and we were separated by a wall, but I still knew exactly what he was doing. He had his favourite cast iron pan out, had the bacon cooking, the carton of eggs would be on the counter to the right of the pan, and the loaf of bread would be next to the toaster along with his apricot jam. His only concession to his health would be that the bread was 7 grain, and that was only because Kate, his girlfriend, insisted on it. Messing with them how? I called back. With money and staffing, and it's not just a bit. It doesn't seem right. I hope some people support them. I heard something about a strike at the hospital. That's the nurses? It is. I think they start in 4 days. I wonder if they can send some cops over to keep an eye on things. People get irrational, you know? Their family is in the hospital and nurses are on the picket line. Yeah? I had to be careful. I didn't want to lay it on too thick. Pop liked staying busy, and he also had a hero complex. A little nudge was all it really needed. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. I could hear the sizzling of the bacon while he thought things over. You have to be a nurse to join the picket line? Good question. I don't think so. I think you just have to support the working man and want to make a difference. Maybe I'll stop by. I paid our bills, mowed Mrs. McClarty's lawn and went to work. It was an uneventful day, which was nice. Everyone except for that idiot Crawford was a pleasure to work with at the hospital. Unfortunately, you could cut the tension with the proverbial knife in there. The strike was days away, and my assumption was that no progress was being made. Pops's present for Lucinda showed up the next day, and he wanted me with him when he gave it to her. It was striking how something so incongruent could be so right. He sat on their couch in his jeans and a white tank top, his tattoos peeking out and his white hair kept short and tight. I could mentally strip away 30 years and see him as I had as a child. He had been a huge, formidable force, and age had stripped very little of that away. Pop still had arms and the chest that would put younger men to shame, and he looked exactly like what he was, a retired Marine who could still kick ass. And yet there he sat holding an 8 Elbs, 3 Oz treasure that cooed up at him as he looked down at her in adoration. They fit together, grizzled old warrior and wondrous innocent baby. How that worked, I had no idea, but it did. It was inarguable. When we were finally ready to go back to our place, he tried to explain to Marianne how to cook the fish he had stuffed in their freezer. She smiled and nodded, but I knew there wasn't a chance in hell that she would be touching that fish. At the very best, she would allow her cook to prepare it for them. I was astonished that my son had married into a family where his mother-in-law had a private cook. Grabbing my glasses, I picked up the latest Robert Craze novel and sat down to do some reading. Pop was about to head upstairs when he stopped and turned to me. Forgot to tell you, there's a dance at the VFW on Friday. We're going. By we, you mean you and Kate? He shrugged. Well, yeah, but you too. I looked at him over my glasses. When was the last time you made decisions like that for me? When I was 15, 16. I appreciate the heads up. If I decide to go, I'll see you there. He shook his head. You haven't been down there in more than 6 months. Those men and women have supported Gus since you moved into this house, and most of them showed up at the hospital when your granddaughter was born. Don't be an asshole. Get down there, shake a few hands, and then leave if you want to. He was right, and I wasn't happy with that fact. My father holding the moral high ground was never a good thing. I had a drawer in my bedroom with the ties Gus or Pop had prepped for me. All I had to do was put it around my neck and pull it tight. Friday night, I chose one that worked with my blue suit, tightened it up, put on some cologne, and headed over to the VFW. The parking lot was packed, which was a good sign. It sometimes felt like the organisation was aging itself out. There were few members my age or younger, and maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Places like the VFW had served as more than just a building or a place to drink for generations of soldiers. It was where they came to spend time with others who would implicitly understand what they had been through. For many, it was better than any therapist's couch. If that was no longer as needed, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. When any fraternal organization in Pueblo had an event that was open to the public, members of all of them would support the event. I could hear the band playing as I paid my entry fee at the door. Walking around, I shook hands with most of the veterans and answered questions about Gus and Lucinda. Almost every man in the place had been like an uncle to my son. They taught him how to build a wooden car for the Pinewood Derbies in Cub Scouts. They taught him how to throw a football, how to break in a baseball mitt, and they taught him how to curse in at least 6 languages. There hadn't been a time I could recall when Gus hadn't wanted to be a Marine. The men and women there had babysat him when I had to work overtime, had attended his recitals, had praised him when he was first learning how to play trumpet, and had raised money for a scholarship when he went to college. Pop was right. I owed each and every one of them a debt. When I was done speaking to someone about my granddaughter, the woman working the bar waved me over. She leaned in close to be heard over the band. "Steve, this is Emily. She just joined last month. Emily, meet Steve, 2nd-generation Marine." Emily looked to be about my age and was cute. She had short red hair, a pale complexion, and a dusting of freckles. She shook my hand. "Do you dance, Marine? I was feeling old until I stepped in here tonight. You and I are probably the youngest people here. Don't make me get out there with someone who needs a walker." I laughed and we hit the dance floor. Emily was funny, smart and retired Army. We stayed out there for a while before finding a table. We were chatting when Kate brought over 2 beers for us and sat down. "Taking a break from keeping the women away from your father. He'll be here in a minute." She smiled at Emily. "Hi, I'm Kate." They were soon chatting like old friends. Kate wasn't joking about Pop. I didn't know what it was, but women always liked him. They'd been together for years, and yet he still had single women stop by bringing him cake and pies. Before he left for college, they often claimed it was for Gus, but they found a way to spend as much time as possible with Pop. Before the evening was over, Emily agreed to go out to dinner with me the following Tuesday. I left happy that I had shown up. It was impossible to be too wrapped up in the birth of my granddaughter, but still, it was good to get out and do something different. 2 days later, the strike started. I noticed Shelley on the picket line, and a few hours later, Pop had joined them. "Shelley." I was more nervous on the first day of the strike than I was on the first day working at this hospital. How bizarre was that? When you think about it, it made a certain amount of sense. I was coming to the hospital with an extensive background in the field, and having done the same job at a larger hospital with a heavier workload. I knew what I was getting into there, but being a point person for a strike, totally new. I showed up early. I had folding tables to put pamphlets on. I brought bottled water, and I went across the street and bought a dozen coffees. It was a sunshiny day, and I was going to be the rootinest, tootinest strike person ever. I had the new sneakers that Dad had bought me, and a smile on my face. I was ready to convert everybody who passed us on the sidewalk to our cause. What shot a bullet through my nauseating optimism? Perpetual, non-ending boredom. I wasn't engaging in a debate with anyone. Nobody stopped to talk or wanted to learn about the strike. The few of us that were there were delighted when someone would honk their horn and wave as they drove by. It wasn't heartbreaking, but it was a little disappointing. I was there to fight the good fight, and my battling turned out to be with my aching knees. We walked back and forth, we passed out some pamphlets, and we waved at people who honked. That was about it. I was probably a little too enthusiastic when someone finally approached us. He looked familiar, but Pueblo was a small city. Almost everyone looked familiar. He was a large, older man wearing jeans, work boots, and a black t-shirt. "Hey, just wanted to come down and show my support. Anything I can do to help out." I shook his hand. "Hi. I'm Shelley. You are?" Everybody calls me Pop. I thought I could hold one of those signs and walk around a bit. Anybody give you trouble? Trouble? We were at a hospital in Pueblo, not a steel plant in Detroit. Did this guy think Jimmy Hoffa was going to show up? No, no trouble. We'd be delighted to have you join us, Mr. Pop. Okay, good deal. What do I tell people if they ask why you're striking? I gave him some of our pamphlets and a folding chair. He read up on what the strike was about and why it was needed. When he was done reading, he got up, grabbed a placard, and started walking. Maybe I had been wrong. If I gave it more time, maybe we would get more engagement. Nope. It was just him. The day went by and he was the only one to stop by and engage with us. At the end of the day, I threw away my tepid coffee. Pop loaded my folding tables into my trunk for me and then put the cases of water in the back seat. Have you thought about setting up where the guys doing the construction are working? I'll bet you a bunch of them wouldn't cross the picket line. I smiled. That's a good idea. But they work all over the parking lot, and I have no idea where they'll be from one day to the next. I may be able to help with that. I know a guy. I'll see you tomorrow, Shelley. Keep fighting the good fight. We had 2 shifts of picketers, but I felt obligated to stay for both. In the afternoon, there were 4 women and 2 men. They asked me to join them for supper at a local diner, but we had spent hours exhausting every topic of conversation, and I was ready to get home to watch something mindless on TV. I ordered a Caesar salad with chicken breast from the bistro across the street and headed back to my place. My phone rang, and I didn't recognize the number. I paused Netflix. This is Shelley. Shelley, this is Lyle from the hospital. Do you have a moment? Even this guy's voice was smooth. I wondered if it was all natural or if he practiced his delivery. Maybe it was a lawyer thing. I could imagine him growing up wanting to be some famous litigator, using only his words to sway a jury and practicing in front of a mirror. I have some time. What's up, Lila? As serious and as ugly as a strike is, it's going to end eventually. When that time comes, I want to ensure that the nurses know they are appreciated. This has nothing to do with the strike and everything to do with an ongoing relationship. I was hoping you would let me pick your brain, and we could come up with a few ways to show the nursing staff that we care. If that works for you, maybe we could talk tomorrow over dinner. That sounded like a ton of horse shit, but only when I sat back and thought about it. He had a way of making everything sound reasonable on the surface. Are you sure that this isn't some elaborate way of asking me out to dinner? He chuckled warmly. No, I wish I was that smart, Shelley. I think of this strike as a necessary evil. When it's over, I'd like us to move forward as smoothly and as positively as possible. I'm being genuine about that. If you'd be interested, I'd like to take you out for dinner another time where we wouldn't discuss work at all. I was guessing that the man was at least 20 years my senior, but he had a way about him. I really did think that he was being genuine. You know who else was genuine, or at least appeared that way? My ex-husband. He was also smooth, quick with a smile and handsome. Factor in that he was a cheating piece of crap, and I had little interest in going to dinner with any over-educated perma-tanned metrosexuals. Let me get back to you, Lyle. I'd like to talk to my contact with the union and see if there are any ethical concerns about having a private meeting with someone from the hospital management. Of course. And if you're open to dinner without any business-related agenda, that would be lovely. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you. I get it. It was people like me, with an attitude like mine, that made Middle Americans feel that people from the coasts were unrelentingly arrogant. Well, reality is what it is, regardless of whether you find it ugly or not. I came from Los Angeles and I've been to New York. The very best restaurants in Pueblo would be average in either of those cities. I was tired of people recommending Olive Garden when I asked for recommendations for good Italian. So, yeah, I convinced myself to allow Lyle to take me to dinner. If it was going to be on the hospital's dime, I would insist on La Forchetta da Masi, probably the best Italian place in Pueblo. I was determined to use the opportunity to pick his brain about the strike and what their plans were. It was a fair swap for letting him know what would make the nurses happy on an ongoing basis after the strike was over. He didn't need to know about my ulterior motives. I called him back the next day. "Lyle, this is Shelley. If you're still interested in asking me some questions, I'm available tonight. Do I get to choose the restaurant?" He seemed happy to hear my voice. "Absolutely." We met in the parking lot, and he was again wearing what seemed to be a custom suit. With most men, I wondered if they cleaned up well. With Lyle, I wondered how he would look when dressed casually. It was inarguable that the man was handsome and well-spoken. It was also inarguable that he was close to my father's age. When we were seated, he asked me to order an appetizer, and then he did the same. It was a strong move. I hated that macho posturing where the man orders for the woman he barely knows. I found that grating and obnoxious. We shared both plates, and I was surprised by the quality of the mozzarella in the caprese salad. The antipasta was decent, but the waiter touted the fresh local basil and tomatoes, as well as the aged balsamic in the caprese. Lyle smiled over at me, and I had to wonder how much he spent on teeth whitening. "So, would you mind if we took this chronologically instead of just spitballing concepts?" I shrugged. "Sure." I took a quick glance around and realised that I was a little overdressed. It wasn't a concern, as Lyle was way overdressed. If anyone was going to be looking at our table, they'd be seeing him. I just relaxed in the shadow of his perfectly coiffed hair, manicured fingers and tanned face that made him look like he visited a mudding spa a few times a month. I'd be willing to wager that he killed it with the over 50 set. We were between the appetizers and entrees as we enjoyed our wine. He jumped right in. "Strictly as a gesture to show that management appreciates everything that you nurses do, how could we demonstrate that on a daily, a monthly and quarterly basis?" We bounced some ideas back and forth, and every few moments he would pause and text notes to himself. In the meantime, I tried to slip in a question here and a question there that would give me some clue about his thoughts on the strike. Either he didn't notice, or he didn't care. Lyle was open and happy to answer any questions that I had. I had considered ordering the calamari, but didn't want to get too adventurous with a place I wasn't familiar with. Instead, I ordered the chicken française. It was good enough for me to wish that I had been a bit more avant-garde. Actually, I started wondering if I actually was one of those snooty assholes I thought the locals would hate. The restaurant wasn't having any issues at all meeting my expectations. When we finished the meal and Lyle had paid, we sat and talked over espresso. He finally walked me out to my car, thanked me for a beautiful night, and kissed my hand. I had to give it to him. Lyle was suave. The next day I was back at the picket line, my hiatus in the land of culinary heights over. I ate a banana and a slightly stale buttered roll as I marched back and forth. I had been there for a few hours when the woman from our union parked behind us and came stomping over. She stood in front of me, stopping my pacing, and raised her eyebrows and hands in a questioning gesture, not saying a word. I was completely confused. Good morning?" "Good morning, that's what you've got? You're giving me a good morning?" "Look, I have no idea what's going on here. Was I supposed to do something I didn't?" I could see her face getting red and thought she might be chewing the inside of her cheek. "How about doing something you shouldn't have done? Something so stupid I didn't think it was necessary to go over." I started getting angry. "Such as?" The woman stared at me while shaking her head. "Such as meeting with the hospital's corporate lawyer and feeding him information on what would make the nurses happy. He's filed a temporary restraining order that's leading to an injunction to stop the strike. He told the judge that he met with a representative from the nurses and had a fruitful discussion about what would make them happy. He even had detailed notes. He said that the hospital would be happy to meet each of those goals while negotiating in good faith on the other points of contention. You screwed us, Shelley." I couldn't summon any words. I was too shocked and embarrassed to even be outraged by Lyle's actions. Meanwhile, she continued, "We have a small firm from Denver on retainer, but they can't handle something like this. We reached out to a local firm. I'm hoping and praying they can straighten this out. We've set up an appointment for them to meet you this afternoon. If you weren't deliberately trying to screw us over, You'll meet her this afternoon. I'll text you their contact information. Of course I'll go. He played me for a fool. I was such an idiot. I thought that I was using him and getting information about what their plans were for the strike. I just feel so stupid. What's next? She shook her head in disgust. What's next is that I stay here and you go home. Wait for my text. I did what she said. When I was a few minutes from my place, I started to feel nauseous. Parking haphazardly, I ran inside and stood over the toilet. My stomach was a roiling mass of acid as I stood there and stood there and stood there. After finally realising that nothing was coming up, I ate at Tums every 5 minutes for the next 20 minutes. My mortification was there, but it started getting pushed out by anger. I wanted to get even with Lyle, but knew that was far-fetched. Before I could even indulge in revenge fantasies, I needed to try to repair whatever damage I'd done. Sitting down at the kitchen table, I grabbed a pen and started making notes. Everything that I could remember about our conversations went into that little notepad. I even included as much as I could remember about his initial overtures and invitation. As I was working, I got the text with the address of the law firm. When I was done, I sat in front of my laptop and tried to put everything in chronological order and turn it into a cohesive narrative. I printed up 3 copies and then sat there watching the moments tick by. My frustrations boiling over, I finally left early. It took me 15 minutes to arrive, but my appointment wasn't for another hour. I sat in my car outside of their building for a while before getting out and walking along the sidewalk. After killing enough time, I went inside and took a seat. After a while, a tall man wearing cowboy boots and a bolo tie with a suit came out to shake my hand. Sorry, this receptionist had to use the ladies' room. I'm Judge Salister. Did you have an appointment? Yes, I'm Shelley Acton. The union made an appointment for me. A pleasure, Ms. Acton. Your meeting is with my partner. Why don't you follow me and I'll bring you over to her office? Could we get you some tea or something else to drink? No, thank you. He rapped his knuckles on the open door to a spacious office. There was an attractive woman sitting behind a large desk, and I didn't realise how tall she was until she stood. The judge waved me in. You're 3:30. Ms. Shelley Acton, from the union. The woman looked at me with a gaze that said she could immediately assess my voting history, my height and weight, and what I had for lunch 2 weeks ago. She had the eyes of a trainer of thoroughbreds or boxers, evaluating and making judgments. She smiled as she spoke, and that made me a lot more comfortable. You're a neonatal nurse, aren't you? How the hell did she know that? I am. Do we know each other? She stepped from behind the desk and shook my hand. No, we've never met. But you were on duty when my niece gave birth. There were issues. The baby had a shadow murmur. I smiled and nodded. Lucinda, she's a beautiful girl. There were no issues with the heart, right? And the mother was Shannon? Her husband is a Marine. The lawyer's eyes widened. Yes, Shannon Poplin. Sorry, Shannon Kirschbaum. I slip up sometimes and go by her maiden name. That's quite a memory you have. Not really. Her father-in-law is in charge of the construction crew working on the grounds of the hospital. He's shown me more than a few pictures of Lucinda. The woman laughed. I'll bet. Well, what was an interesting case just became personal. We were briefed on what occurred, and it was annoying on a professional level. Lawyers like that man are why the people in our profession have their own category of jokes. The judge here is like a grandfather to Shannon. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Liz Armigido, and we're going to cut this man off at his knees. The judge interrupted, and I turned his way. He looked like a well-to-do cowboy grandpa, maybe someone who lectured at a university in Arizona. He seemed approachable, but had a confident air and gave off an aura of erudition. Shelley, are you sure we can get you anything? Maybe a sandwich or a coffee? No, thank you, sir. He smiled and waved off my remark. It's not, sir, and the title of judge is now honorary. I haven't been on the bench in years. Actually, Shannon and her father played at my retirement party. Do you mind if I sit in? I've known Lyle for years. He looks the part, but he couldn't litigate his way out of a paper bag. If Liz and I both show up and I'm her co-counsel, pardon my French, but he'll shit a brick. I couldn't stop the laugh that escaped my lips. The last thing I expected was for this man to curse. Whatever you think is best. I'm an open book. I just want to help repair the damage I've done. He offered that reassuring smile again. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Liz would be at the top of her field in any law firm in the world. She just happens to be in love with Pueblo. Trust me, when this overpaid hospital shyster finds out he's up against her, he's going to regret manipulating you. For the first time in a while, I was able to relax. Liz reached over and pushed a button on her intercom. Peter, could you bring in some fruit and 3 waters? Thanks. Whether I wanted something to eat or drink or not, it was provided. I handed each of them a copy of my notes and answered all the questions that they had. I thought it was pretty cut and dry, but both of them asked questions that I should have anticipated, and other questions I would have never have thought of in a million years. Okay, so the good news is that he should have filed everything before the strike began, Liz started. Unfortunately, that doesn't prevent him from doing so now, but it doesn't look great, and any judge would hesitate before approving an injunction against a strike already in motion. I'm confident that it's a delaying technique, and that is something to force the nurses back to work for an additional 2 weeks or so. We have to go in tomorrow and file a formal response. We're going to push to start the pleadings immediately. It sounds bigger than it is, but we'll just be arguing in front of the judge. We'll likely wrap things up in 1 day, 2 at most. I nodded. I'm really sorry about all of this. He seemed so sincere, and I really thought that I could get some sort of an advantage. She shook her head. Don't worry about it, Shelley. This is what he does, and he's pretty good at it. Notice that I'm not talking about the practice of law or arguing before a judge. No, that's not his forte. He manipulates people. He got to you, but he would have gotten to most anyone. Let us do our jobs, and I'll get back to you with any questions, and I'll reach out to let you know how things are resolved. In the meantime, good luck with the strike, and thank you for taking such good care of my niece and Lucinda. The first thing that I did when I got out of my car was to call the woman from the union. I explained everything that had occurred. All right. I appreciate the update. You have my apologies if I was a little, irate this morning. She couldn't see me, but I shook my head. No, that was totally my fault. Actually, it wasn't. You're a nurse, Shelley, and from what I've heard, you're excellent at what you do. I should have explained that management would try to manipulate you, or attempt to divide and conquer with the nurses. We didn't prepare you, and that's on me. Okay, that's good to hear, I guess, but it doesn't make me feel any less the idiot. Can I share some privileged information with you, Shelley? From what I've heard, those magnificent teeth of his. Dentures. I laughed, and it felt like things returned to normal between us. I didn't feel like being alone, and as it was already late in the afternoon, I grabbed some takeout for all of us and went to Dad's place. Haliaka was weeding their front lawn when I showed up with the food. It was weird in its normalcy. If Norman Rockwell had been rich, this is what his life would look like. Of all the thoughts I've had of my father throughout my life, him doing yard maintenance or cleaning out the gutters never entered my mind. Not once. He was always the famous, powerful and wealthy dad that I saw once in a blue moon. He was limousines and 5-star restaurants, not lawnmowers and fertilizer. And yet, there was his wife in shorts, a comfortable-looking shirt, sneakers and a scarf over her hair as she listened to music and tended their yard. Honestly, they were perfect together. Dad needed someone to humanize him. His best friend was a legendary rock star, and his business partner, and his other best friend was a pioneer goddess of rock who was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He spent hour after hour at work hanging out with musicians trying to create their masterpieces. Haliaka was real life and she grounded him. The flip side of that was he loved her without reservations and was 100% dedicated to making her happy. It took my father way too long to live his best life, but I was happy to be around to see it. "Need some help?" She shook her head and stretched. "No, I was about to head inside and get some lemonade." She nodded towards my bags of takeout. "What have you got?" "I found a new fast casual place. It's fried chicken, but there's no grease. They use air fryers. I got some sandwiches, some sides, and a family-sized..." That was weird. Where did that come from? For as long as I could remember, Dad had been Dad, and family had been my mother and stepfather. Out of nowhere, when I say the word family to Haliaka, my mind grinds to a halt and my tongue stops working. I wasn't choked up, and it wasn't some transcendent moment or anything, but something shifted in my soul. He wasn't just Dad, and he wasn't just some iconic figure who drifted in and out of my life. And she wasn't just his partner. They were family. Somehow that word held a great deal of meaning for me. I had been betrayed by my husband. I had been betrayed by Lyle, and maybe, in some self-centered way, I had been betrayed by my job. But it was okay. I had family, and I knew in my bones that they would always be there for me. Haliaka was staring at me, waiting for me to finish my sentence. Instead, I walked over, hands full of bags, and wrapped my arms around her. She laughed. "Ugh, I'm a sweaty mess." "Thanks for being there for Dad. Thanks for being there for me. I'm glad you're in my life." She took a step back and had a look of concern in her eyes. "Shelley, is everything all right?" "It wasn't, but it will be. I was incredibly stupid and messed some things up, but it's going to be okay." We went inside and I told her all about it, how Lyle had used me, about how overconfident I was, and how the lawyer the union got for us was related to one of my patients. I remember that guy from the meetings. He was a smarmy ass. Lyle had popped in and out of the informal meetings we had with the hospital when Haliaka was helping us with the financials. Smarmy covers it. That's part of what drew me to your father, you know. There's not an ounce of subterfuge in him. Within a couple of minutes of meeting him, you know exactly how he feels about you. That man has his flaws, but being disingenuous certainly isn't one of them. I thought back on my history with men. The stereotype is that girls rebel against their father by choosing the cliched bad boy. Well, I heard all the rumours about Dad, and I knew the people that he hung out with. If it wasn't out of the fear of a repeat of Altamont, he would have hired some Hell's Angels to work security at my birthday parties. He was legit feared in the business. I'd seen him slip into protector mode and break down record executives, venue managers, and anyone who he felt screwed with his people. How do you rebel against that by dating a bad boy? The answer was you didn't. Instead, I spent my life pursuing men who were hyper-educated, glib, well-coiffed, and often condescending. When my father would spend 45 minutes talking to a hot dog vendor, my husband and the men I had dated would be casually supercilious to those they felt below them, and would never even consider that those they talked down to would catch on. I sighed and resolved to look in a different direction in the future. I needed to blaze my own path. Maybe there was a third choice out there, just a decent blue-collar nice guy who would appreciate me for what I brought to the table. Haliaka reached over the kitchen counter and took my hand. "Cheer up. I'm going to tell you something, but you have to promise not to laugh at your father." Intrigued, I quickly agreed. "Okay, he's in the basement online booking his attendance at a convention." I shrugged. "Okay, that's it." She smiled. "Ask me the name of the convention and what seminar he's the most excited for." I did. "It's Holly Jollycon in North Pole, Wyoming. That's literally the town's name, and they have the convention for professional Santas every year. He's excited about all of it, but can't stop talking about a seminar called the ABCs of Ho Ho Ho." I tried very, very hard not to laugh. With the exception of his beloved birch beer soda and thin mint cookies, Dad wouldn't admit to being enthusiastic about anything, regardless of how obvious it is. He helps run a concert for charity every year in the winter. And when the music is over, Santa makes an appearance and spends time with disadvantaged children. And yes, Dad plays Santa. He absolutely loves it. But the chances of him admitting that are next to zero. For me, the whole thing was nothing but bonuses. I was pretty sure that there was where Haliaka fell in love with him, and it solved one of my most irritating problems with my father. What do you buy for a man who was as rich as he is and who has the contacts that he has? Well, it turns out that he gushes over absolutely anything having to do with Christmas. His basement is full of Santa-related stuff. I thought he might cry when I found a first pressing of a Burl Ives album of Christmas songs. He'd probably get into a fistfight with anyone who mentioned his reaction, which wouldn't be great for a man in his early 60s. He has that album hanging in his office. And Haliaka opened the door near their living room and called down the stairs. "Mike, Shelley is here and she brought dinner." Dad came up to join us for dinner and it looked as if the smile on his face was going to be permanent. Haliaka told me about this convention. Has it been around for a while? It was as if he had appointed himself their PR man. He regaled me with their history as we divvied up the salads. Dad was okay with spice and so was I, but Haliaka loved heat in her food. I'd gotten her the Nashville hot chicken, and she swapped half of hers with Dad. He didn't even look at her as she did so. Didn't have to. It was so natural and organic for them that he just kept talking and looking at me with those excited eyes as his hands found the new inclusion on his plate. The two of them were such a matched pair that it was adorable. But enough about my stuff. What's going on with the strike and your people? I shrugged. Having just gone over the deal with Lyle a few minutes earlier when I spoke to Haliaka, I didn't feel like bringing it up again. It's okay, I guess. We've got some more people down to march with us, so that's nice. Dad looked up at me. Allies from other unions? Putting my fork down, I shook my head. Nope. Oddly enough, it's a bunch of ex-military people. It started out on the first day. There was a guy about your age, maybe a few years younger, who came down and said he wanted to march with us. He reminds me of you, actually. He's bigger. The guy looks like he retired from the military so we could start a new career wrestling bears. Anyway, people from the VFW and the American Legion have been coming down, most of them 2 or 3 days a week. He's there every day. I'm telling you, more people certainly doesn't suck. The big guy, he has a knack for knowing where the construction crew is going to be working, so I have us set up there every morning before they arrive. About half the crew won't cross the picket line and it's slowing everything down. Great for us, not so great for the hospital. As long as it doesn't put anyone in danger, I couldn't care less. That's good, I guess. This guy just appeared out of nowhere. That doesn't sound weird to you. You want me to look into them? What was with men around 60? Was there a trend towards paranoia I wasn't aware of? No, Dad, it's fine. He's just a nice guy with too much time on his hands. Rockefeller didn't send him down to do some union busting. You may even know him. You'd think the sun rises and sets on his grandson. The guy's in the Marines, but he grew up here and he plays the trumpet. He was pretty serious too, so you may have crossed paths. Yeah? What's the kid's name? Gus. I don't know his last name. Dad put down his birch beer and sat back in his seat. You've got to be shitting me. He leaned away as Haliaka gently slapped his arm for cursing. That's the kid who made the flippy books. Remember them? He was dating Ethan's daughter. She played violin. They have a jug band. Things clicked in my head. Maybe they should have earlier, but as a nurse you're a deep and integral part of someone's life, but usually not for a long time. I didn't remember seeing the old guy in the waiting room, but now that I realised that his grandson was likely the Marine with a little girl with the heart murmur, everything made a lot more sense. Gus's father was Steve, and Steve's father was Pop. It felt weird calling anyone but my father Pop, but that's what he insisted on. No wonder the man knew where the construction crew was going to be working every morning. And if that was the case, why would Steve keep telling him? You'd figure that the first time we were picketing near him and interrupting his workflow, information to his father would dry up. Was Steve trying to help us? Steve. I sat on the edge of my bed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I needed water and mouthwash in equal measure. Pop made his 5-alarm chili the previous night, and my mouth felt like a fuzzy dumpster fire. Getting to my feet, I stretched and made an involuntary moaning sound. Getting old sucked. By the time I got downstairs, Pop was in the kitchen folding the rest of his chili into an omelette. Chili, mixed in with eggs. I had no idea how Kate put up with him. That was just an abomination. I took out a 20 and left it on the table. Do me a favour. I can have a banana or something for breakfast. The chili hit me hard. If you're going down to the hospital today, could you pick me up a sandwich on your way? We'll be in the back southwest. We have to tear up a bunch of concrete and then dig a couple of trenches. We'll be right off Maple. He tried to look casual as he slowly grabbed his phone and started texting. Sure, not a problem. Turkey and Swiss? I smiled, knowing he was texting Shelley or one of the union people. That would be great, and it's going to be a nice day. Get something for yourself with the change. He looked up at me with a frown on his face and one eyebrow raised. Why, that is so generous, son. I would have never thought of that. I laughed. Yeah. Enough with the sarcasm. If I don't see you there, I'll catch you tomorrow. I have a date with Emily tonight. Good. I like her and I know folks. She's good people. I can tell. I stopped at the cafe across from the hospital and got a carton of coffee and a bunch of paper cups for the guys. Surprisingly, half of the strikers happened to be on Maple Street right near where we were going to work. One of my guys approached me. Look, Steve, I need you to get me on a new crew. I can't cross the picket line. My grandfather would roll over in his grave. On the other hand, I've got kids to feed, you know? You owe me. So I need you to make this happen. I stared at him for a couple of seconds after he stopped speaking. Larry, what the hell do I owe you for? Did you go out on a limb for me sometime that I don't know about? He looked to my left for a second before meeting my eyes. Okay, so you don't owe me per se, but I bust my ass for you every day, you know that. I'm reliable, I'm a hard worker, and I know my stuff. That has to be worth something. I sighed. I'll do what I can. Halfway through the day, Dad approached me and tossed a brown paper bag my way. I had to drop my clipboard to catch it. One hand, remember, old man? What was that? Were you saying thank you, Scab? I rolled my eyes. I'm not a scab, and you know it. Tell Emily I said hi. My sandwich and my drink were in the bag, as was a roll of Tums. I sat in the shade of a tree on the back of my pickup as I listened to some music and ate my lunch. Curdling my stomach more than the memories of Pop's chili was the sight of Michael Crawford storming my way with a stick up his arse the size of a sequoia. Kirschbaum. He was still 20 yards away, so I ignored him. Kirschbaum, I continued, ignoring him. His face was red as a tomato by the time he got to me. Putting my sandwich down, I raised a finger to my lips. Shh. I'm on lunch. I'll be back on the clock in 40 minutes. He was sweating, and it looked as if there was too much pressure behind his eyeballs. They were almost bulging out, and when you add in the specks of white spittle on his lips, I was seriously concerned that he was going to have a stroke. What the hell is going on? How many times do I need to tell you that you need to speed things up? Where are the rest of your guys? I shrugged. They won't cross the picket line. You can't blame them. It's a matter of conscience. Does it look like I give a damn about their conscience? Your workers, their conscience, and your entire company can be replaced. Hire more people if you need them. Just meet the benchmarks I gave you. We need this done now. I took a slow swallow of my drink. You've made it clear that you basically think I'm illiterate while you have a doctorate from some Ivy League, but correct my limited attempt at reasoning. Those benchmarks were verbal requests. You try to replace us based on a lack of adherence to something we never agreed to, and we will laugh, walk off the job and sue your ass. If you look at the benchmarks in the actual contract, we're right on time. Maybe we're not early like you would want us to be, but we're meeting all of our legal obligations and we're doing so easily. He sputtered, and I prepared to dodge uncontrolled spittle, but he eventually turned around and stormed off. I just shrugged and went back to my lunch. I'm a Marine. I've dealt with self-important civilians every place I'd been stationed. When we called it quits for the day, I went home, took a quick shower, grabbed my gun bag and waited in the living room. When Emily eventually knocked on the door, I grabbed the bag and we got into her car. She looked at what I was carrying with a quizzical smile. "Did you bring a gun? That's really cute." "Smith & Wesson EZ. You said we were going to arrange." "Zeb." "Oh, we are. I just thought that you were going to watch me." "Do they actually teach Marines how to shoot?" I smiled. "Well, I'll concede that you're probably better with rifles than I am. I mean, Marines actually advance and fight while Army fires from a distance. A long way off. A long, long, long way off. I mean, there's got to be some marksmen in the Army because God knows they don't want to do any actual fighting." I could see that she was trying not to smile. "Funny, Jarhead. Very funny. Care to put some money on it?" My agreeing to put money on the line was a tremendous mistake. Emily wasn't just better than me, she was a legit badass. At least I wasn't alone. She was also better than everyone else at the range. Even missing an arm, I was pretty good. Pretty good didn't count for shit when you were going up against someone who was world class. We had our first serious disagreement when I realised that she was taking it easy on me. "Don't do that." My voice was clipped and even. "Do what?" "I'm not a child, Emily. I'm not going to fall to pieces when I realise someone is better than me. Give me the respect of not holding back on me." She was silent for a moment. "Well, contrary to what you're saying, you actually do seem pretty pissed off. Not because you're winning, but because you thought you had to protect my ego. You're amazing. I'm not threatened by how good you are. I just want to enjoy watching you perform. It's sort of insulting to hold back." She looked at me for a moment with an amused half smile before stepping close, grabbing my shirt and pulling me down for a kiss. "I like that, Steve. I like that a lot. Okay, no more holding back." Watching anyone perform in any endeavour at her level of expertise was a joy to behold. I muddled through and measured my success by how I had performed the last time at the range, not by how she did. The range was out in the middle of nowhere, just off the highway and near a bunch of farms. She had packed stuff for a picnic, and after walking 5 minutes from the range, we found a comfortable space to sit down and eat. We swapped tales about our times and service, and what it was like readjusting to civilian life. She eventually stopped talking and lifted her hands in mock surrender. "Okay, you've been gentlemanly long enough. Go ahead." I wasn't sure what she was saying, and it certainly sounded like she might be trying to tell me to jump her bones. I wouldn't be against it, but we were out in the open within easy view of anyone driving by. "Huh?" "Yeah. Maybe I wasn't the most eloquent of guys." "Do what you've been wanting to do all night, Steve. Whip out your phone and let me see the latest pictures of your granddaughter." I started laughing. "Well, it just so happens that I might have 200 or 300 in here." We had a great evening, and when she parked in my driveway, Emily leaned over and her lips found mine. A few minutes later, she pulled back a few inches. "Are you going to invite me upstairs to see your etchings?" "Etchings? Emily, I'd make the world's worst artist. It's not really my thing." She stared at me for a second. "That's... When I said etchings, I meant... Kidding, that was a joke." I gave her a quick peck. "Emily, would you be interested in coming inside to see my etchings?" She giggled. "I thought you'd never ask." Normally I would have gotten out of the car, walked around and opened her door. Since she was the one that drove, I wasn't sure what to do. I put the ball in her court and made sure that I walked slowly. By the time I was at the front of the car, she was out and waiting for me at the walkway to the house. I put my arm around her, pulled her close and smiled down. "I'm glad you're staying." She pushed back slightly. "Not the night. I'm just here to use you for your body for a while, and then I'm hitting the streets." I laughed. "Not a problem. I can be a cheap date for the night. Just hit it and forget it." Emily's laughter joined my own before she put a hand on either side of my head, pulled me down, and her lips met mine. She was fun, and there was something about her that I needed in my life. She didn't seem to take things too seriously and had a sense of adventure. We were both mature enough to not be running full throttle to the bedroom. "Okay, Maybe instead of being mature, that was a sign of increasing age, but whatever. Everything still worked the way it should, and we would prove that to each other all night. For a bachelor, your place is very neat, orderly. Until recently, the people living here were 2 retired Marines and a young man who was going to become a Marine. Neat comes with the territory. She raised an eyebrow. That future Marine, he's your son? I guess I've mentioned him a time or 2. Actually, your father did. Pardon the language, but your dad seems to think the kid shit's rainbows. I laughed again. She wasn't like any woman I was used to. Yeah, I guess that's pretty accurate. If my dad has any soft spots, it's for his grandson and his great-granddaughter. Enjoying the tour so far. It gets a lot more interesting upstairs. She slowly and dramatically batted her eyes, like she was Bugs Bunny pretending to be a Southern belle. Why, Mr. Kirschbaum? Is that where the bedroom is? I'll show you exactly what it is. Stepping forward, I picked her up and put her over my shoulder, and then almost ran up the stairs. Those old knees still had some life in them. She giggled all the way there, and when I dumped her on the bed, she looked back up at me with a look that mirrored my own passion. Sir, I believe you're conspicuously overdressed. I didn't hesitate in rectifying that situation. Hours later, I was tired in all the best ways, sated, and alone. I listened for a second, but couldn't hear Emily in the bathroom or in the shower. It had been nice that she'd allowed me to sleep, but waking me up before she left would have been fine. I knew that there were parts of my anatomy that were more upset that she had left than others. I pulled on a pair of boxers, stripped the bed and took a shower. When I went downstairs, I heard Pop puttering around in the kitchen. I walked in to see Emily sitting at the kitchen table, a mound of scrambled eggs and something on her plate. I looked from her to Pop and back again. Please tell me you're not eating what he made for breakfast. She shrugged. What, I'm retired army? You don't think I've had worse? Besides, it's not bad. Not normal, but not bad. Yeah? What's in it? Eggs, onions, peppers and corned beef. Sort of like a Western omelette, but subbing out the ham. I looked to Pop. This is what you feed the guests? He grunted. And only the guests. You can have oatmeal. She's got cuter legs than you. She gets the eggs. I can't argue with that. Emily put down her fork. Steve, what are the chances that you can get off Thursday and Friday? We could take a 4-day weekend. I know it's a lot to ask, and we don't really know each other that well, but I have 2 shooting competitions coming up and I thought you might want to join me. One's an invitational, but the other is an Old West recreation and it's open to anyone. We'll have fun. Let me talk to my boss. If I can get the time off, I'd love to make it. After eating, Emily headed out. I walked her to the door where she stopped, pulled me down, and kissed me. Call me when you figure things out. I will. I have the time. It's just a question of scheduling. If my boss can move some things around and my son isn't coming home this weekend, I'd love to go. Your son is coming home. He's trying to string together 4 days in a row. If he can, they'll fly him in. They? His in-laws have money, serious money. She took a slight step back. Sorry, didn't mean to press. Marrying into money is nice, good for him, and I totally understand. If he's going to be home, you need to be here for him. Thanks, Emily, we'll try to make it work. When she left, I went back upstairs. Pop called out from the kitchen. I like her. I usually don't bellow across the house like he does, but I needed to get dressed quickly. If I was going to stop by the offices and start pleading to use 2 days of personal time with less than a week's notice, it was going to take some effort. Of course you do. She likes your cooking. My voice carried downstairs and I could hear Pop laugh. I grabbed a banana as I walked out of the house. I peeled it before I pulled out of the driveway and ate as I drove. I was always amused at how it was the most inconsequential of things that I got hooked up on after losing my arm. I mean, yeah, it's part of my life now, but when it happened, I thought my life was over. Now I just grumble about how I can't have a coffee while driving and reminisce about how I used to stop at 7-Eleven as part of my morning routine. Whatever. I'm better off without the coffee and donut stop. For the first time in my life, I was financially comfortable. I was doing well in my career, Gus was out of college and Pop owned the house free and clear. We were doing okay. When I was younger, that certainly wasn't the case. We lived paycheck to paycheck, and I'm sure I'm romanticising it now, but back then it felt like an adventure. All of our vacations would be the three of us piled up in whatever car or truck I had at the time, and we would just drive. I'd have my coffee, Lucinda by my side, and Gus would be amusing himself in the back seat. My wife was a financial genius, always figuring out how to do more with less. We didn't have much when it came to money, but we had each other and we were happy. I didn't know where that came from. Maybe getting laid made me nostalgic. I went to the cafe across the street from the hospital to get a box of coffee for the guys. Shelley was there, doing the same for her nurses. We both placed our orders and then stepped back from the counter to give the rest of the people online a little space. So how's all the striking stuff going? Is there any way to predict how long this stuff is good to go on for? My father was in the military, I was in the military, and my son is in the military. Marines aren't allowed to go on strike. I have no idea how any of this works. Ask me about baseball unions and I could quote you every stat you would want. Ask me about a union in my own backyard and I don't have a clue. That's sort of horrible, isn't it? She shook her head. No, not all. Why would it be? It would only be horrible if you knew that really bad things were going on and you condoned it. You couldn't possibly know, and I doubt you would be okay with it if you did, so neither apply to you. It turns out that I'm not as smart as I like to think I am, Steve. I only recently put 2 and 2 together and realised that Pop is your father. Yup, that's him. Ask him to see some pictures of Lucinda and see what happens. You'll be inundated. It might take him 5 or 10 minutes to figure out how to access his pictures, but when he does, you're done for. She laughed. The clerk called out, "Order for Shelley." She turned to me and quickly touched my hand. "I appreciate what you've done for us." "You're welcome, but I didn't do anything." Unfortunately, I was talking to her back as she slid through the crowd to get her coffee and pastries. The jig was up. She obviously figured out that I was making sure that Pop knew where we would be working on the hospital grounds each morning. Oh well. It wasn't much, but maybe it helped. Hospital management would see them having at least some success with people who wouldn't cross the picket line. Maybe there were similar stories with companies or vendors that would do the same. I'd hoped so. Every drop of rain contributes to the storm. We had a good day on the job. I wasn't sure how to think about that. I realised that I may be losing my sense of perspective when I was conflicted about having a productive day. As much as I supported the nurses and wanted them to succeed, we had a job to do, and it needed to be done. I knew that my bosses had spoken to the union representatives, and everyone was understanding of our roles. No matter what else was occurring, this was a hospital, and ultimately our job was to ensure that the power kept running. Morally, we simply couldn't refuse to do our job and put people in danger. There wasn't a chance in hell that I was going to side with management, but it was equally unlikely that I would allow there to be a chance that people would be without the power necessary to run life-saving equipment. I found a happy medium that allowed me to live with myself. We would do what needed to be done, but we would work at a professional pace that had been agreed upon earlier. We wouldn't be doing overtime and we wouldn't be working any faster, at least not on this project. Thankfully, the company was big enough to have jobs throughout Pueblo and other parts of Colorado. The guys could easily pick up hours elsewhere. After lunch, I took off for our corporate offices. I got along well with my bosses, especially recently. They knew about Gus and Shannon and had given me time off for the birth of my granddaughter. They were inordinately impressed by the fact that I was still able to get work done every day. I wasn't sure if it dawned on them that all I had to do was walk outside and do some assessing. I was already at the hospital, so getting some work done was pretty easy. I leaned on that a little and managed to get my 4-day weekend. As I was driving home that night, I received a text from Gus that made me laugh. Weekend after next, and it was 3 words I knew. Trust me, I knew. Being a Marine on your first assignment doesn't leave much time for anything, let alone talking to your old man. That being said, it was perfectly Gus. My son had never been loquacious. That cleared things up. I got the time off from work and Gus wasn't coming home until the following week. I was going away with a woman for a weekend for the first time in... I couldn't remember. 5 years? More? Pop wasn't home when I got there. He was probably out with Kate. He knew that he had hit the jackpot with her. As much as he would have feared doing so, he probably would have proposed by now if she was interested in marriage. She had lost her husband a long time ago in a boating accident, and that was it for her. He was an up-and-coming director, and the studio paid her enough money to live comfortably for the rest of her life. She had her own career as an actress, but she packed it all in and moved far from Hollywood, and from her former life, landing in Pueblo. Maybe Pop was a part of that. I couldn't think of anyone who was further from the Hollywood stereotype than my dad. It seemed as though Kate had no regrets, but had made a clean break and started her life anew. She taught dance and volunteered at a community theatre. With his mother gone and Mrs. McClarty a little too old, Gus didn't have a woman he could talk to about girls. It was Kate who he leaned on and had to teach him how to dance before his prom with Shannon. I made 2 sandwiches and ate them on the porch as I called Ellie. As I dialed, I could hear Shannon playing the violin. "Hey, if that offer is still open, I cleared my schedule." Her voice was excited. "Even with your son?" "Even with Gus. He's coming down the following week." "That's great. You're going to love it. The state shooting championships are in Denver, but they're having a cowboy action shooter the day before in a small town about 50 miles outside the city. I was thinking that we could drive up on Thursday, but maybe we can leave Wednesday night and get a hotel." I had no idea what a cowboy action shooter or state championship was, but I was happy to be spending time with her. "That sounds great. I'll tell Shannon and we'll leave when I get off work Wednesday night. Do you want to drive, or do you want me to?" "I'll drive. Who's Shannon?" I paused. The question rattled me for a moment. Her forgetting who Shannon was brought into stark realization that I barely knew this woman. Not that this was a problem. We were spending the weekend together, and I was supporting her at something she cared about. We weren't moving in together or anything, but still, we had been moving pretty quick. "My daughter-in-law, Lucinda's mum." "Right. I'd love to meet her when the time is right. Okay, looking forward to this, Steve." "Me too." When we hung up, I walked next door. I was using my professional mindset as I stared at the house from the sidewalk. There was an underlying frustration that I couldn't put my finger on. I finally decided that I needed to widen the spouts of the gutters, but as I walked up to the stoop at the door, I realised what my issue was. Everything was done. Mrs. McClarty's home had been renovated and baby-proofed, and the job was over. It felt like it had forever been an opportunity where I could be of service to my grandchild. Now I had to be as diligent as possible in trying to find even the most minor of adjustments I could make, and it nagged at me. I wanted to. No, I needed to be of service. "Dad, is that you? Come on in." I hadn't knocked yet, and I still wasn't used to somebody other than Gus calling me Dad. A little hesitant, I wasn't sure if she knew it was me or if Ethan was coming over. I stepped in and called out, "Shannon, it's me." She was smiling as she walked into the front room with her violin in one hand and bow in the other. "I know, Lucinda is sleeping. You came by to say hi?" "Yeah, but not her. Sit down, let's talk." She sat on the couch and I perched my butt on a nearby ottoman. "Okay, is everything all right?" I smiled, taking a moment too long before answering. "You know what? Everything is good. Really, really good. How often do you get to say that in your life? I wanted to take a minute to just talk. How are you doing?" "The baby should be sleeping longer. She's still very quiet though. I'll come in and I'll find her just laying there, smile on her face as she reaches up towards the mobile that glitters in the sun. She makes this little cooing sound. What am I saying? You know what I'm talking about." While she spoke, I held my lower lip between my teeth. I tried to interrupt kindly, but firmly. Shannon, I asked how you're doing. I'd jump in front of a bus for my granddaughter, you know that, but this isn't about her. How are you feeling? Are you getting enough sleep? What about your playing? And when are you going back to work? Do you miss it? Maybe your aunt could let you work on some cases from home if Pop and I come by more often to help out with Lucinda. You've turned into a great mum, but you're also you. She had put the bow down, but when I was done speaking, she picked it back up and stared at it. She lost that smile I loved seeing and was quiet. When she finally spoke again, her voice was soft and hesitant. I'm so tired. All the time, every day. Sometimes I find myself in the kitchen staring at the wall, trying to remember why I was there. I can't. I thought it would be okay. I mean, I knew it would be hard without Gus, but we would manage, right? People have been doing it forever. That's the way some families are. One partner has to be away for a while and the other picks up the slack, but Dad, Steve, sometimes I wake up and I just start crying. Gus isn't here, and my mum, well, you know my mum. She tries, but yeah. Sometimes I just want to sleep. I want to block everything out, and for 3 or 4 hours I just want to close my eyes and have everything go away. I can't. I can't be that selfish. I can't be her. I love her, but I can't be my mum. I don't know what to do. I try to smile, and I try to be happy, and I don't want to worry Gus. But sometimes I feel like I'm just barely holding it together. How had I missed all of this? I knew in a general sense that her relationship with her mother had been strained when she was a kid, but if she was actually terrified of becoming her, how did that slip under my radar? And how did I not notice how tired she was? What the hell was wrong with me? Okay, listen to me carefully. This is gonna change, and I mean right now. I am so sorry. I had no idea you felt like this. I'm not trying to take a shot at your mum, but you're nothing like Marianne. If that's been weighing you down and you're afraid of becoming her, don't be. You've taken to mothering like a duck takes to water. There is a technical term for being worried about whether or not you're a good enough parent. It's called being human. There isn't a parent alive who didn't go through the same thing. Take it from me, Shannon. It may not feel like it, but you're a natural. Lucinda is lucky to have you. I'm going to tell you something else too. People have been trying to give you space. They thought they were doing the right thing, but they didn't want to crowd you. Your dad and your stepmom? They'd be here every day if they could. Even me and Pop. We're always afraid that we're here too much. Kate? I'm not kidding. That woman has at least 20 outfits for Lucinda. Every time she sees a picture of the baby, she turns into a puddle of grandma goo. Even your brothers want to come by. You have support, Shannon. We just didn't know. Things are going to change. Are you hungry? She shook her head. No. Listen, why don't you go take a long, hot shower and then crawl into bed? Let me spend some quality time with my granddaughter. She shook her head. No, I'll be fine. Really, but thank you. When I came over here earlier, I stood outside looking at the house trying to figure out what else I could do. I finally decided that I was going to widen the mouth on the gutters. Shannon, I was going to widen the spouts. How desperate do you have to be to decide to do that? I need to feel like I'm helpful. Let me do this. Take a few hours for yourself. Don't want to sleep? Fine. Sit in the tub and call an old friend. Watch an old movie you love on Netflix. Do something for you and let me lie to my granddaughter about how good I was at playing second base and how if I didn't go into the Marines, I would have played pro. Let me whisper my tall tales, tell her my silliest jokes, and sing to someone who's not going to run away. It's going to be okay. It really is. I stood when she did and held her tight as she hugged me, and the tears started. They weren't only my daughter-in-law's. Let's sit down for a minute, okay? I didn't like how shaky my voice sounded. It wasn't that I was one of those guys who was afraid to seem vulnerable or weak in front of people he loved. It was just, okay, maybe that was it. I took a deep breath and got control of myself before I continued. So, we've got two things happening here, right? You need a little help. Totally understandable. Nothing wrong with that. And not only is it easily fixable, but people are going to jump at the chance to spend time with you and Lucinda. That's a, I don't know, logistical fix. It's easy. Take resource A and slot it into need X. Done. When you're deep in the shit, sorry, pardon my French, but when everything is going wrong, things can look insurmountable, but they're not. Shannon, I absolutely promise you we're going to get this taken care of. Here's the bigger issue, Marianne. I'm going to be as respectful as possible, because I know you love your mum and I actually like her. Yeah, I was surprised to realise that, but it's true. I'm not going to say anything to her. I get it. Hearing that your daughter is afraid she is going to turn into you would be like a punch to the gut. That doesn't mean we can just ignore what you're feeling, so she doesn't get hurt. I want to tell you about Gus and his mum and I guess about me. You want some water or something first? She shook her head and wiped her eyes, so I continued. Bear with me, okay? This isn't easy. We didn't understand how and why Gus was different when he was a baby. I don't think I had any clue as to what autism was back then. I'd probably heard the word, but that was about it. What I did know was that my son was different and needed things from me that other kids didn't need from their fathers. I had to find a way to explain to him why things didn't work for him the way they did for other kids. Do you know how fast kids on the spectrum realise that they're different? It's as fast as lightning. It felt like I had a day or two to protect Gus from the realisation that he was different. Yeah, I know. It was actually years, but it didn't feel like it, that's for damn sure. And I failed him. I failed him every single day. Gus was always smart. He always wanted to understand, and I just didn't have answers for him, for my son. It broke my heart, but what was worse, what was 1,000,000 times worse, was the realisation that I was one of those people that he was different from. No matter what I did, no matter how hard I worked, there would always be a barrier between me and my son. Maybe I overthought it, maybe I gave it too much credence, but it destroyed me that we would never have the same quiet understanding that I'd had with Pop. I desperately needed him to know how much I loved him and that I would always be there for him. But I felt as if I had failed at getting that through. And what sort of a father did that make me? I leaned forward, my elbow on my knee, staring at the floor. After I took a few deep breaths, I continued. That faded. As the years went by and our mountain of experiences grew higher and higher, I grew more comfortable with our differences. But it never went away. Not entirely. My saving grace was also something that brought me shame. You see, Lucinda, my wife, somehow, she never had that separation from Gus. They just seemed to naturally understand each other at every level. It was like fucking magic, Shannon. She would somehow just know what he needed, what he meant, what he couldn't put into words. And the crazy thing was that it was reciprocal. He got her. He really, truly got her. So there was nobody else in the world that he had a relationship like that with. Not me, not Pop, not his teachers, or his therapists or other kids. He was able to pick up on everything with her. Social clues that normally stumped him weren't an issue. I get it. It sounds ludicrous, like some sort of magic or something, but it was real. And I'm still ashamed of the jealousy that I felt. She was the only person in the world that he had that relationship with. Until you. There is no jealousy anymore, Shannon. Just gratitude. Just love. You and his mother were the two people that Gus is the most comfortable with, that he understands the best. And here's the thing. I see you, and in a lot of ways I'm sure that I pick up things about you that you might not see in yourself. You're as good of a mother as my wife was. You have to understand the magnitude of what I'm saying. You're not Marianne. Lucinda is so lucky to have you. You are going to continue to be a world-class mother. Maybe it's hard to see that right now. So until you get a little distance and things get a little easier, Put your trust in me instead of in your fears. I've seen the best, Shannon, and I've seen that best under difficult circumstances. You measure up. You're going to be fine. If I was going to choose someone to be the mother of my grandchild, it would be you every damn day of the week. I stood when she did, and Shannon hugged me again. We heard the door rattle and then open as Liz entered the house. Hey, those hugs for everybody, or do I have to sign up in advance or something? Shannon sniffled and laughed almost simultaneously. As she stepped over to hug her aunt, I turned in the opposite direction, wiped my eyes, and took a deep breath. Did you bring dinner, Liz? Shannon's going to take a bath and maybe a nap while you and I hang out with Lucinda. I can order something in. I'm good, thank you. Listen, why don't you go check in on your granddaughter while Shannon gets ready for her bath? Liz was almost hovering over Shannon, and I could see her concern. Nodding, I got my granddaughter out of her bassinet and carried her into the living room while she reached for my chin the entire way. My daughter-in-law and her aunt were together talking about who knows what, while I had a deep and personal conversation with my new best buddy. Okay, so there are some things that seem like they are subjective, and that there are a number of answers that are equal and legitimate. That's a horrible lie, Lucinda. When you hear that, I want you to know that somebody is trying to BS you. Pay attention. This is important grandpa stuff. All right, the first one. What professional team is as evil as the Yankees? Some people are going to say the Cowboys. Others might say the Lakers. Reality? It's a false choice. There are no teams that are as evil as the Yankees. All right, number 2. Who is better, David Lee Roth or Sammy Hagar? There are 2 answers. If you're just looking at it like that, the answer is absolutely 100% Sammy Hagar. But who made Van Halen better? Roth. Van Hagar wasn't bad, don't get me wrong, but they just didn't have the testosterone of Van Halen with David Lee Roth. Sorry, it's the truth. All right, last reality drop from Grandpa for tonight. Can chili have beans? Damn, Skippy. Chili can have anything you want in it. If some Texan tries to tell you different, you find Grandpa and I'll set them straight. You should write those down, Steve. The accumulated wisdom of the Pueblo Grandpa. It'll be a bestseller. A little embarrassed, I looked up to see Liz watching me with a smile on her face. This is top secret grandpa-granddaughter information. I'm going to have to ask you to never mention this to anyone. Ever. Did you see her reach for me? I thought it was my chin, but I realised it was my nose. Yeah. Actually, it was between the 2 of them. If she was reaching for anything instead of just stretching, it was for that hole where that noise comes from. I doubt she knows you have a chin. At her age, she can't even focus her eyes. Frowning, I leaned in close to Lucinda. How silly is your aunt? She thinks you can't see your grandpa. Well, we will just keep that a secret. I know you can see me just fine. Liz sat down and continued watching me and Lucinda as she spoke. What's going on with Shannon? She needs help. You and Marianne have been great, but she needs more, especially with Gus being gone. She nodded. Okay, we can figure that out. She needs help with the baby. We can get that done. Now tell me what else is going on. I sighed, not sure if it was my place to talk about this, but if there was anyone who should know and who could understand, it would be Liz. Shannon's scared. She doesn't think that she's going to be good enough for Lucinda. She thinks that she is going to turn into Marianne. Did she ever, see anyone? When she was a kid, I mean. Liz nodded. Yeah. When Ethan and Marianne were getting divorced, his mother took her. She kept going for a few years after the divorce. She hasn't been back in, 8 years. 9. Ethan handled most of it. Can she go back to the same person, or is it like a pediatrician, where they only treat children? I shrugged. Beats me. Let's get everybody together tomorrow. I have a friend I can ask to stop by, and he would have some insight. In the meantime, maybe we can work out a schedule with everybody to get some coverage here. Liz was quiet for a moment, and I left her in that silence to contemplate her niece and their relationship. I didn't have the details, but I knew that the 2 of them were incredibly close. I got the idea that when things were at their worst, Liz was a surrogate mother and a much-needed ally to Shannon. "Let me steal Lucinda, Steve." She sat back down with the baby and couldn't help but smile as she looked at that beautiful face. I had thought that they were past all of this. That's my fault. Of course she would be worried. When things weren't good, I had to try to find an answer for her when she asked me why Marianne didn't love her. Can you imagine how difficult that was? She thought that Marianne's indiscretions were evidence that she didn't love Ethan, but she didn't love her. I mean, what else would she think? The three of them were family, and she was tossing away that family. I can't tell my sister. It would kill her. I know what you think about Marianne, but she has tried so hard and she really has changed. Yeah, she has a stick up her butt, but in the grand scheme of things, is that a big deal? She is light years from where she was. This falls on me. I should have been paying closer attention. Please, talk to your friend and get some recommendations. Whatever is involved, I'll cover it. She has a lot of people that love her. We'll figure it out. The next day, I had Liz, Ethan and Marianne over for dinner. I threw some burgers and fish on Pop's big grill and felt a little self-conscious. Liz and Marianne each had more money than Midas, but Ethan's second wife owned an interior design company and also did well for herself. Me? I had only recently become financially solid enough to where I didn't panic if I forgot coupons when I went shopping. I guessed that I was middle class at that point, but that was new to me. I felt self-conscious feeding these people. I'd been to each of their homes, and if they were grilling up dinner, the steaks alone would have cost more than what I used to spend on food from me, Pop and Gus in 2 weeks. My father didn't care about that at all. There wasn't a self-conscious bone in that man's body. In addition to their spouses, Ethan brought his sons, Liz brought the daughter she had recently adopted, and Marianne brought a friend of Shannon's from high school who looked extremely uncomfortable. Pop brought Kate with him, and I invited my friend. Hey everyone, thanks for coming. For those of you that don't know, this is Dr. Ecam Gruel. I don't know how he refers to himself, but it's doctor. He's a therapist and he works with veterans. I believe Ecam, you know Ethan? And Gus and Shannon have met him from time to time at their charity gigs. I thought he might be able to give us some insight. I know that we've all been trying to give Shannon a little space so she could bond with Lucinda, but we may have been overdoing it. I explained the situation, and while I was answering questions, Pop just got up and walked out. Figuring out my father could be a full-time job, so I ignored him until he came back in the house 15 minutes later, holding my granddaughter. He looked pissed. While you idiots, with your important discussions and your college degrees, are over here gazing at your navels, who the hell was with Shannon? Anywho, I told her I have some friends over who wanted to meet my great-granddaughter. Technically not a lie, right? She kissed me on the cheek as I was leaving and started throwing junk food in the microwave. He looked over at Marianne, who was frowning. Don't worry about it, Grandma. Some frozen burritos won't kill nobody. Well, that was mortifying. In the process of trying to find a solution for Shannon being alone, we left her alone. Everyone ate and seemed to enjoy the food, especially Shannon's brothers, who ate as if they were feeding a tapeworm. We hammered out schedules, and Pop's girlfriend and Ethan's wife were quietly two of the happiest people I'd ever seen. I thought that they had both been trying to be respectful and not step on anyone's toes when it came to Shannon and the baby. Having the opportunity to step in and be a part of things obviously meant more to them than I had anticipated. Pop had barely finished admonishing us when Kate took Lucinda from him and spent the rest of our meeting holding the baby. I continued. Anyway, I know that I'm going to sound like a hypocrite when I say this, but I'm going to have to count on you people to carry my weight for me until next week. I'm leaving tomorrow for a 4-day trip to Denver. Ecam stayed after the meeting and spoke to Liz and I. He reassured both of us and promised to have some recommendations available for Shannon within a few days. In the meantime, he asked if it would be all right if he stopped by to speak to her. We, of course, said that would be fine. Liz took Lucinda and the 4 of us walked next door. Shannon had fallen asleep on her couch, and Ikam just smiled when he saw her. Raising his fingers to his lips to keep us quiet, he just shook his head. I put some of the leftovers from the grill in her refrigerator and left with my friend, while Liz stayed with Shannon and Lucinda. I'll make it a point to stop by tomorrow or the next day. I should have already done so. I've known her and Ethan since she was a little girl. Not well, of course, but when you work with veterans in a small city, and the two of them play for veteran-related charities at least once a month, you get to know one another. Congratulations, my friend. You have a beautiful granddaughter. Thanks. And sorry about the food. I thought that Sikhs eat fish. Some do. I do not, but it's not a concern. The veggie burgers were excellent. He left and I went upstairs to pack. It wasn't a big deal. It was a 4-day trip and I'm certainly not a clothes horse, so I was done within a few minutes. If I had known where we would be staying, I would have given that info to Shannon and Pop. Unfortunately, Emily was the one who was taking care of the reservations. I scraped off the grill, cleaned up after the guests and typed up a summary of what we had discussed to send everyone. We had a working schedule ready to go, and I knew that Shannon was going to be love-bombed by Ethan's wife and Kate. Her brothers? They'd probably be fascinated by their new niece, but that would likely fade quickly. I didn't know them well, but they seemed to be good kids. The next day went by quickly and I went into work a little early, so I could spend some time next door before I left on our road trip. Lucinda was back to reaching for my nose and I decided that Liz was crazy. Of course my granddaughter could see me. I fussed over her as I spoke to Shannon. Do you remember Ekam? He's a therapist, works with veterans. He's a Sikh with a turban and used to come down to your events with your dad. Shannon smiled and shook her head in amusement. Yeah, he used to rope Gus into talking to the older veterans. They loved it, and he loved their stories. I've known him for years. He wanted to come by and see the baby, but you were sleeping last night. He may stop by later tomorrow. If you want, no pressure or anything, but you can talk to him about your mum. Maybe it wasn't my place, but I asked him to dig up some recommendations for you. He's a friend. And Shannon was quiet for a moment and looked like she was trying to hide frustration or anger. That was between the two of us. I'm fine. There is no need for anybody to get into my business. Right, I get it. I should have asked you first. Can we just chalk this up to a mistake? I was concerned. She took a deep breath. Who else did you tell? Yeah. This wasn't how I had seen this going. Liz. She closed her eyes for a second and shook her head again. She'll know better than to say anything to Mom. Look, I love you and I appreciate what you're doing, but I'm perfectly capable of speaking to my aunt or looking up therapists online if that's the direction I want to go in. If you think that I need help making decisions because I'm not thinking straight or something, talk to me. Let me know. I nodded. Absolutely. You're 100% right. Are we good? Hell no, we're not good. I want to know everything about this woman who's stealing you away for 4 days. I laughed. As hard as it was to leave my granddaughter for any serious length of time, I was excited about the trip. I had my gun kit and luggage sitting by the door and was ready when Emily pulled into the driveway. The drive to Denver wasn't bad. Traffic wasn't a big deal, and it was close enough to be more of an adventure than drudgery. When we got to our hotel, I texted the details to Pop, Liz, and Shannon. We went out for a very late dinner and headed back to the hotel. Emily was excitedly telling me the rules for cowboy action shooters. It seemed fun, if a little quaint. The sort of thing that I might be interested in visiting or participating in once every few years. Sort of like a Renaissance festival. Not Emily, though. She could talk about it for hours, and she probably would have if she didn't see my eyes glazing over. Trailing off mid-sentence, she smiled at me. I'm rambling, aren't I? No, not at all. You've been a good sport about this. She stood up and slowly began to unbutton her shirt. Maybe there's something else that could keep your attention? She kept my attention twice that night and once more in the morning. We drove out to the small town that hosted the Western shooting event. It wasn't what I expected. Emily had gotten me a vest and insisted I wear it. I wasn't going to argue. She had a full-on Western outfit for herself, but I was pretty sure that women didn't wear jeans that tight back then. If she was going to wear those jeans, I could wear the vest. The comparison broke my brain a bit, but it felt like we had stumbled into a camp of deadheads. Yeah, I doubted that many of the people at this thing were into the whole hippie lifestyle and following the band from city to city. But they all knew each other, shared meals, had been friends forever, and were some of the most relaxed and friendly people I'd ever met. The event was held in a mock-up of a western town, and it was incredibly detailed. The general store actually sold molasses, hard candy, and other things you would expect to see back in the old days. It was like walking through a Hollywood set. Everyone was in costume, and I had a surprisingly good time. Would it be something I'd be doing a few times a year? No. Was I happy that I was there? Absolutely. Emily spent that Thursday with me. She walked me through all the rules, we did some shooting together and generally had a great time. The next day was different. She had slipped into competitor's mode, in spite of the fact that it was incredibly casual. It seemed that if there was a trophy on the line and it involved shooting, Emily was as serious as you can get. As the hours ticked by on Friday, she would sidle up to me and point out people who would be competing the following day at the state championships. There was no friendly banter with those competitors. Interactions were limited to a curt nod here, or a tip of the hat there. Emily came in second, which impressed the hell out of me, but left her unsatisfied. We made love again that night, but I could tell that her heart wasn't into it. I mean, it was fine, and I know that she had a good time, but it wasn't the same. The next morning, she took 2 boxes of protein bars and put them on the table in the hotel room. I need one of these boxes. It's to keep my blood sugar up, but I don't want to eat heavy. I bought 2 of them. Have as many of the other boxes you want, but hands off on this one, okay? I assumed that this was what was needed to compete at her level. Sure, as a matter of fact, if we hit a drive-through, I'll get a breakfast burrito. You can have both boxes. Her features softened. Steve, I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I just have a routine and it works for me. I didn't think you were being a bitch at all. I completely get it. Trust me, a breakfast burrito is no hardship. Everything was different at this event. People were still friendly, with the possible exception of the series' competitors, but there was no mistaking why anyone was there. It wasn't for camaraderie, and it wasn't for a shared interest in the Old West. These people were serious about shooting. Emily had to compete with 3 different weapons and across various terrains. While she was doing what the high-end competitors did to prepare and get into the right headspace, I spoke to an official who was kind enough to explain scoring and procedures, such as where you were allowed to load and unload and what terminology was used. I did enough shooting to reaffirm that I was a decent but overall average shot. I was fine with that. I enjoyed shooting and getting out on a range, but I also like playing Scrabble 2 or 3 times a year, and I probably appreciated them equally. If I had the opportunity to go out and shoot, great. If I didn't, it wasn't the end of the world. Imagining what the event would be like and watching a video on YouTube hadn't prepared me for the reality. I'd have as good of a chance of beating the best of these people as I would have of beating LeBron in a game of 1-on-1 to 10. And I only have 1 arm. There were times when I got goosebumps watching Emily. She was completely in the zone. And yeah, it may have been juvenile, but I was happy that she was there with me. She dressed in a pair of khaki pants and a blue polo shirt that was covered in patches from her sponsors. Who knew that competitive shooters had sponsors? By the end of the day, she was tied with another guy. They had some mechanism for determining who came in first, and of course, it involved more shooting. I thought it might have had something to do with who finished the course quicker, or who had used less ammo or something like that. But what the heck did I know? She wound up coming in second and was again frustrated and shook it off quickly. It turned out that it tied her best performance and made sure that she was qualified for large invitational events. We were driving back to the hotel, and I was asking her questions about the event and telling her how impressed I was when things fell apart. If you don't have another one of these next week, would you like to come by on Saturday and have dinner with us? If, it won't be too weird, you can meet Gus. No, you should spend that time with your son. It's not a big deal. He's going to want to spend time with Shannon anyway. You know how it is. You haven't seen your wife in a while. The last thing you want to do is spend time with your old man. Right. I'm not really going to be available much over the next 2 weeks. Okay, is everything all right? Yeah, it's, fine. So, listen, my husband is flying in on Tuesday. We're good to be together until he has to go back to Germany. We sort of have an arrangement. It's not a big deal, but you understand, right? I almost couldn't comprehend what she was saying. It just didn't make sense. Ex-husband? It took her a moment to reply. No. In the middle of a divorce? No. We have an understanding while he's stationed in Germany, and I'm here. Well, you get the drift. You have to be fucking kidding me. He's in the service. Yeah. What's his name? Why? My voice grew louder, and I was finding it hard to keep myself under control. What's his fucking name? I'm not telling you his name, Steve. Because there is no arrangement, is there? That's fine. I know your name and know what branch you were in, and I know roughly when you retired. It shouldn't be hard to find him. You're not going to find my husband. Get that out of your head right now. Fine, maybe it's not an arrangement, but he doesn't ask me any questions and I don't tell him any lies. Try not to be a child about this. Are you out of your fucking mind? I am a Marine, and you put me in a position where I've been sleeping with the wife of an active duty serviceman. Stop the fucking car. Grow up! You don't even have your luggage. I almost growled at her. Stop the damn car or I'm going to yank the wheel and drag us to the side of the road. Fine. You want to be a child, be a child. She pulled off the highway and I grabbed my gun kit. I spotted something else, and grabbed that too. Opening the door, I got out and started walking. Before she pulled off, I yelled out, "And I'm taking your damn protein bars." Okay, that wasn't my strongest move ever. It took me hours to walk back to the city proper, and then get a ride to a car rental place. It was approaching midnight by the time I got home. Dad and Kate quickly sat up when I walked through the door. They had been lying on the couch and getting frisky. Don't you knock? And weren't you staying until tomorrow? No, Pop. I don't knock on the door to my own house. Sorry, Kate. I walked upstairs to my bedroom and hurled the box of protein bars against the wall. Shelley. I was at the point with that little bistro where I should be receiving a bulk discount. The amount of coffee I was buying would drown an elephant. When I got back to the picket line with enough Java for everyone, I saw that Pop had arrived. He was usually there at least 3 days a week. Oddly, instead of marching, he was sitting in a chair near where we kept the handout material for the public. He was wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt and sunglasses to go along with his normal jeans and sneakers. I gave him a quick wave as I walked over and unloaded the coffee and pastries onto the folding table. I was close enough at that point to realise that he wasn't marching to just take it easy. Take off your glasses. He stared at me for a moment, so I repeated myself. Seriously, take off your sunglasses. He sighed and took them off. I was a neonatal nurse, so I rarely saw trauma when I was in the hospital. However, I also worked with Doctors Without Borders, and there were times while there when you pitched in wherever you were needed. Instead of flipping out, I took a deep breath, walked over, and squatted down next to him. When did this happen? Last night. I nodded. Some of my colleagues gathered around. All right, we need to get you inside and have you looked at. We can't do anything, including offer medical advice. We're not covered by the hospital's insurance, and Good Samaritan laws won't help when we are literally 100 yards away from the entrance. Can you see out of that eye? He shrugged, putting the sunglasses back on over his horribly swollen eye, hiding the bruising and discoloration. Yeah, no biggie. I've had worse. Maybe a professional could make that assessment. What else happened? Where else are you hurt? That's it. Just the eye. I thought we were getting to know each other. Are you seriously going to sit there and lie to me? This is the first time you have ever worn long sleeves while here. I don't think it's because it's laundry day. What's going on with your arms? Shaking his head, he rolled his eyes, but then also rolled up his sleeve. He had a bandage wrapped around his forearm that was turning a darker brown than it had been when he put it on. You realise that's blood, right? What the hell happened to you? He shrugged again. Some army pukes called my son a Jody. I wasn't joking. I've had worse. I'll be fine. With my lower lip between my teeth, I had him turn his arm so I could get as good a look as possible. We are either getting you inside or getting someone inside out here. There is no way you're not getting checked out. That bandaging was amateurish at best, and it clearly needs to be stitched up. And I'm guessing cleaned out. You need to get an X-ray on your orbital and probably an MRI. I have no idea what a Jody is, but I noticed that you didn't say an army puke. You said some army pukes. Plural. Did you and Steve get in some sort of a bar fight? Something like that. Listen, not that I don't appreciate what you're trying to do, but I've made it this far in life taking care of the little shit myself. A couple of days go by, I'll be fine. I could be cute and try to embarrass you or shame you into going inside. I respect you too much to do that. Instead, I'm going to appeal to your sense of decency. Think about us and what we do for a living. We have a moral obligation to make sure that you're looked after. I'm asking that you respect my professionalism enough to believe me when I say neither of those issues are minor and you absolutely should be receiving medical attention. We appreciate you coming down and supporting us every day. Maybe I should have said that more often, but I've never questioned your being here. I've never given you a hard time about anything, and I've never asked a favour of you. I'm asking now. Let us walk you inside. He again quietly stared at me for a moment before replying. She doesn't think I saw her, but Kate drove by 3 times this morning. If she notices that I'm gone, she's gonna ask. Let her know that I went inside. I'd be happy to, but we have a problem. I have no idea who the heck Kate is. He laughed. Yeah, that could be an issue, sorry. Pop told me about the woman as he limped across the parking lot. I walked him over to the emergency waiting room, said hi to some colleagues we ran into, and then helped him fill out his paperwork. I had one of the security guys promise to come get me when they were done with him. I shook my head as I exited the hospital. How on earth does a 60-year-old man get into a bar fight with guys from the army? He had been right. No more than 20 minutes had passed when his friend Kate showed up. She looked to be a wreck. I explained what was going on and that he was inside getting checked out. Thank you so much. That man is as stubborn as a mule. I spent all night trying to get him here. Is it okay if I go in and wait with him? I smiled. I'm sure it would be fine. Could you do me a favour? Speak to one of the orderlies and ask him to check to see if Pop mentioned something other than the cut on his arm and the blow to his eye. He was limping when we went in, and if he is that stubborn, who knows if he even mentioned it. When he's ready to leave, we can get him a wheelchair. She rolled her eyes. Look, you're a miracle worker to get him in there at all, but there's no chance that he'll accept using a wheelchair. She walked away, and I took a sip of my coffee before grabbing this one of the signs and started marching. It was clear that it was a day for visitors. Within a few hours, the new lawyer for the union showed up with another woman. Ms. Armigido, is everything okay? Better than okay. Maybe much better. I need to get a copy from you of all of your correspondences with the union and a full timeline and breakdown of your involvement as a union rep. You're not a union employee, but if we can make a strong case that you were represented by the union's legal counsel due to your position and involvement, Lyle will be screwed. If you were represented, he should have been speaking to your counsel instead of you. We could bring this to the bar and at the very least it will scare the hell out of him. That was the best news I'd had in a while. How serious can it be? When she smiled, I realised that I would never want to be opposing her in a courtroom. Very bad, both legally and professionally. Well, in that case, I'll spend tonight going over my notes and get whatever I have to your office tomorrow morning. At the very least, I had notes from... The woman with her interrupted me. That's wonderful, and you seem very diligent. May I interrupt? You've been on strike for a little while, and I haven't heard anything about it drawing to a close. If it's safe to assume that this will be ongoing, We would like to offer you financial assistance and an opportunity for a new position. We've met before, Miss Acton. Now I was the one who was interrupting. You're Shannon's mother. It took me a moment to place you. She looked mildly annoyed at being interrupted. Too bad, lady. She forced a smile on her face and continued. Yes, I am. We would like you to consider working with Shannon and Lucinda. I did my research and you come highly recommended. My granddaughter seems all right and blessedly, the issues with her heart haven't proven to be a serious concern. Still, why take unnecessary risks when someone with your skill set is available? Whatever your salary is now, we will increase it by 50%. We'll give you a 5-year contract, and if you have to leave before the end of the contract, we'll ask for 6 weeks' notice. If you stay at least a year, we'll give you a 3-month severance regardless of whether you decide to leave, or we decide that your services are no longer required. We will, of course, cover any normal expenses, a per diem if there's any travelling, health insurance that's comprehensive, and any standard amenities. Thank you for thinking of me, and I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to have to decline. She appeared shocked. Miss Acton, may I call you Shelley? Shelley, my daughter needs help. You're uniquely qualified to help her and the baby. I'm not used to laying my cards on the table when I'm negotiating, but you're in a position where you could write your own ticket here. If it's an issue of compensation, I can provide you with the details for my banker. I will be more than happy to have your full salary placed into escrow. I smiled, but I shook my head. That's not my concern. I'm not an LPN and I'm not a private duty nurse. I'm a specialist and I love what I do. I come to work every day and see new lives being brought into this world. For just a little while, a tiny piece of the lives of these children, I get to watch over them. There's satisfaction in that. I make enough money to pay my bills and to live comfortably. I'm happy, but I truly do appreciate the offer. I see. All right. What if we double your salary? We may be able to include an allowance for a car lease, and you certainly wouldn't be limited to using it to get to and from Shannon's home. While you're with us, the vehicle would be yours. May I inquire as to how many weeks off you receive a year at the hospital? I'm sure that we could... This time it was the lawyer that was interrupting. Marianne, give it a rest. You have her answer. Shelley, what about until the strike is resolved? Since my sister has already displayed how generous she can be, she'll double your salary and get you that vehicle until you're able to go back to work at the hospital. Once that happens, we'll figure something else out and you'll leave with our thanks. Would that be something you'd consider? I thought about it for a moment. It was an attractive offer. How many hours a week? They both smiled, seeing that we had moved into a negotiating phase of the discussion. If I had been smart, I would have spoken to Haliaka about their offer before accepting. But we walked back across the street to the bistro and hammered out the details over 3 fruit salads. I would work for them 4 days a week, 10 hours a day. It was obvious that Marianne was rich. I later found out that she was dad-level rich. She was also a professional negotiator, which is how she earned that money. Yeah, working things out with a professional at that level over iced tea, melons and some berries probably was my best moment. Still, what was the worst-case scenario? That I only got an insanely good offer when I could have had an amazingly insanely good offer. I was really in a no-lose situation. After our handshake deal, we walked back across the street to see an orderly pushing Pop in a wheelchair towards our table. Kate was by his side and was keeping him as calm as possible, but there was a scowl on his face and he clearly didn't like being coddled or sitting in the wheelchair. When he had first joined us, he was a curiosity. As the days went by and he kept showing up and helping out, my colleagues became protective of him. Half the picket line disappeared as they rushed over to press for details. Seeing the orderly with the hospital behind him, I was suddenly struck by a concern. I turned to Liz, which is what Miss Armigido insisted I call her. What if there is some issue with the hospital and me working a second job? I mean, people do it. It's probably fine, but should I check the fine print on my contract or something? If they get vindictive, I don't know. It was as if she hadn't heard me and kept staring over my shoulder. Liz? What the hell happened to Pop? I rolled my eyes. He got into a fight with some guys from the army. Some guys from the... Has he lost his mind? No. Liz and Marianne went running over to him and started speaking to Kate, his girlfriend or whatever. When they were finally done questioning both of them and then fussing over him, Liz joined me as I held my sign and did my picketing. Sorry, you were asking about the legalities of working a second job while on strike. Yeah. If it's going to put my position at the hospital at risk, I'm not going to be able to do it. I promise you it'll be fine. I'll get a copy of your contract from the union and go over everything, and if there are any issues at all, I'll personally represent you. I'd done some research after our first meeting and learned as much as possible about Liz. If she was on board, so was I. It was good to be represented by the biggest shark in the city. I was going to be working from 10 at night to 8 in the morning, allowing whoever was staying with Shannon before that to go home and get some sleep. It also let me get down to the picket line in the mornings and then head home to get some sleep myself. The day before my first shift, I joined Marianne at Shannon's home for dinner so we could meet and spend some time together. I wanted her comfortable with me before she had to entrust her daughter with a stranger and fall asleep with that stranger in her home. I realised that evening that Marianne wore her wealth on her sleeve much more than Dad did. She brought with her a fully catered dinner for the three of us that could have easily fed 6, and it wasn't burgers or sandwiches. The food was much closer to what I experienced in some of my favourite restaurants in Los Angeles. This is delicious, where did you order from? Marianne seemed confused. I'm sorry? Shannon chuckled and shook her head. Mum doesn't cook, and ordering from a restaurant would be inconvenient. They have a private chef. I assumed that they meant Marianne and her husband. A private chef? Okay. Well, please tell him or her that everything was delicious. I already had evidence that being a negotiator for hire paid well, but a private chef? Whatever. If I got more meals like this, I'd consider it a perk until I went back to my real job. Before I left, Marianne paid me for 2 weeks and gave me a credit voucher for a local garage for $5,000. If you're not going to take a car lease, at least use this for whatever needs to be done on your car. I don't know, changing oil and getting gas and all the other side of things that they do with cars. The sort of things they do with cars, right? This woman definitely lived in a bubble. Sure, I appreciate it. I made sure to spend time with Lucinda so we could start to build a comfort level. As I was getting ready to leave, Marianne walked me out to my car. I wanted to thank you. I'm not blind. I know how I come across sometimes. I just don't really care. I don't judge people who have less money than I do, and I expect them not to judge me for having more than they do. That would be ridiculously shallow and facile. I don't really flaunt my money. I just don't change my behaviour based on who I'm with at the time. I think that would be incredibly insulting to them, and I'm not going to do that. I apologise. I went off on a tangent. What I wanted to say is that I understand about passions and vocations. I understand that what you're doing with us isn't what calls to you, so it means a great deal that you would do it anyway. My daughter wasn't doing well. I didn't recognise it, and instead of coming to me, she went to her father-in-law. I'll be honest, that hurt. I needed to do what I could to fix the situation. She needed help with my granddaughter, and you were uniquely qualified, so I used blunt force negotiation and threw money at you. If that was coarse or rude or insulting, I apologise. I just needed to get it done and to get the right person for the job. For the first time, she was sounding like an actual human being. It's fine, and the arrangement is perfect. When the strike is over and I go back to the hospital, I'll do what I can to help you find the best possible replacement. She smiled and stuck out her hand. We're not exactly in an employee-employer relationship here. Just know that I am grateful. I'm not much of a hugger, Miss Acton. Would a handshake suffice? Smiling, I shook her hand. Perfectly. And it's Shelley. I arrived early the next night and brought some birch beer, a bag of pretzels, and my tablet. I was still trying to build a relationship with both mother and child and ensure that they were comfortable with me. Shannon and I fussed over the baby, who had woken up shortly after I had arrived. Shannon was heading to bed soon after we put Lucinda down, but she stopped when she saw my snacks. "Is that birch beer, Pennsylvania Dutch?" I was shocked. Yes it is. How do you even know what that is?" "Dad and I have a band. We don't play much anymore, but when we were gigging regularly, we worked with a guy who owned a studio and drank that stuff all the time." I rolled my eyes. "Let me guess. Shorts, sandals with socks, loud Hawaiian shirts?" Shannon laughed. "How do you know Big Mike?" "He's my dad." "Get out. Are you serious?" "Serious as a heart attack." Her plans to go to bed were dropped, and instead she sat down on the couch. We spoke about the Poplin family jug band, her playing charity gigs with her father, and how my dad had helped her and Gus. We chatted until she couldn't stop yawning and I urged her to go to sleep. And in the course of a couple of hours, her being comfortable with me was no longer an issue. The next day, it was me who was doing all of the yawning. Shannon introduced me to her father's wife, who arrived bright and early to spend time with her and Lucinda. She seemed like a lovely woman. I quickly checked on Lucinda again before making my goodbyes and heading out. I had planned on staying at the picket line until mid-afternoon, but by 11 o'clock I was exhausted. I hadn't acclimated to the night shift yet, so I went home, had some chicken and rice, and fell asleep. I had arrived an hour early again for my shift, but decided that was the last day I was going to do so. There was an ease between myself and Shannon by that point, and it just wasn't necessary. The baby was asleep, and Shannon asked if I could keep an ear out for her. When I agreed, she took her violin and went out onto the back porch to play. In spite of what Dad did for a living, I had zero musical talent or knowledge. I couldn't tell you who the composer was that wrote what she was playing. I couldn't tell you what time frame the song was written in. I couldn't even tell you if it was originally written for the violin. All I knew was that it was lovely, and I was in checking on Lucinda when I heard a voice from outside the front door. "Sounds good, kiddo. I'm going to check on my granddaughter." Steve walked into the bedroom, saw me, and froze. He looked from me to Lucinda with panic in his eyes. "Is she okay? Why?" "Everything's fine, Steve. Marianne hired me to stay with Shannon and the baby." He closed his eyes and sighed. "Right. Of course. That was stupid. Shannon wouldn't be playing on the porch if there was a problem. Sorry." I smiled. "Don't be sorry, Grandpa. If there's ever a time to panic, it's when a health professional is surprisingly looming over your granddaughter. I get it." When Lucinda woke up, the four of us chatted for a while. Okay, Lucinda may have been cooing and burbling, but we still counted it. Steve was holding his granddaughter, and you couldn't pry the smile off his face with a chisel. He seemed like a genuinely decent man, and I liked watching him with the baby. Eventually, he left to go home. I didn't hear his car start, but I was putting the baby down again. The next morning, Ethan, Shannon's father, was there to spend time with her and the baby. When I walked out to my car, I saw Steve next door sitting on the porch. He waved. "Morning. Want some breakfast?" "You live there, next door to Shannon?" "No, not at all. I broke in and commandeered the kitchen. I'm making French toast, my specialty. What do you think?" "Why not?" I closed the door to my car and walked over. "I'm in." Steve was wearing a tight white t-shirt and a faded pair of blue jeans. Aesthetically, that was in line with his morning stubble, but not his high and tight crew cut and the meticulous appearance I was used to. I wondered if that's how he woke up in the morning and realised it wasn't a bad look. It wasn't bad at all. I followed him inside to the kitchen and laughed when I sat down. He looked back at me. "Something funny? You were expecting some super fancy kitchen?" I shook my head. "No, sorry. It has nothing to do with your kitchen. I was just remembering something from a while ago and it struck me as funny. You don't happen to have cinnamon, do you?" Reaching into a cabinet, he pulled out a container, shook it at me, and put it on the counter. I had laughed because the very first time I had seen Steve, I'd been irritated that he was watching my arse when I walked to the refrigerator for my Coke Zero. And there I was, watching his arse as he walked to his kitchen and his refrigerator. Was I a hypocrite? Maybe, but he did make those jeans look good. In many ways, he was the opposite of what I usually looked for in a man. Steve wasn't white-collar, glib, obsessed with his appearance and overly proud of his postgraduate degree. On the other hand, he took care of himself, was intelligent, and could hold a conversation on every topic we had stumbled upon. He had handed me a cutting board, a knife and some bananas, and I sliced them up as I watched him work. I wasn't sure what to say to him about his father. Maybe it was none of my business. No, it was definitely none of my business. Pop was a nice guy who came down to support us. That was appreciated, but it didn't entitle me to parts of his life that he didn't want to discuss. Did I want to know the details of a bar fight between an old Marine and a bunch of army guys? I did, but only because of who was involved. Did I feel right in prying? Absolutely not. So I didn't. Well, I didn't until Steve reached over his head and into a cabinet for a steel bowl to mix the eggs. His t-shirt rose and his jeans were a little low on his hip, letting me see the livid bruises on his side. What the heck happened to you? He quickly put down the bowl, looked at his side, and hiked up his jeans. It's nothing. I'm fine. The hell you are. Come over here. He stayed where he was. Steve. He stepped over to me and I gently probed the perimeter of the bruise with my fingertips. Does that hurt? No, really, it's fine. I shifted my fingers a little lower towards the center of the bruise, and I saw the goosebumps break out on his skin. His might have been due to pain. Mine definitely weren't. I hadn't been with anyone since before getting hired at the hospital, before moving to Pueblo, before divorcing my husband for cheating, and before my last deployment with Doctors Without Borders. It had been a long, long time, and this fit, handsome man was standing in front of me, my fingers lightly brushing his hip, him looking down at me. I felt myself starting to blush. So this has to do with the fight Pop got into? I looked down at the unpeeled banana on the table, then quickly looked away, eventually finding his eyes. There was an intensity, a hunger in them that I couldn't deny. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back towards the sink. Yeah. Look, things happen. Don't make this out to be more than it is. Once he got involved, I couldn't just stand there and watch. And he got into a fight with some guys from the army because they called you by a girl's name. He shook his head. Where did you hear that? He came down to the picket line, which was crazy. We got him to go inside and get checked out, and the woman he was seeing, and Shannon's mother and aunt came by. They were talking. I shrugged. He began cracking his eggs as he spoke. They didn't call me by a woman's name, not really. They called me a Jody, that someone who sleeps with the spouse of an active duty member of the military. It's despicable. It's gotten people killed. You're out there, you're thousands of miles from home. Sometimes you're encountering the enemy on a daily basis, and you find out that your husband or wife has been with someone else behind your back. You make bad decisions, sometimes on purpose. It is as if there's nothing to go home to. That's a Jody, the piece of crap who wants to get some strange and is willing to put someone else's life in danger to get it. Yeah, so we were at the VFW and some guys heard about me and Emily and thought that they would share their opinion. Pop leaned forward, his lips next to the guy's ear, and quietly asked him to repeat what he just said. He made the mistake of doing so. Pop head butted him in the nose, it shattered, and things went south from there. I get it. We sound like Neanderthals, but I'm not ashamed to say that there were 5 of them and 2 of us, and we walked away in much better shape than they did. I was shocked, but I couldn't keep quiet. If Steve wanted me to know, he would have told me, but still, I pressed. Who's Emily? He grabbed a fork and started beating the eggs. Remember when we met at the bistro and both ordered the croissant with apple jam? I told you that morning I was going away for a few days. She was the woman I was going with. He told me about Emily, and her revelation about being married. Steve didn't know how the men found out, whether her husband discovered what was going on and told friends, or if Emily had said something stupid to someone. What I knew was that he was absolutely furious that she had turned him into something that he despised. I'm usually someone who's not at a loss for words, but I had nothing. I stumbled through a brief commiseration, peeled the banana and sliced it up. We spent most of the rest of our breakfast in silence, but oddly, it wasn't awkward. I helped him to clean up when he mentioned that he had to grab a shower and get ready for work. I put things away as he washed the dishes. Oddly, it felt natural. The only awkward part of this domestic scene was when he noticed me watching him washing the dishes. He'd sort of pinned them against the corner of the sink so the bowl or the plate or the pan couldn't shift, and then scrubbed it with his one hand. I know, could I have been more rude? When I noticed him watching me as I stared, I blushed again. He didn't seem irritated and had an amused smile on his face. Steve just shrugged, and we both kept working. I assumed that he was used to people's curiosity by that point in his life. Thanks for breakfast, Steve. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about your relationship with Emily. He shook his head as he put the last few things away. It's not her. Look, she was fun and enthusiastic, and that enthusiasm was contagious, but we barely knew each other, and it probably wasn't going anywhere. I've had the love of my life. I'm grateful for it, and I will always treasure what I had with Gus's mum, but it's in the past. I'm a middle-aged guy living a boring life, not making a ton of money, and getting by with one arm. It is what it is. I like women. When the situation is right, I enjoy spending time with them, but the great romances are in the past. No, I don't miss what could have been with Emily. I'm furious at what she did to her husband and how she used me to do it. Sorry, this turned into more of a rant than a breakfast. I'll do better next time. I was halfway to my car, and he was probably halfway up to his shower when I realised he said next time. And he was right. Our breakfasts became a regular thing. 2 days later, I was approached by Liz, the lawyer. She had a smile on her face and was carrying a briefcase. Good morning, Shelley. Do you have time to talk? We sat down on the folding chairs next to the table where we held our pamphlets and flyers. She pulled some papers from her briefcase, 3 sheets that were held together with a paperclip. I can't coach you and I can't write it for you, but you need to submit a complaint about Lyle to the Office of Attorney Regulation Council. These are 3 letters that were submitted within the past 24 months. They can give you a feel for what other people have written in their complaints. They are public record, so it can't be considered me coaching you. What I can suggest is that you be as comprehensive and as honest as possible. You'll get a phone call from the office within the week. They'll ask pointed questions. Before that, they'll set up an appointment for their phone call. Once you have the date and time, come and see me. I can't help with the letter, but I can help prep for the phone call. I'll be honest, they're supposed to get back to you within a week of your filing of the letter, but it will probably be a lot quicker than that. My partner, Judge Salister, has a lot of sway around here. He'll nudge a few people. When I was at Shannon's house that evening, I looked up the office of whatchamacallit and it seemed so official. Being run by and about lawyers, that shouldn't have been surprising. I read over the 3 sample letters, took out my laptop and got to work. When I was done, the complaint seemed too dry, but fair. I would have preferred to explain how smarmy Lyle had been and how betrayed I felt when I realised he was using me against the union. But an unemotional, factual recollection seemed like it would be more effective. I jumped at the voice behind me. You know, I'm officially on leave from my aunt's firm. Turning, I saw Shannon looking over my shoulder as she leaned against the door jamb. Okay. I didn't know you worked for her, but I guess that makes sense. What I'm saying is, I'm not working for her now, which means there's no moral or legal issues if I look over your complaint letter. Oh, would you mind? Not at all. I do, however, demand I be paid in the form of one of those pastrami sandwiches you brought over last night. The aroma's been driving me crazy all day. Laughing, I agreed. Deal. I had thought that I'd done a good job with the letter, but in no time Shannon had drastically improved what I put down. She reiterated and underscored points that needed emphasis. She improved the organisation and provided a bullet-pointed summary at the end. When she was done, we discussed it for a minute, and then I closed the laptop. Shannon headed into the kitchen and spoke over her shoulder as she walked. "And you get mustard on that sandwich, right? I think that's traditional." "It absolutely is." I couldn't imagine living in a city where you didn't know that mustard was a given on pastrami. The sour pickle and rye bread would blow her mind. I wondered if she even knew what a niche was. "Send it tomorrow. Don't show it to Aunt Liz. Give her plausible deniability." I heard back from the very regal-sounding Office of Attorney Regulation Counsel for the Supreme Court of Colorado within 48 hours. We set up a day and time for a phone meeting, and I immediately followed up with Liz. She had mentioned it before, but she reiterated that it wasn't going to be good for Lyle no matter what happened, but it would be considerably worse if whoever oversaw the complaint process determined that I had been represented by the union's legal counsel. That part was going to be up to her and her partner, the former judge. It was my job to handle the phone call. I needed to come off aggrieved but reasonable, sure in my answers, but not rehearsed. I went down to her offices and sat through a few hours of preparatory questions and some light grilling from lawyers at her firm, while she and her partner observed and offered feedback. When the actual phone interview took place, I was almost disappointed by how mundane it was. The gentleman asking the questions seemed genial and professional. The whole thing was over in less than 40 minutes. When I called Liz to let her know how it went, I followed up with the concerns. "When all of this is over, I'm going back to work at the same hospital where he's the legal counsel. Is that going to be an issue? Is he going to hold a grudge?" Liz had a low chuckle. "I can almost guarantee that will not be a problem. He's not the best lawyer around, but he's not an idiot. He'll probably studiously ignore you and avoid you like the plague. After what's going to happen, the last thing that he'll want is a complaint that comes close to resembling an issue with harassment. If there is an issue, and I'm positive that there won't be, I'll represent you." That was music to my ears. Marianne, Shannon's mother, approached me the next day. She had been with Shannon and Lucinda that evening, and was getting ready to leave as I arrived. "If you're working this upcoming Thursday, Friday, Saturday or Sunday, would it be possible to switch to daytime hours? I guess. Is everything all right?" It seemed as if she was regretting having to discuss something distasteful. "Yes, everything is fine. It's just that Gus will be here for a 4-day stay and—" I smiled. "And Shannon and Gus would like to spend their evenings alone." "Exactly. Of course. It won't be a problem. I'll switch things around and I'll have a new schedule for you by tomorrow night." "Thank you, Ms. Acton. You've been, well, we all have a great deal of faith in you and appreciate what you've done for my daughter and the baby." I smiled. "They're great, both of them. I'm happy to be here." Gus arrived a day early. Okay, technically it was a lot less than a day. I had no idea how schedules worked in the military, but apparently he was able to leave early, get a different flight, and arrive in Pueblo by 6. He was already there when I arrived at 9:45. There was a confused look on his face as he turned to look from me to Shannon. "I'm sorry. I thought somebody would have called you. I was able to get here today." "Well, I guess that's obvious. I sort of planned on—" I smiled. "Spending some time alone with your wife and daughter. I get it." I handed him a bag I was carrying. "Welcome home, soldier. Maybe you could share this with Shannon. It's a pastrami on rye with deli mustard and a garlic pickle. I'll see you tomorrow." I barely knew the man, but he seemed the stoic type. I was surprised that he was apparently trying not to say something but couldn't stop himself. "Marine." I was confused. "What?" "Sorry. It's Marine, not soldier." "Oh, I thought that was the same thing." "No, soldier is for the army. It happens a lot. It's just that Marines—" "It's not important. Thank you. I'll give her the sandwich. Please tell your father I said hi. There were times while I was at college when he made life livable." "Dad." I made custom flipbooks. He saw one and commissioned a few and then got some bands to do the same. They paid much more than they should have, and I was able to come home to see Shannon because of them. I nodded. I remember him talking about them. I'll let him know. My car was parked on the street, and as I unlocked it with the fob, I heard a voice call out, "You want a beer?" As I looked over at the other house, I saw Steve stand up from the chair he had on the porch. I thought about it for a second and decided I had nothing better to do. I sat down in his living room, and when he came back, he was holding the neck of 2 stouts in his large hand. I noticed the way that the muscles in his forearm rippled as he put one down and handed me the other. "They're from a brewery on the Riverwalk. I like them. Let me know what you think. Have time for a movie?" He laughed when he saw my raised eyebrow. "What did you have in mind?" "Bridge over the River Kwai. Maybe another military movie. You know us inactive Marines. If we're not drinking at the VFW, we are building tanks from model kits or watching John Wayne movies." I smiled and shook my head. "You're screwing with me." Steve had a slight smile as he shrugged. "Well, it is a military movie, but not really. I was going to watch Casablanca. What do you think?" Before you answer, I should tell you I'm making homemade popcorn with sea salt and chipotle butter. If the popcorn is as good as the French toast, I'm in. We were halfway through the movie when Steve cocked his head and muted the volume. I could barely hear some music, but it was there. Walking over to me, he reached out his hand. When I took it, he helped me stand, let go, and led me to the back door. "Your hand is empty almost all of the time, but you never really think about it until someone lets go and it's empty again." He held up his forefinger to his lips and opened the back door. It was almost the witching hour, and floating through the night air was a violin and trumpet duet. I didn't know what the song was, but it spoke of peace, harmony, and love. It was beautiful. I had been lost for a few minutes, swept away by the music. As it faded, I took a deep breath and noticed Steve staring at me. There was something about his eyes, a gaze that said he was both content and intrigued. Silently, he nodded back towards the interior of the house, took my hand again, and led me back to the living room. I decided to see Dad and Haliaka the next day, so I was a little tired when I showed up for Shannon and the baby at noon. I had been down to the picket line that morning and answered some questions for a reporter from the local newspaper. She warned me that the coverage in the print edition would be brief, but it would be expanded in the online version. When I arrived, Gus stared at me and seemed to be trying to work something out. He was wearing a suit that was slightly too small for him, and he looked very handsome. Watching Gus, I could easily picture what Steve had looked like 20 years earlier. "Shannon went to see her therapist. We are taking the baby out. Can you go with us? Are you supposed to stay here at the house? I don't know how this works with the nurses and private duty stuff. Are there insurance issues?" Shaking my head, I felt an urge to touch his arm or his shoulder and reassure this overly serious young man. Something held me back. There were intimations that Gus was on the spectrum, and I noticed that the only people he seemed comfortable touching were Shannon and Lucinda. Not wanting to reflexively do something that would make him uncomfortable, I put my hands behind my back and tried to look casual. "There's no issues at all, Gus. When are we leaving?" "As soon as Pop gets his suit on." My jaw literally dropped. The thought of Pop in a suite was so foreign that I didn't know what to say. "Okay, I'm going to go check on Lucinda." The 3 Kirschbaum men looked good. Surprisingly good. They each wore suits with ties, all in dark colours. It was clear that the suits were off the rack and nothing like what Lyle or my husband would have worn. But they made it work. Pop's girlfriend Kate was there. She was dressed to match. I felt awkward and oddly out of my depth outside their homes. Pop and Kate took his old-school caddy and followed behind Steve, Gus, myself and the baby. We were halfway there when Gus turned around to look at me in the back seat. "It's my mum's birthday." Not knowing what to say, I nodded. 15 minutes later, we were at the cemetery. The 2 cars parked on one of the small private streets on the property, and we all got out. Gus carrying Lucinda. Pop and Kate pulled bundles of flowers from the back seat of their giant car. Offering me a sad, sympathetic smile, Kate split her bundle of flowers and gave me half. I nodded appreciatively. We stopped in front of the gravestone for the baby's namesake. Gus was not only silent, he was still. There was a depth to the young man that I hadn't recognised. He was hard to read, but at that moment, his pain was evident to everyone. Steve stood by his side, close enough for Gus to know that he was there, but not quite touching. He had his eyes closed and seemed to be struggling to compose himself. Pop was the only one who was able to speak. "Hey, kiddo. Haven't been down here for, I guess, 3 months. The place looks good, you know. And they must have mowed the lawn this morning. It's got that fresh grass smell. Yeah, well, we wanted to introduce you to your granddaughter. Gus and Shannon named her after you. She's a beauty, Lucinda. She takes after her grandma. We miss you every day, you know that, right? We love you, kiddo." We were all quiet for a moment before Steve started mumbling something. As his voice grew stronger, Pop and Gus joined in, and I realised it was probably a prayer in Hebrew. When they were done, Pop, that bear of a man, that giant that would fight 5 soldiers who questioned his son's honour, broke down and began crying. Kate wrapped him in her arms, and they both cried while clutching each other. Gus's voice was firm as he recited the Pater Noster. When he was done, he stared up towards the sky. There would have been some fanciful, romantic notion that he was gazing towards heaven, but I thought he was trying to compose himself. He took a deep breath and shuddered. When he turned to me, I could see the tears streaming down his face and my heart broke. She wasn't... Mum wasn't Jewish. She was Southern Baptist. I wanted to... As much as I wanted to hug that young man, all I could do was nod. Steve coughed and then spoke. "Can you give me a few minutes?" His voice was shaky, and I followed suit when Pop, Kate and Gus laid their flowers on the grave. I quickly walked back toward the car as I heard Steve start to speak to his wife. It felt like an invasion that I could hear him telling her about their granddaughter. The 4 of us waited by the cars and I held Lucinda in the carrier. Eventually, Gus walked back to his father. They stood side by side, and I saw the son slowly raise his arms, lower them and hesitantly raise them again before embracing his father. I didn't know what that cost him, but I couldn't hold back my tears. When we returned from the cemetery, I spent more time with the baby and tried to stay out of the way of Gus and Shannon. They had 4 days together, and I wanted to afford them as much privacy as possible. Others were doing the same. They had some sort of a schedule where people would come by and spend time with Shannon and the baby while Gus was serving. The day we had gone to the cemetery was Kate's day to spend time with them. She clearly had the same concerns that I did about being intrusive, and instead stayed with Pop and Steve next door. As I was about to leave, Gus approached me and followed me to my car. "I want to take Shannon out for dinner on Saturday. I'm not exactly sure what her mother worked out with you. I know you're a nurse, not a babysitter, but would you mind watching Lucinda for a few hours? We're just going to eat and then come right back." To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll even be able to convince Shannon of that. She doesn't like to be away from the baby. Even seeing her therapist is an issue. And she rushes back to see Lucinda as soon as her session is over. I smiled. I think my job here is a little, I don't know, loosely defined. I'd be happy to stay with the baby while you go out. The 2 of you deserve some time to yourselves. I'll see you Saturday. Have a good night, Gus. I drove over to see Haliaka and Dad. I didn't notice it until I was sitting in their driveway, but I had grown more irritated with every mile I drove to get there. I was actually relieved that my stepmother was there, but Dad wasn't. She was making huli-huli chicken, which I felt was a little on the nose. She didn't have to make a Hawaiian dish just because she was Polynesian. It almost felt like pandering. You know, you don't have to do all of this because of his obsessions. The man is in his 60s. He can grow up a little and drop the affectations. I rolled my eyes. Hooly hooly chicken. What's next? Are you going to wrap some pork in banana leaves and bury it in the backyard under hot stones? Dad grew up in Northern California. He lives in Pueblo. How long was he in Hawaii? A few years. He's built his entire identity around it, and it's irritating. Haliaka sucked in the corner of her lower lip between her teeth and shook her head while watching me. I'm making the chicken because my mother taught me how to make it. We had it every Sunday and I had a really crappy day at work. It makes me happy. I feel closer to her when I make her recipes. Is that okay? Should I give you a call in advance and clear my menu with you? What's wrong, Shelley? Taking a deep breath, I stared at the ground for a moment before replying. I don't know. I didn't. I'm sorry. It's none of my business what you make. This isn't about you. To be honest, I don't really know what it's about. It's just that Dad is always, I don't know. He's great. He really is. But that's now. He's my dad, and I'm always going to need him, but I'm far from being a kid. Where was he then? I was with some people today. 3 of them, all fathers. A grandfather, the father, and his son. They've had it rough. The stuff they've had to deal with, well, it was a lot. But you know what was clear? They were, they are, and they always will be there for each other, regardless of what else is going on, or how difficult it might be. They were there. Maybe they didn't have the right words or a lot of money, but they supported each other, they loved one another, and they were present. Say it. Until I was driving over here, I didn't realise that it was eating at me. I was a kid, Haliaka. Where was he? You know he's a legend, right? The bands that he represented, the people that worked for him, he was larger than life. He was a legend, and they looked up to him. You know why? Because he took care of them. They knew that if there was an issue, they could turn to him. If he represented you, he always had your back. Well, I was his daughter. Maybe if he had me under contract, he would have been there for me too. I saw the reflected pain in her eyes, the sympathy and empathy displayed showing me that at least I was heard. I didn't know why all of this was bubbling up now, but it felt as if some dark, hidden fissure far below the surface of my psyche was widening and cracks were building. Haliaka was blinking rapidly as she looked over my shoulder. Turning, I saw Dad at the doorway. It wasn't him. It wasn't the larger-than-life shark who was capable of intimidating all of the monsters in the shadows and handling everybody's problems. Instead, I saw an old man. An old and broken man. I had no idea how much he had heard, but it was clearly too much. I walked over and hugged him, leaning close and whispering, "I'm sorry, Dad. I love you. Sometimes I've got to go." I walked past him, back to my car, and headed home. He had been an addict, and for years after he had dealt with his addictions, he had lived in shame. I knew that, but that was the intellectual understanding of an adult. There were times when that knowledge did absolutely nothing for the visceral pain and abandonment of a little girl, wondering what she had to do to make her father love her. 2 days later, I was back at Shannon and Gus's home. I had brought 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on cinnamon raisin brie in a brown paper bag for my dinner. When I put it in the refrigerator, Shannon told me that Marianne had been there earlier in the day and had her chef make me chicken with mushrooms in a Dijon mustard cream sauce, some green beans, almondine, and rice pilaf. I was grateful, I guess, but I couldn't help smiling when I looked at the 2 separate meals sitting in their fridge. Me and Shannon's mother couldn't live more different lives. Still, it was nice of her. I was concerned about Dad. It couldn't have been clearer that he was devastated by what I'd said, but it felt as if absences and slights that I thought were long forgotten had just been buried and sat there simmering as if in a pressure cooker. I felt better after letting it out, but a bit guilty. I knew that we would have to talk and do so soon. Shannon had gone back to their bedroom to continue to get changed for her date with Gus. I had Lucinda with me, and her mother came out to look at her while she put on her earrings. She went back to her room and was soon out to see us again as she slipped on her shoes. When she came out again to keep an eye on the two of us and handed me a piece of paper with her cell phone number, Gus's cell phone number, and the restaurant's phone number, I smiled gently and put my hand on her arm. "Shannon, it's going to be fine. Call me as many times as you want. I already have your phone numbers, but I appreciate the list. Gus's dad and grandpa are right next door if I need anything. Try to stop worrying and have a great time." I had put the baby down to sleep soon after they left, but after an hour she woke up and got fussy. I had been listening to some music on Spotify, and when I picked up Lucinda, I soothed her with a constant smooth motion that soon turned into dancing. She was a beautiful baby, and I smiled as I looked down at her in my arms. Back and forth we went in the living room and in the kitchen. She was at the stage where she was making cooing noises. Lucinda was louder than I had remembered her being before, and I wondered if the rhythmic movements or the music played a part. Looking up at the windows that led to the backyard, I saw Steve's reflection as he stood by the front screen door. It seemed as if he was about to knock when he saw me dancing, and instead stopped to watch. Smiling, I saw no reason to let him know I knew he was watching and continued, enjoying the way that his eyes followed my every move. Steve. There are moments in life when the way that you view the world shifts in the span of a moment. Your perspective had always been set to noon, and then, in an instant, it slips to 11:55. Almost everything in your life remains the same, but there's one or two deep and significant changes. Holding your child for the first time will do that. Coming back home and looking at your old life from the perspective of someone who's been to war will do it. I would imagine that some psychedelic experiences will also force that change. I'd never seen Shelley move like that, free and joyful. I'd known since the first time I'd seen her that she was an attractive woman, but lots of women are attractive. As I saw her dancing as if she didn't have a care in the world, something shifted in my mind. While I stood there on the porch, Eros approached unseen, stretched out a finger and bopped me in the head. What was the word that they used in period pieces? Besotted, that was it. I was besotted. I knocked twice and entered the home. Shelley turned, tilted her head and smiled at me. Lifting a finger to her lips, she nodded towards my granddaughter, who was in her arms. She motioned for me to follow her and put Lucinda in her bassinet. I stood close behind her, near enough to clearly smell her perfume. As she straightened and turned, she seemed surprised by how close I was, but she maintained the smile. She stepped to her left to try to get past me, but I was already moving in that direction to let her by. I chuckled softly, trying not to wake the baby. When we did it again as she stepped to my right, her smile grew wider as she put her hands on her hips, looking up at me in mock consternation. Staring into her eyes, I slipped my arm around her waist and moved even closer. Shelley hesitated for a moment, and then raised both of her hands over her head and started swaying to the music that only she could hear. Slowly, she lowered her arms over my shoulders, and I leaned in, my lips headed toward hers. We heard a car pull into the driveway and the engine cut off. "Damn it, Gus. You couldn't give me 5 more minutes." I rolled my eyes and shrugged. There would be other opportunities. As Gus and Shannon entered their home, we walked out to meet them. Shelley again held up her finger to her lips. "We just put her down. She was a little cranky. You guys got home quick." "Yeah, way too quick." Gus raised a hand that held a large white paper bag with the image of a dog as a logo. "We went to Mookie's, had a taco there and decided to have the rest at home." Shannon gently hip-checked Gus. "My fault. I wanted to get back and see Lucinda. We got extra tacos. Help yourself." She brushed past me and walked into the other room to check on her daughter. Me, Gus and Shelley sat down in the living room and enjoyed some tacos. Everyone knew Mookie. Most people thought he was a goofball, but the man knew how to make outrageous tacos, and he was a great guy. Once Shannon joined us, she sat on the armrest of Gus's chair, her arm over his shoulder. Their casual, easy affection always eased something inside of me. There had never been a time when it was easy for Gus to make friends. When I realised that that would never change, I grew concerned about other relationships in his life. His time with Shannon had helped to untie those knots in the back of my mind and reassure me that my son would be fine. He loved and, in return, was loved. Gus used a napkin and waited for the rest of us to finish our tacos. You don't have to go or anything, but next weekend I will be playing in Santa Fe. A senator is retiring and he was in the Corps back in the 80s. He wanted us playing at his retirement party, and I guess senators get what they want. Shannon wants to go and it will be a pretty easy road trip. I was hoping that someone could go with her. Gus, how long have you known about this? A few weeks. I shook my head in wonderment. Of course we're going to want to go. It's the weekend, so there shouldn't be any issues, but it would help if you could give us as much advanced warning as possible next time. I'm sure your grandfather's going to want to go, and probably Kate. Shannon, do you think your dad would want to go? She nodded. Probably. As long as my brothers don't have a soccer tournament, I'm pretty sure he'll be there. I smiled. We're probably going to wind up with a caravan. Both Shelley and I left soon after, leaving the young couple time to be alone. I walked slowly. Actually, I was dawdling, trying to find a way to invite Shelley in. Finally, she took care of that problem. Steve, you ever have one of those days where it's just a lot? Some good, some bad, but all of it turning out to be exhausting? Maybe, I don't know, maybe next week we could get dinner or something. I smiled. Mookie's tacos? The straight stuff, she laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if when the strike is over, they make us all pee in a cup. I've heard about Mookie's THC salsa. I didn't think it mattered. Pot was legal in Colorado. I wasn't going to argue. Deal. Mookie's straight tacos. We'll talk Monday morning. Everyone came over for supper the next day so they could see Gus off before he headed to the airport. As always, Pop manned the grill, cooking up seafood. Kate helped out by making side dishes, and Ethan brought some desserts. While in high school, Gus worked at a repair shop, working mostly on small engines and yard equipment. He grew close to the Progettis, the older couple that owned the shop. We invited them, and they were excited to see him. Gus had always gotten along better with people considerably older than he was. His former boss and his wife thought of him as a surrogate grandson and had offered to sell him the business when he returned to Pueblo. Mrs. McClarty was the closest thing that Gus had to a grandmother, and she left him her house after her passing. He loved all three of them and would move heaven and earth to help them. To no one's surprise, Lucinda was the star of the show. Everyone had a good time, even Marianne, who probably spent more on her lunch every day than we had on the food for everyone. I kept a close eye on Pop, and when he sat down heavily in his chair near the grill, Kate nodded towards him. I nodded back and walked over. Hey, why don't I keep an eye on this for a while? All of a sudden you don't like my cooking? No. All of a sudden I don't like your limping. Are you taking those pain pills they gave you? Nah, I'm fine. You're not fine, you stubborn goat. You're not 25 anymore. Just do what the doctors tell you. Yeah, I'm just horrible with all that doctor crap. He leaned forward and rapped his knuckles against my hip, causing me to flinch. Unlike you, who went and saw a doctor about that. You did, right? I mean, you're not such a hypocritical prick that you're gonna bust my chops when you didn't even see a doctor, right? I truly hated it when he was right. Don't start coming at me with things like facts, old man. He laughed and lit up a cigar. Fine. You want to watch the grill? Watch the grill. Pop reached over, wrapped an arm around Kate's waist and pulled her onto his lap. I shook my head, happy that the chair didn't collapse. I was at work Monday morning when I saw Shelley arrive. I wrapped up what I was discussing with my guys and headed over to the picket line. She had gotten to the folding table with all of their paperwork while carrying a container of coffee and was with some guy who had boxes of donuts. I'd noticed that they'd begun bulking up on the morning donuts and were using them to leverage better engagement with the public. Stop and listen to their spiel? Get a free pastry. Genius move in my book. Morning. Would tonight work for Mookie's? Around 6? When she smiled, I felt an echo of what I had when I saw her dancing. Whatever had switched on in my brain was still active and strong. Sure, that works for me. Steve Kirschbaum, this is Aaron Briscoe. Aaron, meet Steve. Aaron's a nurse here. The man seemed friendly enough, and I shook his hand. He looked at me curiously for a second. Are you Pop's son? He's mentioned you a couple of times. How's he doing? I looked from Shelley back to Aaron. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. If he stops by today, could you do me a favour and make up an excuse to keep him seated at the table? He thinks he's still that young kid that could chew through iron and wrestle giants. He's still hurting but won't admit it. Aaron raised an eyebrow. I have friends who work at the hospital that treated the other guys. There were 5 of them and he walked away with a lot less damage than they did. Maybe he still can wrestle giants. I smiled and laughed. Maybe. Still, if you can keep an eye on him, I'd appreciate it. Shelley, I'll meet you there tonight? As I walked away, I heard her softly telling Aaron about how Pop hadn't been alone, and it was actually the 2 of us against those mouthy jackasses. We did meet for dinner that night, and I thought that she was trying to impress me with the level of heat she could take with her salsa. She cleared up that misconception when she explained that she hadn't been able to get seriously spicy food since the last time she had Thai in Los Angeles. We had a good time. It wasn't like being with Emily. She had been a roller coaster, adventure, something big and exciting always around the corner. Shelley also wasn't someone like Marianne, where I'd always feel as if I had to be on my toes and was performing every moment we were together. It just felt natural. Conversation flowed easily and silences were reflective, not awkward. She reverted back to her normal overnight hours and still came over for breakfast a few times that week. I had backed off the intensity and didn't push things. It had struck me that it could be disastrous if I tried to pursue something with her, and it went wrong in a bad way. She was still watching my granddaughter on an almost daily basis. We had a good time in each other's company, and I was sure that everyone could tell that there was something between us, but I decided to leave it there until the strike was over and she was back at the hospital. Everyone was excited for our ad hoc road trip and tailgating on Friday. There were 10 Marine field bands stationed across the US, and Gus's was chosen to play for this senator because of proximity. There was going to be a large public event on Saturday, and everyone would be able to attend. They had a private reception scheduled for Friday evening, and me and Pop were able to use our background as Marines to get tickets. Liz's partner at her law firm, Judge Salister, knew the senator and was able to get a few extra tickets. We were working on getting invitations to the private closing ceremony on Sunday, but even if we couldn't swing that, we knew that we would at least be able to get lunch or dinner with Gus before they flew back. Marianne and her husband catered the road trip, because of course they did. Everything was in brand new coolers in the trunk of her Mercedes. They had the fixings for roasted chicken breast sandwiches with a garlic aioli, various salads, fresh squeezed juices, water in glass bottles and desserts from a chocolatier. It was just who she was, so I smiled, shook my head, and continued helping to load up luggage in my and Pop's trunk. The 2 of us were astonished by how much people packed for a 3-day trip. Shelley sidled up to me while keeping an eye on Marianne's car. She handed me a small cooler bag. "Can I keep this in your trunk?" "Sure, what's in it?" Shelley rolled her eyes. "It sure as hell isn't custom confections or $30 a pound chicken sandwiches. It's PB&J on cinnamon raisin bread. What did you bring?" Smiling, I leaned down and spoke softly. "A bag of pretzels and some Snapple." We both laughed. Everyone got in their cars, and we headed off. This drive was clearly a big deal to Marianne. I had assumed that it was so far out of her wheelhouse that it was an adventure to her. There was a park that was halfway between Pueblo and Santa Fe, and she had us stop for a picnic. When she had all of the food spread out, the checkered tablecloth on the wooden table and everyone's cup full of juice, she looked around triumphantly with a smile on her face, as if she had just scaled Everest. Everyone thanked her, and I had to be honest, I didn't think she was looking for praise. She truly was trying to do something kind for the people that she cared about. After we ate, I was pecking at my pretzels when Marianne approached me with a plastic container and bag. She handed them to me. Vidalia onion pita, chips and red pepper hummus. I tried to look stoic as I nodded and I handed her my bag of pretzels. Bachmann pretzels. Got them at the gas station. She looked at the bag and then back at me before finally popping one in her mouth. Delicious. When you have a chance, get me the number of this gas station. I've heard they do amazing things with beef jerky. By the time she was done speaking, she was giggling, and I was chuckling. I didn't know what it was about her. She wasn't pretentious, not really. She just liked what she liked, and had enough money to indulge herself. The drive from one city to the next was only 5 hours. We didn't need to stop and have a picnic, but it made Marianne happy, so we enjoyed the food and the view and each other's company. Kate was with Pop. Ethan was with his wife. Shannon and the baby were with her mother and Marianne's husband. Liz was with her husband, and Shelley was with me. We all got back on the road and continued on our way. As we began to approach the city, we saw signs on the marquees for hotels welcoming the regional championships for college cheerleaders. It seemed as though they were having a meet or a championship in town the same weekend as the senator's retirement event. That was mildly interesting until we realised what it actually meant. Who knew how big cheerleading actually was? Well, I guess the hotel industry knew. While everyone else was mature and acted like an adult, I had just winged it. Kate, Ethan, Liz, and Marianne had all gotten rooms in the same hotel. I thought I would do the same. Not a big deal, right? They had made reservations, I hadn't. Shelley and I waited until everyone else got their keycards and set off for their rooms. We had been right behind Ethan in line, and Shelley smiled while putting her credit card on the counter. Hi, we're each going to need a room for tonight with a checkout on Sunday. My stomach fell when I saw the frown on the man's face. Do you have a reservation, Mom? No. He made a tisking sound as he clacked away on his keyboard and stared at the screen. I'm afraid we're sold out. Were you aware of the cheer event? Let me see what I can do. Shelley turned to me and rolled her eyes. We're going to wind up in a hotel away from everyone else. The man didn't look up as he spoke. Mom, everyone is sold out. All right, some good luck. We just had a cancellation. You don't have a pet with you, do you? Shelley shook her head. No. Excellent. Then we have one room available. He looked up from his screen at me. I'm sorry, sir, that was the last room. Shelley pushed her card towards him. I'll take it. We'll need 2 keys. I thanked Shelley as I looked around for a cart. I'll pay you back for the room. We'll split it. You're here for my granddaughter, you shouldn't be paying anything. She shrugged. How about I bill it to Marianne? That works. I'd split the cost of the room with Shannon's mom. That made sense. Lucinda's grandmother and grandfather would cover it. I could live with that. I found a cart. We loaded up our luggage, my Snapple, the pita chips, the hummus, and went up to the room. There were teenage girls and coaches everywhere, all of them wearing jackets with their school's name emblazoned on the back. I wasn't too concerned. I was able to sleep through a hurricane if necessary. When we got to our room, Shelley opened the door, walked in, and stopped abruptly. I almost hit her with the cart, but yanked it back in time. Everything okay? Yeah, but there's only one bed. Shelley, take 2 steps forward. She looked at me over her shoulder. Oh, sorry. When she stepped forward, I was able to move the cart all the way into the room. I placed her 3 bags and my one in the tub, and then used the light function on my cell phone to quickly check the headboard and the mattress for bedbugs. Thankfully, there were none. I didn't like admitting it, but they totally skeeved me out. Don't worry about the one bed. It's not a big deal. I'll call down to the front desk and get them to send up a cot. Steve, half the cheerleaders in the country have to be here. There is no way that they have an extra cot. I shrugged. It's not a big deal. We'll get some extra blankets and I'll take the floor. I've certainly slept on worse. I texted Gus to see if he was free, but he wasn't. They were practicing for that night's event. I didn't think the practice was needed, but what the hell did I know about music? I did know the Marines, and if they were told to stay and rehearse, they were going to stay and rehearse. He wasn't going to be able to join us for dinner, but seeing him at the event would be enough. Shelley went to Shannon's room to check on her and the baby. While she was gone, I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes. 20 years ago, I could have easily driven twice that distance and still been fine to stay up all night. Getting older was no fun. I must have fallen asleep, and when I woke up, I saw Shelley watching me as she leaned on the wall with a smile on her face. Getting some quick shut-eye, Marine. That was another thing I didn't like about getting older. There was no way that she should have been able to open that door and just stand there watching me while I slept. I was getting soft. Stretching, I got up from the bed. Did they say anything about dinner? They did. I don't know what's wrong with these people, but they all wanted seafood. We're in New Mexico. Would it kill them to get chile relleno or something a little more native to the area than red lobster? I laughed. I don't think they're adventurous eaters. Why don't you hop online and see if there are any local places that serve seafood and whatever is big locally? I like those cheddar biscuits, but I'm not in the mood for a chain restaurant. The senator seemed to be a jovial old guy, but he was a politician through and through. He obviously expected to be the star of the show. For our small contingent, he was a side note. My son was the star, and screw anyone that said otherwise. The venue was within walking distance of our hotel, so I felt comfortable having a few beers. The place was wall-to-wall supporters, family and friends of the retiring senator, and everyone was having a good time. I wondered if they knew how privileged they were to be getting a private performance by the Marine Corps band. I didn't have an ear for music. I knew what I liked, and that was pretty much it. I did, however, raise a son who was a bit of a fanatic, so I had random facts embedded in my brain. I knew how talented and how dedicated each of those musicians was, and I respected their sacrifice. That might have been the last night of the senator's glad-handing after a long career of politicking. He seemed to enjoy it. There was a relaxed and unhurried feel as he walked around shaking hands and kissing cheeks. At one point or another, he spotted me and Pop. I'm not going to pretend and say that we blend into a crowd. The old man was a Marine and he could tell his own. My missing arm was obvious and Pop looked like a cartoon Marine brought to life, so there wasn't much detective work being done there. He came over and spent a few minutes swapping lies before Pop put his arm around the man's shoulder and walked him over to introduce him to Gus. The band was on one of their breaks, and Gus was drinking something that looked like fruit punch. It was probably Gatorade. I couldn't count how many gallons of that stuff he had gone through while in high school. While Gus was talking to Pop and the senator, I turned and smiled at Shannon. I croaked my arm in her direction. Shall we? She looked around at the gathered high and mighty. Would it be okay? Absolutely. She stood and slipped her arm through mine while picking up Lucinda in the carrier with her other hand. Shelley had taken off the baby's tiny little earmuffs when the music had stopped, and Lucinda had a cute, curious look on her face as she was carried towards her father. This was the first time that Gus had his family at an event, and it was obvious that he didn't know what was appropriate or not. He looked over at a colonel who glanced at me, Pop the senator, and Shannon. He nodded at Gus and walked away. It seemed as if the world had fallen away from Gus. I wasn't there. His colleagues weren't there. The event staff wasn't there. The only ones he had eyes for were Shannon and Lucinda. He kissed his wife and then, almost reverently, took his daughter from the carrier. Another member of the band approached him. "Gus, is that your family over there?" "Yes, sir." The man sighed but smiled. "I keep telling you, you don't have to call me sir. Want to go sit with them for a while? I'll come find you in plenty of time." "Thank you." I knew my son. He wanted badly to put a sir at the end there, but he didn't. To be honest, he should have. The man was senior to him, and Gus was new to the corp. The guy was trying to be kind, but he wasn't doing us any favours. There were certain things that needed to be ingrained, and how you address your superiors was one of them. "Enjoy yourself, Gus. I remember when my kids were that age. You have a beautiful daughter." Thank you again." We headed back to our groups of 3 tables. Shannon couldn't pull the smile off her face as she stared up at my son, and I was glad she wasn't the jealous type, because she wasn't the only woman doing so. He looked sharp in his uniform. I leaned over to Shelley and spoke in a low voice. "Do you know how long ago it was that Lucinda was changed?" She looked over at the baby in Gus's arms, frowned and raised her eyebrows. "No." I caught Shannon's eye, nodded towards Gus, and patted my suit jacket in the same place where Gus was holding the baby. She looked over at him and then nodded at me. Shannon gently took Lucinda from her husband, and he smiled as she did so. I thought of myself and my wife when she held Gus. I imagined that the feeling was much the same. There was a certain peace in comfortably watching the 2 people you love most in the world. Thankfully, Lucinda decided not to add anything to her father's uniform. He eventually had to go back and play, but we all had a great time. Back at the hotel, Pop coerced me and Ethan into joining him at the bar and toasting to his grandson and his great-granddaughter. I had paced myself well during dinner, the event and then in the bar, but I was feeling pretty loose by the time I got back to the room. Shelley was already in the bed, and the requested blankets were sitting on the chair. Making a mental note to take care of the people from room service, I went into the bathroom and changed into boxers and a t-shirt. Within a few minutes, I had a blanket under me and a blanket over me as I tried to get some sleep. Trying to get everything done by the light of the window in the neon signs was annoying. I hadn't wanted to bother Shelley, so I didn't check the bed for extra pillows. I was using a phone book that I had found on the desk next to the chair, and I was amused by the novelty. I hadn't seen the yellow pages in probably 20 years. The events of the day kept racing through my head, and I couldn't fall asleep. Eventually, the light next to the bed went on and Shelley sat up. "I can hear you from all the way over here and you're on the ground. It doesn't creak or groan like a couch or chair, so what the heck am I hearing? Is that just you rolling back and forth? Look, this is ridiculous, let's just split the bed. It's not like we're teenagers with no self-control. You stay on your side, I'll stay on my side." "I'm fine, really." "Well, I'm not. I'd like to get some sleep, and you fidgeting around on the floor isn't helping. Get up here, Steve." I knew it was a bad decision as I stood up. As she sat on the bed, her blankets shifted down to just above her waist, and whatever she was wearing didn't do much to hide her breasts from view. Yeah, definitely a bad idea. I left my blankets and the yellow pages pillow behind as I walked over, lifted the sheet and got in the bed. I felt her warmth and was again able to smell her perfume. Shelley rolled over and watched me for a second. "Good night, Steve." My mouth was dry as I replied, "Good night." She rolled over, turned out the light, and then rolled back, this time landing a little closer to me. Okay, maybe it actually wasn't a bad idea. I focused, concentrated on my breathing, and put thoughts of having a beautiful woman in the bed next to me out of my mind. That and the too many drinks I had earlier helped me to fall asleep. I probably would have been overly proud of my amazing restraint if I hadn't woken up 90 minutes later. Either Shelley had backed up or I had inched forward, I couldn't tell which. What I did know is that my hand was on her breast, and I was pushing up against her butt. She was spooning up against me and seemed to be asleep. But when I valiantly tried to back away, She held my hand in place and shifted her hips back towards me. She lifted my hand from her breast to her lips and kissed my palm. I could barely make out her face from the light seeping into the window, but I thought I saw her smile as she rolled onto her back, sat up and shimmied out of the shirt she was wearing. I had tried to do the right thing. I thought of how awkward it would be for her working right next door and with my family if things didn't work out. I had been concerned about Lucinda, who might miss a carer after we had been concerned about her heart for so long. The way things were, Shannon had a healthcare professional with her when she needed it most. All of that went through my mind in a flash, but I wasn't a monk, and I didn't have a will of steel. When her shirt came off, the interplay of shadow and light revealing her breasts held me captive until I finally found the resolve to lose my boxers. What happened next was repeated an hour later. If I hadn't had as much to drink the previous night, I would have gotten up and gotten cleaned off when we were done. Instead, I waited until after I woke up. Feeling grungy, I watched Shelley sleep for a few minutes before gently getting out of the bed, grabbing some clothes and heading to the bathroom. My travel bag was in there. I brushed my teeth, used some mouthwash, got a quick shave, and jumped into the shower. I heard the door open while I was under the water. Is there room enough for two in there? If I was gifted in any fashion, it was that I was good under pressure. I didn't get flustered, and I was able to think and act under pressure. I wasn't some skilled Lothario, but I knew that I could get by. That lasted until I pulled back the shower curtain. Shelley stood there completely naked. I hadn't gotten a good look at her the night before, but my glib, smooth-talking nature saved me. She smiled and shook her head. Cat got your tongue? I'm sure we could find a better use for it. Move over. I moved over, and we indeed found better uses for our tongues. Shelley felt guilty about not being there enough for Shannon and the baby on the first day of our trip. So after our shower, she texted either Shannon or Marianne, kissed me, and said she would reach out with information about breakfast. After she left, I texted Gus to see if he could join us, or we could join him before he had to be at the venue. He got back to me quickly and said that as long as we were having breakfast at the hotel, he could join us for 45 minutes. I rounded everyone up, and we enjoyed the breakfast buffet. Before Gus had to leave, I saw a pop slip him some cash and speak to them privately. The public retirement ceremony was held at a local park. Our seats were in a reserved section, so although the place was packed, we were able to have a great view. The event was long, and it was boring, but we got to see Gus, so nobody complained. They played before the senator was introduced, and then they played for the closing of the ceremony. Once that was over, things loosened up and they played for the crowd. During one of the breaks, Gus grabbed some stuff from below a table and rushed over to us, handing Shannon a bouquet of flowers and a stuffed animal. It was a pink elephant for Lucinda. Pop gave him a thumbs up, and I realised what the cash was for. We had a great time. With the seriousness of the ceremony over, the park had a town fair atmosphere. His superiors let Gus stay once they were done for the day. Other bands came on, and eventually, Ethan, Shannon and Gus had an impromptu reunion as the Poplin family jug band. I had noticed earlier, but everyone's stares became more obvious as I danced with Shelley. It didn't bother me. Let them look and wonder. I was in a good place. I had my arm around Shelley and was listening to people that I loved play. The next day was a private closing ceremony, and it was tinged with sadness. I didn't know when I would see my boy again, and that always hit me hard. Shelley and I weren't stumbling through the night to find each other Saturday evening. We'd been slow and deliberate while enjoying ourselves, and that deepened what we'd had the previous night. I'd stripped the bed for the people doing house cleaning, loaded up our vehicles, and watched as Shelley spent time with Lucinda and Shannon. I assumed it was her years of nursing that helped her to know exactly what to do at all times, but she was unobtrusive and yet present, reassuring with an air of competence. We again danced when the band played, but this time it was gently interrupted by Shannon. The next few songs I danced with my daughter-in-law. There were times when I could delude myself into thinking that I could pick out and listen to only Gus, but I couldn't. She probably could. I didn't show it, but I was shocked when her mother asked if she could cut in. Shannon kissed me on my cheek and stepped away to dance with Ethan. Marianne was a surprisingly good dancer. As the song drew to a close, she smiled up at me. "You deserve to be happy, Stephen. She's good for you." I wasn't sure what to say. Maybe I wasn't as glib as I thought I was. "Thanks." It hadn't been so long since Pop and I had demonstrated that we could take more than twice our number in jackasses from the army. I was confident that if anyone claimed that my cheeks were wet as I accepted my son's hug goodbye, nobody would believe them. "Thanks for coming, Dad, and thanks for looking out for Shannon and Lucinda." "Don't thank me for that, Gus. Never that. Nothing is going to stop me from looking after them until the day I die." The drive home was a quiet but comfortable affair. It had been a good trip. A very good trip. After I pulled into the driveway, I got out our luggage and turned to kiss Shelley. Our lips meeting, we stood there under the light of the moon, finding it almost impossible to get enough of each other. When we finally separated, I said goodbye. "Say that tomorrow morning." With both hands on my shoulders, she gently turned me towards the door and lightly slapped me on my butt. Shelley followed me into the house and upstairs to my room. Shelley. I was sore the next morning by the time I got into my car and headed home. I parked, pulled my bags out of the back seat and turned towards my porch. Dad sat there, his back against the wall, looking like crap. "Hey." "Hey," I replied. He looked away from me and towards the yard. "I thought we should talk." "Yeah, that's probably a good idea." Getting off the ground, he stood and stretched. Grabbing both rolling bags, I slowly walked to the father that I had hurt so badly. He followed me into the house. Leaving my bags in the living room, I headed into the kitchen. "Thirsty?" "Yeah, thanks. Water would be good." I ignored his request, poured myself a water and handed him a birch beer. He smiled. "You stocking these for me?" I rolled my eyes. "No, I keep them on hand for the other fanatic in Pueblo who loves birch beer." "Touché." He put the can on the counter and crossed his arms, put his hands on his shoulders and then twisted until I heard a cracking sound. "What the hell, Dad? Are you seeing somebody for that?" "Nah, it just creeps up on me once in a while, and I was sitting out there for a couple of hours. It's part of getting old. If it wasn't the back, something else will be biting me in the arse." He popped the tab on his soda and took a swig. "So, before we hash this out, I want to say something. We could go over this for hours and chase an argument round and round like a dog going after his tail, but when we strip everything away, the truth is that I was your father, you were my daughter, and I should have been there. That's it. Anything else is... what's the word? Sophistry?" He shrugged. I was gonna say disingenuous, but whatever. I'm not saying it's an excuse or a valid reason, but being around an addict is never a good idea for a kid. Yeah, I'm still an addict, but you know what I mean. Someone who's currently using. I nodded and tried to give him a little space to mentally stretch out. I didn't want to be on the attack. I wanted to let him breathe. I moved to the counter before speaking. "Okay. I think that whatever frustrations I have are from unreconciled fears and anger from when I was a kid. Mentally, I get it. I'd like for that to be enough, but sometimes it's not. No matter how old I get, I'm dragging this emotional weight with me." Dad took a moment to drink some more of his soda and was obviously thinking instead of just answering off the cuff. "If you think that we should speak to somebody, I'd go. But let me ask you this. Is there one issue that is bigger than any other? Like, did something happen that I don't know about that was really big, but I wasn't there for you when it went down?" I shook my head. "Nothing like that. No big specific trauma. It is not like this is something that haunts me or has ruined my life. It just pops up every once in a while. I wish I hadn't said anything to Haliaka." "I'm glad you did. If something's going on, it needs to be addressed. I was surprised by how open and mature Dad was about all of this. He has this persona that he wears like a comfortable pair of sneakers. Sometimes it takes effort to look beyond that. As we sat there talking, I remembered that he wasn't in any way a therapist, but he was certainly an ally of those who needed help. When friends, employees, and even strangers have addiction issues, Dad was by their side, making sure that they got the help that they needed. Maybe I didn't give him enough credit for that. He continued. So, there was no one thing? Raising my eyebrows, I took a deep breath. Well, sort of. What you're telling me is that it wouldn't have been good for me to be around you while you are using. I agree, and we could go back and forth on the bigger issue of whether you should have never been in that position. But I don't think that's what is at the bottom of this. What really gets me is nothing changed after you got clean. Most of that was while you were in Hawaii, right? So by the time you got to LA, you could have seen me. You could have been there. You told me how you would show up at my soccer games and presentations at school and stuff, but you would stay in the background so you wouldn't be seen. You sort of say it like it's a saving grace, like, hey, maybe you didn't know it, but I was always there. I'm trying not to be hurtful, Dad. I really am. I know that you were dealing with shame, but you were clean. So, to me, that means it was vanity. You were ashamed and embarrassed and didn't want me to see you. Well, that's bullshit. You chose avoiding embarrassment over letting me see my father. In what world is that the right thing to do? You should have swallowed your pride and been there for me. I didn't care, Dad. I wasn't going to ask you embarrassing questions. It didn't matter to me what you were wearing or what you did for a living. I just needed you to be there. A quick hug, a smile from my dad. It would have been enough. I wouldn't have worried about why I wasn't good enough and why my dad didn't love me enough to show up when other kids' dad did. There were tears pooling in his eyes and he looked heartbroken. Shelley, I don't know what to say. I don't have the words. All I can say is that you're right, and I'm sorry. But what can I do now? How can we make this right? I don't know, Dad. I don't think we need to do anything, really. A lot of this is just my petty bullshit that I should have gotten over a long, long time ago. My voice was hoarse, and my cheeks were damp. Honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would have probably done exactly the same thing. Could things have been different? Sure. But we don't live in a world of rainbows and puppies. In the grand scheme of things, I've been blessed. I know you've always loved me. And for most of my life, you've been the best dad I know of. I think maybe just talking about this has helped. Just getting it out there. Maybe that was enough. Are we good? He grabbed a napkin off the counter and blew his nose. Yes and no. Yes, in that we'll always be good. I'll always love you and I'll always be there. No, in that you're right. I should have also been there for that little girl. And that's a burden you're still carrying, and I can't forgive myself for that. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe that weight will grow lighter. Can I get a hug? Smiling, I wiped the tears from my face, walked around the counter, and wrapped my father in my arms. Dad and I left it at that for a while. Things returned to normal, and whatever pressure I had felt regarding our relationship slowly dissipated. Our conversation had yanked the plug out of an emotional tub and let everything drain away. If we had needed therapy, either one of us could have brought it up, knowing that the other would have gladly participated. Thankfully, it never rose to that level. I think that merely having him acknowledge what I had gone through was enough. Steve and I kept seeing each other after we returned from Santa Fe. He'd often wake up early, walk next door with some coffee he'd made, and we would sit on the porch to watch the sunrise. If Lucinda was fussy or boisterous, she would join us. When I was done for the morning, most days I would stop next door and Steve and I would ensure that we started our day right. Maybe Liz's partner didn't have the pull he thought he did. Retired judge or not, he didn't seem to speed up the process with Lyle. It took another 2 weeks before it was confirmed that he was being called to testify in his defense. They asked for my participation, and at that point I was allowed legal representation. It's a cliché to call a lawyer a shark, but Liz smelled blood in the water and relentlessly went after the attorney for the hospital. My relationship with Shannon had shifted. She was no longer a patient, and she wasn't just an employer. I considered her a friend. Knowing that she was going into law and that Liz was her mentor made me happy. That woman was the embodiment of competence. Lyle wound up being censured. I had no idea what that meant in real-world terms, but it seemed to be a big deal. I couldn't have been happier. He had used me in his efforts to take down my colleagues in the union. The man was a smarmy and insincere con artist, and he deserved whatever he got. Coincidentally, the strike ended at the end of the same week as the hearings for Lyle wrapped up. Marianne wanted to take us to a fancy restaurant to say thank you. Just me, Shannon, the baby, and the two sisters. I'd found out that while Marianne did the negotiating and talking about money, Liz split all the costs involving me. It was a sweet offer and was appreciated, but not what I wanted. I was feeling melancholy and preferred to stay in Gus and Shannon's cosy home and spend time with the baby. Bonding with Lucinda was one of the hazards of the job. She'd forget me quickly, but there'd be a piece of my heart missing what I no longer saw her so often. Marianne reached out and touched the cheek of her granddaughter who was in my arms. I understand. We'll bring something in. What's your birthday meal? Raising an eyebrow, I shook my head slightly. Birthday meal? You know any? When you're a child, you get to choose what is served on your birthday. It could be whatever you want. For children, maybe it's chicken fingers. For an adult, maybe it's lobster. What's your birthday meal, Shelley? Whatever you'd like. I thought about it for a while. If we were in New York, it would probably be pizza, but not the type that she's thinking of. I didn't want that fake stuff that was overly sweet and had no real flavour. Nostradamus should have used Domino's as one of the impending signs of the apocalypse. Can we get Thai? Absolutely. I found out later that they paid extra to have it delivered from a place that was almost 150 miles away. It showed up in styrofoam coolers and was delivered by one of the chef's assistants. Marianne's extravagances never stopped amazing me. I could be astonished by her lack of concern about money, but I couldn't fault her choices. The food was delicious. I should have left by 9, and I was still there well after 10. I was holding the baby, trying to get her to sleep as I swayed back and forth in the kitchen. I thought of Steve and when he had found me doing much the same. I smiled as I looked down at Lucinda. Everything somehow felt right. The house was old and in a lower-income neighbourhood, and it wasn't very large, but I loved it. It was comfortable. It was cosy. And it was incredibly well-maintained thanks to Pop and Steve. I felt as if I was home for the first time in a long, long time. It wasn't the house, it was what it represented. I was happy. I was in a good place, and I would have had to think long and hard to remember when that was last the case. Sighing, I walked to the other room and put the sleeping Lucinda down. I hugged the 3 women and smiled. You each have my number. I'm going to want phone calls and updates. Shannon, I'll meet you at the office for the paediatric cardiologist. Don't say no. I'll just ignore you. She laughed lightly. Okay, thank you. It'll be easier for us with you there. I don't know why we're getting all maudlin. Steve is here almost every day. You're not going to be a stranger. That's true. All right, time to stop stalling. You're a lovely family, and I appreciate your being as welcoming as you've been. I need to head home. I didn't walk next door that night. Instead, I did what I told them I was going to do. I got in my car and headed back to my place. It had been one of those remarkably clear nights where the air was crisp and had the slightest of chills. I drove with the windows down and in a comfortable confusion as I allowed my emotions to gently shift from one to the other. I was at peace, but a little sad that I couldn't vicariously live in that domestic paradise of theirs any longer. When I got home, I opened all the windows, got the thick comforter out of the closet and lay down in my bed, staring at the ceiling. I stayed there, allowing my thoughts to wander languidly for hours. It had been a good night, a beautiful experience, and a glimpse into a life I wished I had the opportunity to live. I knew it would happen intellectually, But I was always still disappointed that within 3 days of returning to work, I felt like I had never been gone. We had won. There was no question of that. All of our demands had been met, and the only concession that the hospital received was that everything would be phased in within 9 months. Seeing as how they had wanted it phased in over 3 years, no one was complaining. Management wasn't happy, of course, but Steve's crew no longer had to be concerned about working overtime or crossing a picket line. The repairs to the power grid infrastructure was moving along quickly, which was something for them to crow about. My life settled into a new normal. It was an odd amalgamation of my old life as a neonatal nurse combined with my life with Steve. With the exception of my betrayal by Lyle, the time of the strike felt like an idyllic break from my normal life. I was able to be a part of Shannon and Lucinda's life. Things started between me and Steve, and I had what was probably the deepest conversation of my life with my father, helping me to let go of things that I'd carried since childhood. I wasn't sure if it was due to missing the domesticity of Shannon and the baby, but I found myself pulled towards other friends who also had a rich family life. I spent some time with Aaron, my colleague from pediatrics, and his wife and son. It wasn't anything major, just dinner now and then, and I went to a couple of their martial arts tournaments or meetups or whatever they are called. All of my earlier relationships with men felt shallow in retrospect. Even in my marriage, whatever was between us was a pale comparison to the passion they felt for his job. Things were different with Steve. Yes, it was certainly easier for us to get together. The man was working within 100 yards of where I was employed. Our grabbing lunch or just something to drink in the cafeteria was easy, but he made a point of being there. I guess it was sad that merely being there for the person you're involved with was a novelty to me. I'd been working a lot. Why wouldn't I? Prior to the strike, I was picking up shifts everywhere I could, but picketing for a few hours or spending time with Lucinda and Shannon was far from stressful. I almost felt guilty for taking money for spending time with them. If I had been run down or exhausted from working extra hours, the strike took care of that. It had been like an extended vacation. The only time in my adult life that I had gone that long without working was when I left my husband, moved to Pueblo, and searched for a new job. I was happy, I was rejuvenated, and I should have felt great regardless of how many hours I put in. That wasn't reality. It felt like déjà vu. I was again in the cafeteria, laying my head down on my arms as I rested on the table. I heard something hit the table, and when I looked up, I saw that it was Aaron dropping a plastic plate. He sat down and took his lemonade and salad, leaving me a Coke Zero and a sandwich. They were out of cinnamon raisin bread, so I was going to get one of the bagels, but they're horrible. Sorry, you get PB&J on white bread. I sighed and then smiled. Thanks. What's going on? You look, exhausted. Not trying to be rude or anything. Aaron said way too often. It was a habit he was trying to break. For him to let it slip into there without commenting on it showed me how concerned he actually was. I don't know. I've just been feeling run down. I have no energy, and I just feel off. I rolled my eyes. Thanks, smartass. He had one of the doctors he was friends with find me, talk to me for a few minutes and schedule a workup. I insisted that I was fine, but I could have it done at my convenience in the building I was standing in, so it wasn't worth an argument. Yawning, I went back to work and had a blood test when my shift was over. It was nothing. It had been well over a month since we'd gone back to work, and I'd gotten a little soft. I just need to get my feet under myself. I was working, spending time with Steve and meeting up with Dad and Haliaka. I hadn't wanted to lose whatever momentum I had gained with my father, so whenever I had some free time, I'd stop by and we'd have dinner or watch a movie. Yeah, I was fine. That was what I thought until the doctor called me at the nurses' station and asked me to block off some time when my shift was over. I guess, but it's not a big deal, right? Everything is okay? We'll talk about that when I see you, Shelley. We just need to talk. When you work in a setting like mine, you have a tendency to lose perspective and forget how daunting it could be to have a doctor insist on talking to you sometime in the near future. I didn't like his being so vague. I didn't like it at all. As long as there were no issues, maybe that was a good thing. Being reminded of how a patient and their loved ones think and feel could never be totally bad. Having to wait 15 minutes after my shift ended to see the doctor didn't help my anxiety. The door to his office opened, and he walked out with a man, woman, and child. He shook the hands of all three and smiled kindly at the little boy. Like Aaron, he worked in pediatrics. The doctor gave me a little wave, walked over and escorted me to his office. He sat on the edge of his desk, which I appreciated. It made things seem less formal and more like colleagues chatting. Let's just get right down to it, okay? I'm all right. The test results were all good, right? The doctor looked pensive. I can't really give you a definitive answer, Shelley. It's a matter of perspective. What I can say is that whatever's been bothering you shouldn't last more than another 7 or 7.5 months. A part of me knew as soon as he said those words. A larger part was confused. Maybe it was shock that wouldn't let his meaning sink in. What? Shelley, you're pregnant. Why did he keep using my name? We were the only people in the office. Was he afraid I would think he was talking to himself? And... What? He was probably 5 or 6 years younger than I was, but he had a compassion that was often only found in physicians that had been practicing for decades. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he slowly took his glasses off and placed them on the desk before leaning towards me, a look of concern on his face. Shelley, you're pregnant. We can get a little more precise, but I'm guessing you're 9 weeks along. Otherwise, from everything we could tell, you're perfectly healthy. I'd like to set up an appointment for you with someone to talk about what to expect, nutrition, and answer any questions you may have. Would that be all right? It still wouldn't seep in. No, I think there was a mix-up. I can't be pregnant. It took him a beat or two to respond. You mean you weren't with someone 2 months ago? Fuck. I had. That was when we were in Santa Fe. When Steve and I shared a bed, when he had too much to drink and neither one of us thought about protection. And now, how can I possibly be pregnant at my age? It was possible. Biologically, it was absolutely possible, but really, I wasn't 20 anymore. Heck, I wasn't even 30 anymore. How could I be a mum at my age? Shelley, are you all right? Would he just shut up with the Shelley this and the Shelley that? Yeah. It's a lot to take in. Would you like to stay and talk for a little? I just shook my head. Okay, are you good to drive home? I'm sure we can get somebody to drop you off. Again, I shook my head. I'll be fine. Okay. What if you come back and see me tomorrow or the next day, and I'll have a couple of recommendations for you on people to speak to? Nodding absently, I got to my feet, opened the door and stepped out. Walking around in a cloud, I couldn't adjust to this new reality. I found myself on the elevator going back up to the nurses' station when I realised I had finished my shift and instead should be heading to my car. I hit the button for the lobby and stared at the wall of the elevator as we went up, then back down again. I was halfway to my car when I saw Steve working with his crew. I doubled my speed, avoided looking at him again, got in the car, and drove away. Like an echo of a less complicated time, I again found myself laying on my bed and staring at the ceiling. 3 hours later, I called in and told them that I was taking a personal day. After splashing some water on my face, I checked the time and drove over to Dad's place. I was hoping he would be working late and I could avoid him. When I knocked, Haliaka opened the door, saw it was me, turned around and started walking back towards the kitchen. She was talking about something I didn't fully hear or understand. She finally stopped speaking, turned around and noticed that I was still standing on their porch. Are you staying out there or are you coming in? When I didn't answer, she walked back over. Shelley? It took me a second to respond. I'm pregnant. She was clearly unsure of what to say or do. I could see the concern on her face as she wondered if this was good news or bad. Some instinct drove her to do exactly the right thing. Without saying a word, she stepped forward and hugged me. What am I going to tell Steve? Steve. Pop was easy to live with. He spent about half of his time at Kate's place and half at home. Our priorities were the same, and we had a similar temperament, so we got along fairly well. In spite of that, I was glad when the strike was over, and he was no longer picketing with the nurses. As much as I loved him, there were only so many hours of the day that I could spend with him. Our lives fell back into their previous routines. He still made money on the side by working on fishing boats. He knew what he was doing on the water, with the fishing and with the customers, and he was working off the books, so the captains liked him. The money he took in supplemented his retirement from the military, and the house was paid off. I tried to align the days that he was with Kate with when Shelley would stay over. We were both discreet, so it wasn't a big deal. Over the years since Gus left high school, Kate had been spending evenings at our place more often. Still, the majority of the time they were together was at her place. I had enjoyed being able to just look across the parking lot and see Shelley. When she went back to work, those small respites during my day were lost, but it wasn't that bad. We still found time to go across the street to the cafe or grab something to eat in the cafeteria. The guys teased me about it, but I didn't really care. Yeah, I'd get a goofy smile on my face when I would look across the parking lot to see Shelley with her colleagues, but I wasn't embarrassed. There was something about her that felt almost peaceful. Just seeing her from afar would settle my nerves, and tension would slowly fade away. If the guys wanted to bust my chops, so be it. I was looking through some old family albums when the thought struck me that they were soon going to be a relic of the past. No one was going to have analog photos in the future. It was a sad realization. The tactile experience of sitting there and holding the book on your lap as you flip the pages added to the pure visual appreciation. My thumb would slowly caress the plastic holding the photo of Gus and my wife at the top of the page. Pop's bark of a voice broke my reverie. For fuck's sake, get a grip! I rolled my eyes. What are you going on about now, old man? How often do you go out to the cemetery? 3 times a year? 4? I shrugged. Sounds about right. He shook his head. You've been there 3 times in the past couple of months. Now you're sitting here poring over old photos. Whatever you've got going with Shelley isn't a betrayal of Lucinda. She's been gone a long time, and since she's passed, this is the longest relationship you've had. I don't want to talk about this shit. No matter what I say, it's going to sound like a cliche, but pull your head out of your ass. You think she wouldn't want you to be happy? To find someone to be with again? You're out of your mind. You overthink shit, Steve. You always have. You were a good husband. You were a good father. You deserve to be with someone like Shelley, and nobody thinks it's a bad thing or that Lucinda wouldn't approve. I didn't answer him. What I had been doing wasn't clear to me until he brought it up. How on earth was my father more perceptive than I was? He was right. In a way, I'd spent my life in mourning since I lost her. She was the one great love of my life. Lucinda had meant so much to me. How could it be otherwise? Since that was a given, any other relationship was fleeting and shallow, almost by definition. They had mostly been fun, but only lasted a few weeks. Things with Shelley were different, and somewhere deep inside, I found that disturbing. Sighing, I closed the album and put it back under the coffee table. I'm going down to Sabatelli's to get a hero. You want one? No, I'm good. I stood up, and as I walked past him, Pop grabbed my arm and then stepped in for a quick hug. It felt like being embraced by a grizzly. I'm going to head down to the Riverwalk and have my sandwich there. I need to do some thinking. I took the pickup, and when I got down to the river, I ate my sandwich and drank my lemonade while sitting on the back of the truck. Night was getting the upper hand over day, and I watched the dappled shadows on the water as I thought about my wife. Eventually I went back home, watched something mindless on TV, and went to bed. We got a lot accomplished over the next few days on the job site. I had never slowed things down to the point where I felt guilty. I always put in a good day's work for my pay, and I made sure that my guys did the same. Still, I didn't go above and beyond. Now that the strike was over, that changed. We were going full bore, and were again ahead of schedule. That was how I preferred things. I was very goal-driven. If we were preparing to make proposals, or if we were in the planning stages, I was fine. Things would take as long as they would take. Once we were actually on the ground and getting things done, that was different. I would jump in with both feet and work single-mindedly until we got it done. I had been worried about what would happen once we were done with this project. Seeing Shelley whenever I wanted would be off the table. I had been worried about how that might affect us when I realised I was being ridiculous. Worrying about not being able to see someone once or twice during the workday was sort of pathetic. That wasn't who I was. I'd never been insecure, and I wasn't planning on starting now. Making my concerns more ridiculous was the size of Pueblo. No matter where I was in the city, I could get to the hospital quickly. Nothing really would change. There was nothing proprietary about it, but people seemed to like the breading mix I used on fish. I had some of what Pop brought home from his side gig going in the frying pan when there was a knock at the door. Taking a quick look, I saw that it was Shelley. "Come on in." She walked to the entrance to the kitchen and stood there watching me. When a couple of minutes went by without her saying anything, it started feeling awkward. "Everything okay?" She took a slow, deep breath. "I'm pregnant." "You're pregnant?" Shelley slowly nodded. "I know it's a lot to take in. Do you want to sit down?" "You mean like pregnant? She smiled gently at me. "I only know of one type of pregnant, Steve. Sit down. Let me get you a water." I plopped myself down on a kitchen chair while she turned off the heat, moved the pan to another burner, and got me a glass of water. I didn't know what to do or what to think. Mindlessly, I drank the water down as I tried to slow things and wrap my brain around Shelley being pregnant. Two things were swirling around, bouncing against each other. The first was, what did she want to do about the pregnancy, and how could I support her decision? The second was, what if I failed another child like I had failed Gus? I had tried. Lord knows I had tried, but I had never been enough. After we lost Lucinda, he needed me desperately, and I couldn't figure out how to be there. How did this happen? She could have been a smart-ass and jokingly told me about the birds and the bees, but she didn't. Shelley grabbed the other chair, pulled it close, and sat down. Reaching out, she took my hand. "I know. We are always so careful. But that first night back in Santa Fe? We weren't, and the timing works." "So you're..." I quickly did the math, 9 weeks along? She nodded, and we just sat there together, quietly coming to grips with the biggest news I had since the death of my wife. I still needed to figure out what Shelley was thinking and whether she wanted this. I was too numb to make any assessments for myself. One thing that struck me was the lack of sleep I got when Gus was a baby, and how much younger I was then. I gently squeezed her hand. "Have you spoken to anybody about this? Your mum? Your dad?" She shook her head. "Mum and I don't speak that much. Dad? I don't know. I can't deal with that right now. He's not like normal people. He'd slip into overdrive and take everything to 10. If he knew the kid would have a fully funded college scholarship in less than a week. My father is a bit much. I'm the first person to find out." She looked hesitant to answer me. "No. Obviously the doctor knew, I knew, my friend Aaron at work, he knows. And I spoke to Haliaka, Dad's wife." I found a smile from somewhere. "So I'm in the top 5. She gently laughed. "Top 5, Steve. That's pretty good. Listen, I know neither one of us was expecting this. I'm going to have the baby. I want you to think about everything. Take your time. Let it settle in. After a couple of days, we'll talk again. If you decide that this is too much and you don't want to be involved, I'll understand. I have resources. I don't need anything. Shelley was trying to be brave. I'd seen it in the eyes of dozens of young men, maybe hundreds. They thought they were doing what was right and what was noble, but they were terrified. Regardless of what we decide, I'm going to be there with you every step of the way. She interrupted me. I wasn't kidding. I don't want to hear that from you now. You're a few minutes into learning some of the biggest news of your life. Take some time to let things settle and do some thinking. I'm going to go and we'll get back together in a couple of days. No, hold on, let's go get dinner. She stood up. Steve, respect what I'm asking here, okay? You need some time. I took a deep breath before nodding. Okay, 48 hours. If you need me, I'm just a phone call away. Take 2 days. Take 3 if you need it. Talk to the people that you love. Shelley, you are the person that I love. And you just told me to take a couple of days. That had been the first time I had told her I loved her, and it just flowed from me naturally. No hesitancy, no stumbling, just a smooth declaration of something we both knew was true. She quickly nodded and began walking towards the door. When she hit the porch, she stopped and spoke without turning around. I love you too. I spent the rest of the day lost in thought. Cook that? I barely caught the tail end of what was being said. Hey, clean out your ears, you gonna cook that? Pop had walked in and started speaking. I didn't realise that he was there, and I couldn't remember sitting back down. I followed his gaze to the stovetop and saw the cast iron pan with the fish. What? His look of irritation switched to concern. You okay? I don't know, Dad. I don't know. He sighed and sat down in the same chair that Shelley had been in. You gonna make me drag it out of you? I didn't want to talk to anyone. It was as if I was running too fast and was losing control of my legs. Stumbling, I just needed to keep myself upright. Speaking to anyone before I thought things through would just set me on tilt. Still, that's not what I was made of. That's not who we were. Pop didn't run from confrontations. I didn't run from confrontations. And Gus had put up with more bullshit in his life than either one of us, and he never ran. I met his gaze. Shelley's pregnant. He was quiet for a moment, mouth slightly open. I see. You know I've got your back, right? I don't need to ask if you're going to do the right thing. I know there must be a million things to think about, but for right now, what can I do? You need some cash? He knew that Shelley likely had excellent insurance. Was he talking about nutrients and maternity clothes? Money? He looked at me as if I was an idiot. Yeah, for the ring. For the ring. For the freaking ring. How was he always one step ahead of me? I shook my head. No, I've got some cash saved up. It sounds stupid, but 2 of the things that I miss most in the world were swinging a baseball bat and swinging an axe. There's something inherently gratifying in doing both. You get out there, let your body take over, and your mind can soar. Using a log splitter was a poor substitute, but that was what was available to me. Some people who had fireplaces, wood-burning stoves, or smokers would have cords of wood delivered and neatly stacked by a local company. That would have been nice, but we never had money like that. Instead, we paid a small fee to buy the remains of old trees from landscapers, or grab trees grounded by storms before the town got to them. We'd do the work ourselves, drying the wood in the backyard. That day, I spent hours out there cutting logs down to size, using the splitter, and then carrying it over to Gus and Shannon's. It gave me something to do and helped settle my mind. I neatly stacked everything on their porch until I heard Lucinda crying. I sat down, my back to the wood, and listened to my daughter-in-law soothe the baby. My mind had been a morass, a quagmire of uncertainty. Everything settled and became firm as I thought of Lucinda. I loved that little girl so much that I thought my heart would burst. Everything was going to work out. We were going to be okay. No matter what else happened, I was going to be there for my child. The next day, I was able to get Gus to call me. I had been shopping earlier in the day and I kept staring at the ring as I turned it over and over while he spoke. Gus was telling me about a run he had gone on, and how he was finding it difficult to manage time between playing at gigs, practicing, exercising, and FaceTiming with Shannon and Lucinda. I listened with half an ear before I interrupted. Gus, are you happy? Am I happy? I guess so. I miss being home and with the girls, so things aren't perfect, but yeah, I think I'm happy. He couldn't see me, but I nodded. Okay. When you were a kid, I don't know. Do you have any regrets? Are you all right with how we were? Dad, what's going on? Nothing, everything's fine. I just needed to hear your voice. I love you, you know that, right? Sure. I love you too. You're okay? Want me to call Shannon and have her come over? I wiped my cheeks with the back of my hand. Everything is good. Can't a father just want to talk to his son? I guess. Sometimes I can't tell. I suddenly felt guilty and allowed the conversation to wind down. He had better things to do than to talk to his old man. I love you, kid. I'll talk to you soon. I'm sorry if I ever... whatever. I'm proud of you, Gus. The next day I was waiting by Shelley's front door when she got off work. I was wearing a suit and my hands wouldn't stop sweating. When she pulled into the driveway, I stood up. She slowly walked up the walkway to the front of her house. Steve? It's been 48 hours. I got down on one kidney, took the box from my pocket, and flipped it open with my thumb. Shelley, I want to do the right thing. Will you marry me? She looked down at me and smiled, blinking rapidly before replying. No. Did you eat yet? Did I eat yet? What the hell? No. Did you get that? I just asked if you would marry me. I did, and I appreciate the gesture, but the answer is no. I've been wanting Chinese all week. Is that good with you? I felt like I had been punched in the gut. I had absolutely no idea how to proceed. Yeah, Chinese is fine. We ordered and Shelley took care of the conversation for the evening, with me throwing in a reply here and there. I desperately needed to regroup and figure this out. Instead of doing the adult thing and just asking why she didn't want to marry me, I moped for the next couple of weeks. Finally, I was next door to see my granddaughter when Marianne approached. Congratulations. On? She raised an eyebrow as she looked at me. Are things supposed to be a secret? Shannon and I were seeing the baby's cardiologist when Shelley came out of the office of the nutritionist Shannon used when she was pregnant. If you were keeping this under wraps, then... Her eyes grew wide in fear. Steve, please tell me that you knew. Did I just... Smiling, I shook my head. No, I knew. And thanks, I guess. To say that she looked relieved was an understatement. So what are you going to do? I shrugged. I have absolutely no idea. So, you haven't made any decisions yet. Are you going to propose? I mean, it's none of my business, but that's a possibility, right? Yeah, that sort of already happened. I'd grown much closer to Marianne since Lucinda entered our lives. It was a relationship built on mutual respect, and maybe that was why I confided in her. I told her what had happened, and she pressed me for details. She slowly shook her head. You literally said I want to do the right thing. That's impressive. I don't think that someone could be less romantic if they tried. And you're surprised that she said no? Steve, you have to be kidding. What sort of woman wants to hear, hey, let's get married so I can meet my obligations and not be racked by guilt? She forced me to rethink everything, and I realised that she was absolutely right. I'm such an idiot. She shrugged. Most men are. The next day I went out to the cemetery. A month ago, everything about that visit would have been different. I don't know, maybe I would have asked for permission or explained how Lucinda would always be number one in my life. A lot had changed since I had found out that Shelley was carrying our child. Instead of questioning and trying to find answers, I gave them. I told Lucinda what was happening in my life, how I felt, and what I was going to do. I was surprised when I didn't feel any different as I drove home. As I pulled up to the house, I realised that it was because Lucinda hadn't changed. Somewhere down deep, I had always known that she wanted the best for me. She wouldn't want me to be alone. That wasn't who she had been. She'd want me to find someone else to live my life with, and I felt that somewhere, somehow, she was smiling. I walked inside, nodded to Pop, and went upstairs to change. When I came back, he looked me up and down. "So, you're a suit guy now?" I looked at what I was wearing. No, I wasn't. This time, I needed to be me. Shelley deserved honesty in all things. I went back upstairs, ironed some dockers and a golf shirt, checked my hair, and went back downstairs. Pop nodded, and I nodded back before heading out. It felt like déjà vu as I once again waited outside her front door. When she finally arrived, I lifted the bag that I had brought with me and held it for her to see. "What have you got?" "I brought the Chinese with me this time." "Good, I'm exhausted and starving." We went inside and enjoyed our food while sharing anecdotes about work. She made me chuckle, and I did the same. Everything about us was easy. We just flowed. Well, we had until I decided to propose like a robot. Even after that, we were still relaxed and comfortable with each other. When we were done, I passed her the fortune cookie. Ugh, it's not even in one of those cellophane wrappers. What did they do? Just grab one off the counter and throw it in the bag? That's disgusting. My face must have gone pale as she looked at me in concern. I'm sure it's fine." "Okay, Mr. Tough Guy. If it's fine, you eat it." I rolled my eyes. "Shelley, open the cookie." She looked at me and then back to the cookie. "Fine, whatever." She cracked open the cookie and the ring tumbled out. It cost me $75 to get it made. It turned out that most of the fortune cookies in the country were either manufactured in Los Angeles or New York. I had to find an accommodating baker and have it made custom. The guy had a thick German accent and laughed when I told him what I wanted him to do. It amused him to no end that a German immigrant living in America was making what people thought of as a Chinese cookie, but was actually invented here in the US. She stared down at the ring. "Steve, I know. Just hear me out, okay? I was an idiot. I meant well. But that's not enough, is it? Instead of being practical, I should have told you how I felt. You had me the first time I laid eyes on you. When we started to talk at the bistro, I knew it wasn't just a physical attraction. When I saw you dance with the baby, something shifted in my heart. I think that I knew that I loved you then. It must have started before that, but that's when I started admitting it to myself. After Santa Fe, I was a goner. What I had with you was unlike anything I'd had with a woman since Gus's mother passed. Shelley, I love you. I'm tired of waking up and not having you next to me. I'm tired of days slipping by when I don't see you or speak to you. I'm tired of not telling you how I really feel. I want to be with you today, tomorrow, and for the rest of our lives. It may have taken me a while to get here, but I'd be doing this even if you weren't pregnant. Shelley, will you marry me? She had her lower lip tucked between her teeth as she kept staring at the ring. Eventually, she picked it up and slipped it on her finger while nodding. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I'll marry you." A part of me must have feared that she was going to say no again, so I just sat there, a little stunned. She said yes. She was going to marry me. Shelley got up, leaned over and kissed me. It was shrimp lo mein, Coke Zero, and perfection. Taking my hand, she led me to the bedroom. 2 hours and 1 shower later, we were in her car heading over to her dad's. "You sure you don't want me to drive? You were really tired when you got home." Looking over at me, she stretched her hand out and took mine. "I'm fine. I don't think I'm going to sleep for a year. Maybe 2. I feel like I've had 100 cups of coffee." Her father reminded me of Pop. He was gruff and probably intimidating to a lot of people, but seemed like a good guy. We'd met before when Gus had delivered some of his flip books, and another time when Shelley and I went over for a BBQ. The man seemed happy but tempered. His wife, on the other hand, was full of gleeful energy. She kept looking at the ring and talking to Shelley about wedding plans. How on earth could they be discussing plans for something that didn't exist a few hours ago? Everything with Mike kept circling back to his impending grandchild. He wasn't a prick about it, but he kept asking questions about me, my family, and my job. He kept everything casual but wound up offering me a job. That's when Shelley broke in. "Dad, let it go. Steve has an excellent job that he enjoys and is good at. People have babies every day. Trust me, I would know. You don't need to keep trying to baby-proof the world. We'll have more than enough money to raise your grandchild, and we both have job security. You can relax. I've got a wooden bracelet with Kuipo engraved on the inside in my office." Halika said to Shelley, "If you'd like, it can be your something borrowed. It would make me happy." It was clear Haliaka was going into mother of the bride mode as the two women got up and went to another room. Mike looked at me, really looked, not saying anything. I felt like I was being assessed and properly measured, like a horse at an auction. Sure, we'd met socially, but this was a whole different ballgame, and Mike was evaluating me as a father, Gage as a future son-in-law, no matter the age of his daughter. And I'd knocked his daughter up. I wasn't nervous exactly, but if I was in his place, I'd have questions. I'm not a small man, but Mike had mass. Not just big, but solid, and with that presence that confident, mature people have, which regardless of their size makes you take note of them. I wasn't totally oblivious. He'd been a big deal in the music industry. I was aware of that, and I could believe it. There was an air about him that said he didn't take any bullshit and didn't suffer fools. I knew Shelley and he had a sometimes brittle relationship, so I decided to simply wait and let him lead the conversation. "A baby, then a wedding?" It wasn't quite a statement, but I knew clear as day what he was asking. "It's not forced, I couldn't do that to Shelley, it's real. The baby just gave me a boot in the arse and changed the timetable is all." "You've been married before, Gus's mum." Again the slightly leading tone, but I chose to take it as a statement, requiring only a nod. He was going to be family, but he wasn't there yet. Shannon mentioned that she passed, that Lucinda is named for her. Another nod. "How long, if I may ask?" 23 years. When Gus was 5. Before Shelley, that was the last serious relationship I had. "You had him young. Probably around, 18? All that time. Always faithful," Mike said, almost to himself. Then he looked at me. "Semper fidelis. Seems it's a family motto." "I guess. Look, I'm not trying to sound like some noble martyr. It's just that the love never went away. We go see her a few times a year. I loved her like the day I married her. Why would I honour her any the less just because she was taken from Gus and me? She set a high standard. No one has meant anything like that to me until Shelley." Mike smiled, nodded, and that, it seemed, was that, at least to Mike. I was going to treat Shelley right. He reached over to shake hands. "Welcome to the family." I could hear Halika and Shelley talking from the direction of the office. As they came back, they continued making plans. I wasn't sure how to tell Gus. His relationship with his mother was unique and a centre point of his life. There'd been no reason to worry. He treated the news as if I had told him I was buying him a ticket to come home for the holidays. He seemed good with it, but neither overly excited nor concerned. That changed when I told him he was going to be a big brother. He seemed fascinated by the concept, and we spoke about what big brothers were supposed to do. If it was a girl, we both decided that a Marine would make a pretty damned good protector. If it was a boy, Gus thought that he could learn enough about sports to help his brother. Shelley and I split time between my place and hers until her lease was up. The baby was making itself obvious as Shelley grew larger. I loved how she looked pregnant, but then again, I loved how she looked when she wasn't pregnant. Our favourite times were when we sat out on the porch at my house and listened to my daughter-in-law play her violin from her own backyard. I'd hold Shelley in my arm, and periodically lay my hand on her belly. She would snuggle into me, and we'd listen to the music as we sat under the stars. My determination that I would never truly love again faded away like the morning mist under a hot sun. My fears that I would let the unborn child down in some way, just as I'd let Gus down, weren't easy to deal with. Everything seemed fine. Shelley was amazing, but that was how it was with Gus's mum. Everything was amazing until it wasn't, and the fears continued to gnaw at me. Eventually they came to a head when I least expected them to. Mike and Pop had decided I needed a bachelor night. Not strippers or anything like that, simply two fathers and friends taking the bridegroom out for a night on the town, or at least a few drinks down by the riverside haunts. I'm not a heavy drinker. I couldn't be with Gus to raise, and it didn't suit me. If I'd crawled into the bottle when Gus's mum died, I'd have never crawled out, and Gus needed me. So it didn't take long before I was loose, which I guess was Pop's intention. "So what's bothering you, kid?" Kid? I guess I was still his kid even now. We grow up, but I'll always be his son. "Nothing. I'm fit as a fiddle." He smirked. "Fit as a fiddle? You've always been a lightweight. Don't bullshit me, Steve. What's wrong?" "I'm just, with the baby." Shit. I needed to slow down and switch to seltzer or coffee. "What about the baby?" He sighed and I saw his growing aggravation. "No, I don't. What about the baby?" "People don't change. Not really. What if I'm as bad with the baby as I was with Gus?" Mike put his root beer down and interrupted. "What happened with Gus?" Pop put his hand out, his arm in front of Mike, and stared at me. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Gus." I was lit and wasn't making myself clear. I dropped the ball. I let him down. He deserved someone who would have been better. I wasn't there, not really. I couldn't reach him. I should have, I don't know, been better. Get the fuck out of here. Better? Than you? Listen to me carefully. You were a better father to Gus than I was to you. That kid was lucky he had you. Pull your head out of your ass." He actually reached out and smacked me on the back of my head. "Don't be an asshole. You slept on the floor of his room, by his bed, just in case he woke up and needed you. You had just lost your wife, and because he might need you, you slept on his floor. Who the fuck does that?" I waved my hand at nothing. So what? I couldn't be there for him. Not really. I had nothing for him when she died. He was lost and I'll tell you what you were. You were there for him. Every damn day. Steve, Gus is autistic. It's the way it is. You can't love him so much that all of a sudden he's no longer autistic. That's not your fault. It's not even a fault. Being autistic isn't, worse or something. He's different. Not better. Not worse. He knows you were there for him. He knows you love him. If you don't think so, you're full of shit. And why is this music so damned loud?" Mike coughed purposefully and put a hand on Pop's shoulder. "I know this is some deep father-son stuff, but can I say something? I don't know what Shelley told you, but I wasn't the best of dads. That's, an understatement. Whatever else was going on, you were there. When things were okay, you were there. When things sucked, you were there. When things were good, you were there. I can't tell you how important that is. I know from experience, you can't put a price on that. I've gotten to know you, Steve. I'd bet some serious cash that when life put you on your ass, you got back up again every time. For Gus, mostly. Most fathers probably think they suck. Most are wrong. You're definitely wrong. But don't worry. Before I met my wife, I started eating healthy. That steak was the fist I've had in, I don't know how long. I plan on being around for a long time. If you start screwing up with my grandchild, I'll let you know." I nodded, concentrating on their words. I waved off the waitress when she approached and quickly changed my mind. "Can we get 3 more but switch mine to a coffee? Black?" She smiled, nodded and headed off. I thought about they said before replying. "Thanks. I just, I'm worried. Failing Gus. It's something I carry with me, you know. I'll think about it. Shelley being pregnant, it just brought up a lot of stuff. Maybe you're right. I didn't care about convention. I never had. If people were offended that I had 2 best men, screw them. Both Gus and Pop stood by my side as Mike walked Shelley down the aisle. I only had eyes for her, and Pop bumped my shoulder and handed me a handkerchief when I sniffled and then quickly coughed. He could have been embarrassed. A Marine, and his son almost losing it while waiting for his bride. But that's not who he was, and that wasn't who we were. He had my back, and I had his, and we both knew that Gus would move heaven and earth to be by our side if we needed him. It was an odd day that was full of contrasts. The wedding was small, the reception was huge. We had rented out a hall at the college, and Shelley's father ensured that the entertainment would likely never be matched in Pueblo again. There were more legendary performers there than at a Grammys after show. Charlotte and the Bobcats played a set, but in spite of the assembled talent, the show was stolen by the Poplin family jug band. The German baker who had made the ring cookie also made our wedding cake. It felt like a scene from The Godfather as Mike's friends kept coming over to our table, congratulating us and handing Shelley envelopes stuffed with cash. Towards the end of the evening, I looked around the room as I drank my coffee. Shelley was dancing with her father as he held her gently, as if he was afraid she might break. His smile was visible from across the room. Gus and Shannon were dancing as my son held Lucinda in her carrier. Shelley's friend Aaron was dancing with his wife, while his son danced with the little girl of another guest. Pop held Kate tightly as they swayed to the music. I sat there quietly and took everything in. I heard somebody pull out a seat and sit down behind me, and heard Marianne's voice as she leaned in. You deserve to be happy. You did well, Stephen. You really did. Turning slightly and leaning back towards her, I kissed Marianne on the cheek. Her eyes went wide, and she smiled. I'd grown to respect the woman, and that respect had grown into true affection. Money was the measure of anyone, but that ran in both directions. Having money didn't make you entitled any more than not having it made you less. I thought of what she had said, that I had done well. I continued watching the people that I loved, and thought that she was right. Gus was a grown man with his own wife and child. Maybe I hadn't failed him. I was at peace with Shelley and our life together. Maybe the powers that be had allowed me 2 great loves in my life. I watched Pop and realised that I had many more years with the man who continually surprised me and had always been my hero. As the song ended, Shelley slowly walked my way, and I watched her every step. She loosened the shoes on both feet as she sat next to me. I'd wanted her to rest more, but she wouldn't stop dancing. How are we going to top this when our son gets married? My heart leapt. Son? We're having a boy. Yes. I would have been just as happy with a girl, but it was clear that Shelley had wanted a son. I fell in love with her all over again as I saw the joy in her eyes.